advantage. I want to first move to the adoption of the agenda to the members before we go further with opening. Can we move to adopt the agenda as is? You go first.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Second.
Thank you. We then move to adopt the agenda as is. Babalwa, any apologies for today?
Good morning, Chair and members. I received the apologies from the following members: Honorable Kolabanat, Honorable Songwe, Honorable Moela, and Dr. Bushiala will not be able to attend the meeting. She will be meeting with the evidence leader for the ad hoc committee. Honorable Skosana will join the meeting later, and Honorable Maitesi.
But we have quorum to continue.
Yes, we do have a quorum to continue. We can start a meeting.
Thank you. So, colleagues, today we are going to start with the briefing from the Auditor General on the financial statements and audit outcomes of the annual reports of the departments and the relevant entities. So we're going to kick off with that today. We will then have a brief discussion on it. If there are any questions or anything that anyone would like clarity on. After that, we are going to move to inputs from the police unions, namely POPCRU and SAPU. That will then be followed by a short tea break. And again, we will return for a further discussion, if need be, on what has been presented. At about 12:30, we will look at the consideration, or do the consideration of the annual report from the South African Police Service, and that will be led by the National Commissioner, and we will then move for lunch. After which, when we return, we can continue with the discussion, and we will then do the same annual report briefing for the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Once we get there, obviously we can release the members from the South African Police Service when we do specifically the IPID discussion, but you are also welcome to stay and join us for that discussion. After that, we will go to the consideration of the annual report of the Civilian Secretariat for Police, after which we will conclude. You will see that the program runs until about 8 p.m. Tonight on the agenda. I think we'll be finished at about 11 p.m. Not really. We will see to it that we try and keep time as well as we possibly can. I know Honourable Ghana likes to have these very late sessions, but we will see to it that we stick to time. So I also want to encourage everyone that when you speak, stick to the point, ask direct questions, and answer briefly. That we don't wonder on things. Before we kick off, I would like to also welcome the Acting Minister of Police, Mr. Kachalia. Welcome. It's the first time we have you with the Portfolio Committee, so welcome to you as well. DM Matale, welcome to you as well. And so too the National Commissioner and the entire team. Mr. Subui, to you. The acting head of the Hawks, IPID, etc. I'll welcome everyone again when we get to the different parts of the discussion. Before we kick off, I would like to ask Minister Kachalia if you want to say one or two brief things before we kick off with the Auditor General report.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks very much for the welcome. I'm very pleased to be before the Portfolio Committee today. I'm looking forward to the discussions. I've been reading the reports, particularly the Auditor General's reports, and they're very helpful because they raise all the important issues. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, I'm then going to hand over to the team from the Auditor General. I'm not sure who is going to lead. It always feels like you take turns. So I'm just going to hand it over to you, and then you do the rest. In terms of timekeeping, we were set to start at 9:30 only with your presentation, but we shouldn't see that as an extension of time now. So we still have to try and keep it below an hour, please, or closer to 45 minutes. I will remind you when you have about 15 minutes left, just so that you know where we are at, and then we will take it from there. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good morning to the Honorable Chair and the honorable members. As a form of introduction, my name is Tabelo Msisinyani. I'm the business unit leader responsible for, amongst other portfolios, the portfolio of police. We were together the last time when we could not present. I am not alone. I am with my deputy, Mrs. Nelsuwa Mhlongo. She's also responsible for a number of portfolios in my unit, and she's the one who's going to be doing a big part of the presentation today. I do know that in the last meeting we had Ms. Mushiani, who couldn't make it today, unfortunately. However, she did send her managers that are behind me. These are the colleagues that work with Mushiani and support her in the work that we do. It's Mr. Charles Mahaba, Mrs. Sibongile Masua, and Mr. Tebogo Meya. They are the team that actually are on the ground and doing the work, and then we consolidate it and we are able to report it to you. I think from our side, first and foremost, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to engage with the portfolio committee on the work that we did for the 24-25 financial year on the police and its portfolios. Last time we had presentations, so we thought maybe the committee members still had them, so we did not bring them, so we do apologize. Okay, I see I'm getting thumbs up. We do apologize, committee members, but we do have the slides, and we did submit them last time. So please move to the next slide. So I will just take a brief introduction into the slides that we're presenting today, and then, like I said, Ms. Nelsuwa Mhlongo will then take you through the rest of the presentation. And the first slide that we start with in all our presentation is our mission. And yes, maybe we see it in all presentations, but for us it's important that we remind of ourselves of why we exist as the office of the AGSA. And the session today really confirms that, or realizes that mission that we have, where we are here to enable oversight, accountability, and governance through the work that we do. We are here to empower the committee with some of the findings that we were able to get when we're doing our work, so that the committee is able to exercise its oversight responsibility on the department and its entities. On the right side of the slide, it's what we have developed as the Office of the AGSA as a framework of what we believe that if the government has these four main characteristics, or the culture looks like this, we should see that the environment is then effective. So it's four main areas that we look at. The first one is the performance, and the performance really looks at the fact that each and every department entity has a mandate. From that mandate, they then come up with strategic objectives. They then, on an annual basis, will then have annual performance plans where they are able to outline what they plan to do to make sure that they meet their objective or their mandate. What we want in that area of performance, we want to see the department and its entity meeting their target, because in meeting their target means they'll be realizing their mandate. So it's important that the departments and entities meet their target. Throughout the presentation, there is a specific slide where we are reflecting on that area, where we are highlighting highlighting that there are certain areas where they are not meeting their mandate. And the conversation is to say, what does it mean from a mandate perspective? What does it mean from a strategic objectives perspective? We then look at the pillar, what we call accountability. And this is what we speak a lot as the Office of the AGSA across government, because accountability, sometimes this is where we see a lot of the entities and departments struggle. What we want to see is, we want to see a government that is responsive to the public, of us and other stakeholders. This means that they are able to report when they are required to report, and they are able to present an account to what they did with the money that this portfolio committee approved for. So we want to see that accountability, and also them taking actions against decisions made, them holding people accountable in instances of non-compliance and non-adherence. So that's what the accountability framework pillar looks at. Transparency is one of the areas that we look at, where we really believe that a department and entity that has transparency, it allows for accountability. This pillar really looks at the fact that they are able to submit the annual performance report, the annual financial statements, so that stakeholders are able to review and look at what they did with the money that was approved. Not just submitting it, but they need to be timely and reliable. Sometimes we see the fact that the departments do submit, but they're not reliable. Reliable for us means the fact that those financial statements or those annual performance reports are supported by evidence. Evidence that says, if we are reporting a specific performance, this is the evidence that is feeding to that performance. So that is the transparency pillar that we actually look at. The last one that we look at is institutional integrity. And this is big across government. This talks to the leadership, the integrity posture of the leadership within the department and the entity, because they need to lead by example. Are they behaving ethically when they are doing business? Are they complying with the laws and regulations? Are they acting in the best interest of the departments on the entity? So those are the four main areas. So throughout the presentation, you will see the theme coming out, where we reflect on performance, where we reflect on accountability and consequence management, where we reflect on the reliability of the information being produced, and lastly, where we react on some of them, if there's any areas of compliance with laws and regulations. Please move to the next slide. And this slide is also one of the slides that we also always present to the committee, that talks to the accountability ecosystem. And what we're really saying as the Office of the AGSA is the fact that if we want to see change in government, it is really a matter of all hands on deck. So everybody that has been given the responsibility, whether it's from the PFMA, whether it's from any legislation that is out there, or whether it's from the jobs that when the contract that they sign when they're hired, everybody needs to make sure that they do their job, their part. And in this ecosystem, Honorable Chair members, we start with the left, which talks to the officials. And it's important that the officials, as the point of entry, they do that which they were hired for. So it's important that we have officials that are capable of doing the work that they're doing, and they're in the right positions and they're doing the right thing, so that we are able to see movement. We then see senior management that are responsible for resourcing the departments, that are responsible for making sure that they empower the officials that they are leading and they hold them accountable. So that is the conversation that we have to say, if officials are not doing their job, what is senior management doing to make sure that they empower them, to make sure that they give them the resources to be able to do their jobs? We then look at the accounting officer, which and the accounting authorities. And what's so nice about it is, even in the PFMA, the responsibilities of those accounting officers and accounting authorities is clear. They are supported by internal audit and audit committees. And that's what we have also been emphasizing. Audit committee is usually there in the departments and the entities throughout the year. The Office of the AGSA usually come at the tail end of things. So it's important that the internal audit functions that has been established within these entities are capacitated to be able to do their job. It's important that when internal audit raises the finding, the department and the entities, they really take those findings to heart. Because more often than not, some of the findings that we raise as the Office of the AGSA, internal audit had raised them. But the way there was a slow response to some of those findings from the internal audit, and therefore we then result with the audit outcomes we see. So we are really advocating for internal audit work to really be prioritized as well, so that they are able to fix things during the year, and we are able to avoid some of the findings that we have. audit committee as well, they are responsible for overseeing the internal audit work. So we are also saying they must continue to advocate for the internal audit work. They must continue to make sure that the findings that internal audit that raises, it's actually addressed. We then also have the minister. On the right, we have the support and oversight, which also includes this committee, where we are saying we would really want to empower you to be able to hold them accountable. We also have other entities that and departments that support the departments, like, for example, National Treasury, as they set some of the standards, as well as DPME. In the middle, it's us, the Office of the AGSA, where we continuously reconfirm our role, that our role is to audit. And in the audit work that we do, we'll provide insights, we'll influence and we'll enforce. You also see throughout the presentation, we have areas where we are bringing insights, where we are saying this is what we are observing. We have areas where we have enforced. So ours is to reconfirm that. And last but not least, we also have the active citizenry, because before we are anything else, we are citizens. And we also have a role to play. The role of complying with the laws and regulations of the land. The roles of holding people accountable that we have really voted for. So we also include them as citizens to say we also have our part to play. So in the main, this is the accountability ecosystem. What we're saying is, if one of that role player is not doing their job, we then have a problem with the whole ecosystem. So we all need to do our part. The next slide is just a summary of the ecosystem in the portfolio policy. We're not going to go through that. And the next slide that we have is the reflection on the last year recommendations. More often than not, we realize that we have these sessions, we leave recommendations, but sometimes we don't follow up enough to make sure that these recommendations are implemented. So what we do is we now start with a reflection to say, we were here last year. These are the recommendations we had given the police and the entities. These are the recommendations we actually conveyed to the committee. And what we want to see is we want to reflect on how are they doing. And that's why we include. And for us, one of the recommendations we put in the committee is, even in the quarterly conversations, when the department and entities are tabling their quarterly report, we need to first take a step back and say, hang on, there were specific recommendations that were provided by the Auditor General. How are we doing on a quarterly basis, so that we track them, to avoid us only checking them 12 months later, and then we realize that there are things that did not happen. So we are really recommending to the committee that these recommendations on a quarterly basis, as the department and the entities come and present, this should be the starting point to say, how are we doing on what the AGSA has recommended? So a quick reflection. I won't really go through all of them, because the rest of the presentation is really a reflection on whether those recommendations were implemented. For example, we had a recommendation around the ICVPS. There's a reflection that we've included on what we are seeing happening within the ICVPS. We had the recommendations on the stumbling block around what's preventing the department from achieving its service delivery mandate. You will see there is a presentation we have even on FSL on what we are seeing as stumbling block and what's happening. We also have a section where we're going to reflect on IPID and the backlog cases that they have and what they've done so far. We also had a recommendation that has to do with the performance information, around the validation of performance information. On the section where we reflect on the annual performance report, you'll be able to see if these recommendations have been implemented or not, and what is the status quo so far. We have also a recommendation around monitoring, make sure that they comply with the financial reporting framework. The audit outcomes we have will still then confirm if something was done to ensure that they respond to that. And last but not least, we also had a recommendation last year on compliance with laws and regulations. And you'd see we are still reporting on compliance with laws and regulations. The question is, are they implementing the recommendation that we have provided for them? And the last slide that I'm going to cover is just really a high level of the audit outcomes that we have. Like I said, I don't want to take Nelly's shine, but when we look at this picture that we have from the 23-24 and where we are, it seems like this portfolio is not moving from an audit outcomes perspective. So the portfolio remained the same. So we do congratulate CSPS and IPID for maintaining the clean audit outcomes, but unfortunately the department is still staying in the yellow. So therefore we need to have a conversation to say what will it take to shift the dial? what will it take to make sure that we see the department also moving into the green? And unfortunately, even SIRA, they are still sitting in the qualification. So for us, we then relook at when we raise each and every finding within the entity, there is recommendations we include, and there is an action plan that is developed. So if we are going to include an action plan for each finding, the question then we need to then be asking is, what is happening with those action plans? Is it a matter of maybe the action plans were not addressing the real root cause, or is it a matter that maybe some of these things will take 3 years to clear? But we need to have a conversation to say, what will it take for this portfolio to move, and we are able to see that both SAPS and PCRA join the two orders that are clean, but also even for those that are clean, that they don't regress. More often as well, we see audit is clean, and then they are unable to sustain it. So we also need to make sure that they don't also relax, because then would result in a regression. So that is really our message. So I'm going to hand over to Nelisiwe, who's going to go into the detail of what led to the picture that we see today. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Tabel. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, and all protocol observed. I think I'll start on the next slide, Chairperson. I think Tabelo has sort of reflected on the stagnation that we have in the audit outcomes of SAPS, which also continue to remain a concern. But I'll just go right straight to some of the root causes that we are seeing, because the breakdown of what has actually caused the picture that we are seeing, I'll deal with it as in the slides that are continue. But we continue seeing the slow progress of implementation of action plans or of audit action plans around AOPO that is continuously causing the fact that the department together with PCRA are not moving to where they needed to move. The lack of implementation on consequence management. There's a number of instruction notes that we know the National Commissioner, as well as the legislation that is specific on what members need to do and what they need to follow. But however, where something or somewhere there's non-compliance or non-adherence, we continue seeing the lack of action, especially on consequence management, to actually correct the action and deal with the issues that are in the area. We continue seeing issues around the PCRA areas. So there's a high reliance on external service provider. Sometimes that it also impacts on them as an entity to be able to deal with their own data and billing systems. But more so as well, there is a lack of review of financial statements to ensure that they deal with the qualification that is currently sitting them. So, Chairperson, I'd like to move to the next slide. And in the next slide, we start breaking down the areas of issues or areas of audit outcomes in terms of this portfolio. And we deal with the credibility and the submitted financial statements as they were given to us. So as of 31 May, every year we would receive these financial statements. Then we'll have an opportunity to audit them. And once we've audited them, we'll give management opportunities to correct. In these portfolios, 3 of these institutions that are here, Department of Police, IPID, together with CSPS, they've submitted financial statements that are free from any material misstatements. So meaning that during that process, there was any corrections that were made by this institution. And we commend those institutions to be able to continue implementing those internal controls. However, the concern remains in the PCRA. When we came with the 2023-2024 audit outcomes, PCRA was qualified in 2 areas of their financial statement. One, they had issues in their cash flow statement, and they had some prior period errors that they tried to correct that they couldn't support at that time, and we came here and we presented the qualified audit opinion. In the current year, the matters around the cash flow statement were resolved as we did not qualify that area. However, the concerns still remain with the prior period error of correcting some of the debtors' balances. Key issues that we sort of identify in that area is the fact that there is some of those data that they were trying to correct, that the information was not submitted for audit or the information was not complete. In some areas where they submitted the information, there were errors or there were disagreements between what they've submitted and what we were calculating, and therefore ultimately it led to the qualification of that audit report in terms of the financial statements. And we continue to say that this entity needs to deal with the issues of being able to properly review the financial statements to make sure that they submit those financial statements that are free from any errors. So I move to the next area. In the next area, we are dealing with compliance with laws and regulations. We've already dealt with the fact that CSPS and IPID are clean, therefore there are no material findings in the audit report in terms of compliance. But however, concern remains on these two institutions of the portfolio, SAPS together with SERA. On the procurement and contract management, for a number of years at the Department of Police, we've been raising issues around the ability to be able to comply with laws and regulations in that area. But together in the current year, we've identified that even SERA have had issues in terms of complying with some of the procurement prescripts in this space. As well as quality of financial statements, this was raised in POPCRU. I've already dealt with in the previous slide where I talked about the material misstatements that are there. The prevention of irregular expenditure. Both POPCRU and the Department of Police continue to have balances that are increasing in terms of irregular expenditure. You would recall PFMA says the accounting officer must prevent incurrence of any irregular expenditure. So if you look at from the perspective of POPCRU, they went and exceeded the budget as per what was approved and also contributed to them incurring the irregular expenditure, but they also had some non-compliance in the procurement. The SAPS one is mostly around the compliance with procurement laws and regulation. As well as SERA, there's a revenue management non-compliance that we've identified. This deals or talks directly to their ability to be able to collect any debts that are due to the entity. So what happened in the last year is that they actually appointed 4 service providers who are supposed to assist them in collecting some of these outstanding debtors. But however, we continue to see a high number of those debtors that are provided for as impairment or is likely not to be recovered. So we also are concerned in the fact that you are relying on these external parties, but you have, however, not also monitoring these external parties who are doing this debt collection for you, but you continue as well to have a high impairment rate. And that is why we're saying their revenue management process needs to be continuously improved in that area. And the issues that we identify at Department of Police also have to do in terms of how they are evaluating their bids, because too many of the bids that we identify, you find that there's inconsistencies between what they continuously or what they put as an advertisement and how these bids are evaluated. And at the end of the day, then you find some unfairness in terms of the procurement of the areas. So, Chairperson, I'd like to move to the next slide where we are really unpacking the irregular expenditure of this portfolio. CSPS and IPID did incur some, but they are, however, not so material in terms of the whole portfolio as we look at them. As you would see, because of the Department of Police, they have the bigger budget and they are the biggest contributor in terms of this area. Chairperson, I think I'd like to just reflect on the fact that about 650 million of irregular expenditure was disclosed by Department of Police in the current year, and it's a big shift or an increase of that of the prior year. Within this 600 million, there's about 184 million identified in the current year, but it relates to contracts or expenditure that were incurred in prior years. But because they had to disclose it for the first time in the current year, it is included in that balance of 667 million. Some of the key issues that we are also identifying, or matters that we have found that are leading to the irregular expenditure, is obviously the breach of the 5 pillars. We continue talking about the equitable fairness, cost effectiveness, the transparency of the competitive process. We find that there's inconsistent application of their pre-qualifying criteria that they advertise in the bids. The suppliers who score the highest scores are not awarded the bids. The bid awarded to suppliers who did not meet all phases of the continuous evaluation, and bids that were not, or bids that were responsive, will be unfairly disqualified. There are risks that go with such findings. One, as well, is exposing the department to some litigations that are likely to come because of unfairness of some of those bids, but more so the continuous increase in the irregular expenditure, which we've been advocating and have been discussing with the National Commissioner to actually properly deal with the issues that we are finding in the procurement space. So within that, there's a 52.8 million in the current year that we identify, but however, that 52.8 million of irregular expenditure is still under assessment. This is aligned to the framework as it's issued by National Treasury of giving the department time to go confirm and identify some of those. It's not disclosed in this one, but once confirmed, it's likely to be disclosed as irregular expenditure in the next following year. Chairperson, I'd like to deal with slide 12. The slide 12 deals with the complete balance of irregular expenditure, and this is the balance that is sitting in the annual report. You would not see it in the face of the financial statement, but however, this is the balance that is in the annual report. There's a 3.1 billion in the current year as is disclosed. So what you would see over the number of years, as and when irregular expenditure is incurred, the department or the entities will go perform determination tests, confirm it, do investigations, and as well institute consequence management. But however, there needs to be a complete process where you need to remove all this irregular expenditure so that it's either written off or condoned by National Treasury or the proper appropriate structures. But however, we are saying this portfolio has not been able to properly deal with this because some of this irregular has not been condoned or has not been removed. So we are actually recommending the department as well as the entities to properly deal with that irregular expenditure. But in the block we have on the right, we just giving high-level analysis of at what stage or different stages of some of this irregular expenditure as they are sitting in the different books of the entities as we have them. Chairperson, I'd like to move to the next slide, which is slide 13, and this is a slide I'd really like to spend a little bit of time in because it then reflects one of those areas that SAPS is really struggling with, and one of the reasons why they continuously are sitting in that block of unqualified but with findings together with the ones I dealt with in the compliance. So performance information is another area we've been coming, whether it's us as we advocate and try and influence the department to be able to deal with the issues that are sitting there. So you would see in the portfolio, the 3 other institutions that are there, they don't have any material issues that were reported in the audit report. But however, the Department of Police or SAPS is the one that continuously have had issues or findings as we've reported in the last couple of years. So in the current year, we saw regression in terms of the indicators that we are qualifying or the indicators that had material findings in the audit report. So on program 2, which is visible policing as well as detective services, there is findings within that. I think the actual indicators have been reflected somewhere. One of the key things that we are finding as root causes that are causing this is the timeliness and adequate reviews at police station level that we say will assist in eliminating some of these findings that we continue seeing. In the current year as well, there are some indicators that we did not have material findings on, but we do know that management were given an opportunity to adjust some of those. So what if it wasn't for the fact that we allowed the adjustment, it means that there would have been more indicators that had material findings. We have about 30% of reported achievement of indicators on the 2 selected programs that are not reliable. And then we still have about 4% of the indicators, I think it's about 2 indicators, that have been excluded in the annual performance plan, and therefore the departments did not get to report on them. And I'd just like to highlight some of the key issues at an overall level that we continue seeing in terms of performance information. We are just saying there's a lack of strong leadership and oversight and monitoring at station level, together with district level as well as provincial level. We are saying with performance information, yes, there are issues that we identify at the station level, but the matters are also matters that should be dealt with even at the district level, at the provincial level. So meaning that the responsibility does not only lie with the station commander, but it goes throughout the whole value chain in terms of dealing with the cases. Detective commanders who are not always validating some of the arrests and the cases as we find them in the performance information that is not aligned to the TID. Some of the commanders who are not updating the investigation diaries that needed to validate some of the leads that are identified and that have been reported. We continue to see issues around the docket management and controls where dockets are not always autonomously being able to be retrieved for audit purposes. Some duplicates were identified in the performance information, so meaning that a certain case will be duplicated in 2 or in number of indicators, which makes overstatement on one of the indicators. But Chairperson, these are just areas that are in the performance information that this department must continuously need to deal with it. In the next slide, which is slide 14, we are talking about the achievement of targets and indicators. I think Tabelo talked to it when he was talking to the party principles, where he was talking about performance and the entities and the department's ability to actually achieve their key mandate targets. So we find that this is only limited to those programs we've audited, so meaning SAPS is the 2 programs, CSPS I think is the 1 program, as well as IPID 1 program, as well as POPCRU. So the concern may be sitting in the underachievement in the other department as well, but we also highlight which other of these key targets and indicators that have not been achieved by the Department of Police. You'd see one of them that we are highlighting. We are talking about the DNA cases and exhibits entries, and we are reflecting somewhere in our insight messages and some of the issues that we are finding in terms of backlog cases that are sitting with that unit of forensic laboratory. Chairperson, I think slide 15, we want to deal with the governance processes of the portfolio, but the message here in overall is the fact that the audit committees of that portfolio are there and are functioning, but however, there's room for improvement in terms of also encouraging the other 2 entities that remain not to be moving or that are not in the clean audit space, in the fact that those audit committees need to put a little bit more effort to assist the department. But we acknowledge the effort that have already been done by some of these committees in being able to deal with some of the findings. But we reflect as well on the effectiveness of the internal audit. The effectiveness of the internal audit of the Department of Police. Yes, the position of the head of the internal audit remained vacant for more than 24 months with an acting person being appointed there. But however, we also note the fact that there's a lot of findings that are raised by the internal audit of the department that are almost similar to what we have. But however, management is not actioning or actually correcting some of those issues. So even by the time we come in, we find that internal auditor has already raised it, but management is not actioning and responding to some of them. And we see that in a lot of areas that we identify. We are concerned about POPCRU, who in the last financial year have actually used 3 firms to perform their internal audit. Their internal audit function is outsourced, which is a norm especially for the smaller organizational entities that we have in government. But however, we found that they've employed about three service providers to do this function in the last year. So therefore, there was no effectiveness, or there was no sufficient time for some of the firms to actually do some of the first level review and the reviews that are required for their internal controls. I'd like to move on from the slide, Chairperson. And in this last slide, I reflect on the material irregularities that we've raised in the portfolio. We know that majority of the material irregularities are sitting with the Department of Police. One is sitting with the POPCRU. We did come in June and brief this audit committee on the progress of that material irregularity, where there was supposed to be a training that was supposed to be given to learners. But however, there's not been action to actually deal with some of the recovery of the money. But this material irregularity have been referred to an SIU for further investigation, as it now required it to be at that stage. The other material irregularity, there's one that we've resolved for Department of Police in the current year that dealt with the payment, or where they had to pay out after some machines were not used or were procured and not used in the area. The accounting officer had gone to try and collect the money. They've instituted all consequence management. But there are some material irregularities that still remain, that are still being in progress of implementation. The effectiveness of the 10111 call center, we just see the action that shows that there is some actions taken in the mid-range call center. But however, we still are waiting or advocating that this actions and corrective actions is implemented on the other call centers throughout the country. The issues around the claims against the state that specifically related to the detainment for longer than 48 hours. We are seeing some actions as is implemented by the accounting officer, but we're still concerned, or we're still saying that we are waiting for full implementation of the action for that material irregularities. In the current year, we have a new material irregularity, which I will deal with when I get to the FSL, which deals with the capacity in that area. As I move to the next area, and in the last slide part of the actual audit outcomes, I'd like to just highlight some of the recommendations that we have, because in terms of the internal control deficiencies I've been dealing with throughout the slide. We're just asking to say the accounting officer needs to continue to engage the provincial commissioners, the district and station commanders on key matters relating to performance information. You recall, Chairperson, that I spoke about the responsibility of performance information not only sitting with one party, but it sits with throughout the whole value chain. So therefore, we are advocating that together with the action of consequence management where non-adherence is being identified. The bid specification, that must be aligned with the needs of the business, because when we identify that some of the specifications as they are put, they can't get changed, or they are not effectively implemented as they were advertised. So we're just saying that those needs need to be aligned with the organization needs. The effective utilization of internal audit throughout the sector is also important. Commencement of process to build internal capacity within SIRA to be able to deal with their data's billing, data's collection, and other areas together with review of financial information. So, Chairperson, as I move to the next area, which deals with mostly service delivery, but is linked mostly with our performance information. If you recall, when I was talking about performance information, I spoke about dockets not being timeously and easily retrievable in that area. And this area that we are looking at one of the key projects or ICT projects that is being implemented by SAPS as part of the whole IJS project as it was envisioned in the cluster as we have it. And this is one of those areas. It's the integrated case docket management system. So this system has two phases as it was planned out. The first one is called the administration administrative phase of administrative function. The next one is the investigation function. With the administration function is the function of being able to register a case or register and open a case on it. And the investigation function is the second phase and is the investigation process where it's supposed to support the detective services. That one is still in progress of being implemented, but the first one has been fully implemented and have been rolled out to majority of the police stations since 31st of March 2015. In our reflection, we actually look at the effective utilization of the administration function of that ICDMS system, and we find that in other instances, majority of the time, the cases will be registered or will be open in the system. But with that, there's number of documents and number of information as continuously as the investigation is happening that needs to be scanned into that. And that's where we're identifying the challenges, where not all the scannings that needs to happen to a case docket is being done. If you see the table I have in the gray, it sort of is reflecting per province what we have found or when effective scanning has been done. Gauteng has the least number of things not being scanned, so meaning that they are doing better than the other, with Eastern Cape having the most documents not being scanned in. Our message here is just to say there is a need to make sure that this functions properly. One, to support the case docket management, the physical case docket where there's a duplicate case docket, but more so realizing the strategic objective of digitizing the organization together as being able to be part of the member project of the IJS, which is also important. There's been some investment in some of this system, and we need to start seeing the return on investment in this area. As I move to the next slide, this talks to the forensic laboratory. In the left, we're just identifying the areas where it's impacting the forensic lab. One of the key things that we've identified is the ever-increasing number of backlog cases that are sitting within this unit, and they continue to be increasing, and it's not decreasing. There are areas that are impacted by DPW or the dependency in DPW in terms of, finding the proper accommodation in terms of air conditioning and some storage facilities. And as well, we are just advocating that the department, together with those who are in the value chain, to continue to engage DPW to address some of these issues. But on the right, we deal with the key issues that are within the control of SAPS that are also contributing to some of the things we are identifying within the unit. One is the reduction in the number of position that sits there. If we look at the previous organogram and the one that they currently are implementing, there's been a drop of the key staff that are in the unit of about 45%, and of that of the support unit, there's about 72%. One of the key things, or one of the key roles that is played by the support functions of that unit is in terms of procurement of some of the key chemicals that they need, being able to procure for services and everything they need. And if you've reduced or there's no enough staff in terms of procurement or staff in terms of support who are supposed to do some of the procurement, then that also impacts the turnaround time of how effectively they're able to get the key service providers that are supposed to support the unit. But more so, we are saying the SAPS Act also requires the National Commissioner, if not the accounting officer, to determine the staffing of each unit as we have it, and with the ever decreasing number of positions as we see them that are not being filled, we saying that also continues to impact that unit. Another area that we've identified is obviously the procurement and contract management, where some of the contracts that they have are either coming to an end to servicing some of the key equipment, and as well there's expired maintenance of contracts within some of those for those machineries that are needed. Some of the impact on the fact that if you don't have an existing contract that's supposed to service key machines, it means then you must go through a quotation process to be able to procure some of the service. And we do know that generally the procurement process is not a process you can do in 2 days. It normally takes time, which then therefore means that there is some key services or functions that are not happening as and when you are still waiting for the procurement. More so, you don't have even personnel to help you with dealing with some of those procurement. I move from this area, but I'd like to highlight there's a material irregularity that we issued to the accounting office before year end, or before our concluding of our audit. I think the responses, there is some actions that have been given to us. We were still evaluating at the time on the actions that the accounting officer said they were going to take. In the next slide, I'm not going to touch much on it, but this deals with the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. I think our message here is saying this is not a police document, but is a document that is actually touching across the whole country or different sectors within the country that's supposed to be implemented. That we are just advocating for CSPS to continue finding effectiveness in terms of implementing of this strategy. And I move to the next one where I talk about IPID turnaround and investigation of their backlog cases. There is a concern that we've been bringing to you, Honorable Chair, in terms of IPID being able to deal with some of the cases that are there. I think in the right we are just highlighting where are some of the issues they are having, where their backlogs have been increasing. But our message sits with that graph as we have there in terms of what is it that they target, what is it that they've achieved, and what is their intake of cases which is not aligned. The ones that are within their control is what they actually achieve and what they target. I will give you with the first one. The first one, the department targeted to achieve 50 in terms of cases that deals with death in police custody, so meaning that they target to complete at least 50 cases, but we can see that this department was able to deal with 141 cases in the current year. But more so, we also are highlighting their challenge in terms of what they've taken, or new cases as they've taken in the current year, is about 207 cases. So then it continues to show that the backlog will continue to increase in this space, and that's a concern that this portfolio must be worried about. This other one just talks about the different categories as we have them on as IP take it. As I move to the next slide, and I'm close to concluding, Chairperson, I think I'd like to talk to some of the recommendation in terms of dealing with the service delivery. And these are recommendations to the accounting officers and accounting authorities and executive authorities. The first one is the implementation of fast-tracking of the implementation of the IJS module to ensure that the department actually starts enjoying the return on investment. One of the key things that we identify with that ICDMS is that there's a strict or there's a specific instruction note from National Commissioner that says how they need to deal with scanning of case dockets, but continuously some members are still not scanning the documents they need to scan. The next one is the capacitating of the FSL and the detective services by filling of key funded position, and as well also in terms of monitoring this material irregularity as we have it. Continue engagement with DPW on the infrastructure matters of FSA, improvement of turnaround time for investigations within IPID so that backlogs are reduced, implementation action plans to address the MIs across the whole environment, and continue the implementation of initiative as they are included in the ICVPS. As I move to the last slide is the overall committee message or message to this committee. But this message is also aligned to what we have recommended to the accounting officer and authorities, because we are just requesting that when they come and represent to this audit committee, there's specific areas you must be looking at. In terms of POPCRU, the progress on implementing of internal controls in addressing the data issues together with that qualification that they have in the area, the effective implementation of the audit action plan, and cascading of the action plan of SAPS on AOPO down to all the levels that we have within the value chain of the SAPS, performing of regular follow-ups with the accounting office and authority on monitoring and the development and implementation of preventative controls to deal with the compliance of laws and regulation. This is to make sure that this audit aims to reduce the irregular expenditure as we've dealt with in terms of the compliance with laws and regulation. Progress in addressing material irregularities in both SAPS and SERA. And in terms of service delivery, one of the key things we are saying, when you are considering the APP of the department, consider if they've included all indicators as it's reflected in the MTDP, because in the current year, we identified there were those indicators that were not included in the APP. Monitor of implementation by SAPS on addressing the utilization of the ICDMS and eradication of the backlog cases at FSA. And then requesting CSPS to provide comprehensive feedback on their current status on how they're implementing that ICVPS strategy, and as well collaborate active action with the relevant committees within the security cluster and other role players in terms of effective and implementation of the same ICVPS strategy, because like I did say, it is the responsibility of everybody. Chairperson, I'd like to stop there, and we can take reflections and comments on this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor for the members. Morning, Honourable Skosana, welcome. I'm glad you could join us. I'm going to open the floor for the members for questions and comment. For the sake of time, please try and keep your comment below 5 minutes and your question. And please make notes of the questions as well. That if something isn't answered or it's missed by mistake, we can come back to it and make sure that every single question is addressed in the detail that you would like. I've noted the Honourable Skosana, the Honourable Schikkerling, the Honourable Reverend Meshwe, Ghana, Honourable Sopopo, Honourable James, got you. There we go. Can I start with Honourable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to my colleagues and to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, and the top management of SAPS, Civilian Secretariat, AG. My question, Chair, is are we going to make question to AG or are we going to question the...
No, to the AG for now. If the questions for clarity, remember that later on there will be more questions or the reports, the annual reports from the relevant departments, and then we can engage on whatever was also seen in here.
Okay, I'll get back later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I don't necessarily have a question for the AG. I just want to thank them for the report. I think it's very detailed and very thorough. And I think it's indicative of what every one of us have been saying for months, if not for a year or longer, that there's a problem with the management of SAPS. I think they've highlighted the fact that critical vacancies are left open. And I think something that is incredibly important that we should take note of today is the fact that SERA has completely lost sight of its mandate, completely. And SERA in its current form is no longer fit for purpose at all. And definitely we need a complete review of SERA, and a restructuring is absolutely necessary, because in its current form it is not fulfilling any mandate at all. I regularly visit court cases to see what's happening. It's interesting to me. And everything that the AG has highlighted today makes sense. Dockets are not filled in correctly. which lead to the cases being thrown out of court. They're not completed properly. We wait for months and months for forensics. We wait for ballistics. We wait for SAP 205s. It cannot be that the dockets are not scanned properly. So I just have a question to the AG. I mean, what is your suggestion, or how do you see the scanning of the dockets being rectified? And I agree. I think the system needs to be digitized completely. Is there any other recommendation that you've made, considering that this is the 5th year that you're speaking about the same thing, and the SAPS is obviously not listening to the recommendations you've made? They're not listening to their own internal audit. So what recommendation do you have there? And it's also very clear to me that we've got a massive problem in procurement, not only from the amount of money that we see on irregular expenditure, because I think a lot of irregular expenditure takes place, and then because the expenditure is so high already in the SAPS, it gets converted to unauthorized expenditure, so that we don't increase our irregular expenditure. So I just want to see what is your take on the AG on the difference in what the police is doing currently with the irregular expenditure and the unauthorized expenditure, because I think it is being redirected incorrectly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is very concerning to hear that there is a stagnation in audit outcomes, which obviously means that there is no improvement. There should be reasons why recommendations are not implemented. The AG spoke about lack of strong leadership, and as a result, management not actioning what they're recommending. Now, what in their assessment of the attitudes and what is happening, what do they think could be at the base of the reasons why there is no actioning? Can it be because that is a sign of condonation, or it's a lack of skills? And if there are lack of skills in senior management, what does the AG do to ensure that there will be improvement? Because it cannot be that it is like this, we just have to accept that things will remain like this for as long as it is necessary. Do you sense that there could be an element of defiance? And why would cooperation not be there when it is for the good of the country? Because resources are needed to fight crime. And when we complain that crime is not being reduced, then we are told that there are no resources, budgets have been cut, and there is money that should be recovered and it's not recovered. Are reasons given why it is not recovered? Because ultimately, SAPS has to turn the situation around crime around in this country. And for as long as they are not able to recover, or they are not recovering, I'm not sure whether it's a matter of not being able or not willing to do that, not doing enough to do that. I would like to have some explanations on that. The issue of case dockets not properly scanned. It's also an issue that obviously one needs to know. The National Commission, we are told that he tells the stations the importance of doing that, and that is not done. Again, the question of defiance comes back to me. Is it because there is defiance, or there is unwillingness? What could be the reason, and how does the AG think this can be turned around? Because it cannot be business as usual, We cannot be told that from year to year, from financial year to another financial year, there is a stagnation. There is not going to be improvement. This stagnation has to change. So what does the AG think has to be done so that this stagnation becomes something of the past? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Reverend. Honourable Ghana, we're going to go through your remarks and questions, and then I'm going to pause and hand over to the AG again to answer, from where we will go to the Honourable Sokopo, James and Mbio. Okay? Honourable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning to you, leadership of the ministry, the police, and everyone here. So I'll repeat what I've been saying for a long time. That what we see, the fights that we see in the police, have to do with the supply chain.
Yeah.
And we must not think that the fight's about protecting the people of South Africa. At the root of the fights, or whatever we see the police, all these press conferences and all those things have got to do with supply chain. So I'll just focus there, and then when we get to the police, I'll deal with the other issues. What I feel, AG, you did not give us and also the people of South Africa a flavor. It's the nature of the contracts that you're talking about, where irregular expenditure, especially in the police, were incurred. Because if we start getting a sense to say, all right, is this the contract that has to do with the bulletproofs? Is this the contract that has to do with the boots? Is this the contract that has to do with the wellness and so forth? We start getting to understand. So when we see the figures like this, and it says 649 million non-compliance with procurement laws, it does not tell the story. And I think you need to tell us to say which of these contracts, what were these suppliers meant to supply? And then, because even this particular tender that's in the middle of all the things that are happening right now, of Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, whether when we talk about this figure, is it inclusive or exclusive of that? And because it was cancelled after some payment, so it was not the entirety of the contract. So there was some payment of 50 million, unless if maybe that particular contract, its termination came after the official termination. Obviously, the pronouncements to say it will be cancelled and so forth might have fallen within the financial year, but the actual signing to say it's terminated, it's the next financial year. I think there needs to be clarity on that. And whether when we look at this amount, is it inclusive of that? And then when you, for instance, you mention that there's a almost 2.5 billion of irregular expenditure that has not been submitted to the relevant authority for further action. What do you mean? Is it something that you think there is a 2.5 that sits there that still needs further investigation by yourselves and the team, or this, or I mean, like, and give us a bit of flavor, especially in the police. Which contracts become which contracts are tends to follow or incur irregular expenditure? Because once you get there, you are able to start saying, all right, is this a pattern? If it has to do with the police uniform or the whatever, the bulletproof, the guns and so forth, then you start going in. And then the last point, Chair, on SCM, because that's the center of the fights. That's the center of everything that has gone wrong with the police. It's around the people that sits in the, whether it's the bid, evaluation, education, the committees. Because as we understand, we are made to understand, is that one of the people that sat in the bid that awarded Ket Matlala resigned and went to the javelin throwing. We are dealing with javelin throwing. So you sit here, you award the tender, then you resign to go and work for the company that you awarded the tender to. What kind of vetting, and it might very well, General, this one you'll answer when you come in, to say what level of vetting goes into the people who are sitting in these committees and the lifestyle audits. You know, like last week I asked the Minister of Public Service and Administration, and he said in the entirety of the public service, only 24 individuals failed the lifestyle audit. The entirety of the public service, the entirety. And I'm like, it can't be. That only 24 people, they are living within their means, living according to the salaries that they receive. We know it can't be. And to understand in the SCM, how do we do the lifestyle audits? Because if you go to the parking lots, you can say that this person with the salary that you are paying them, general, they can't afford the kind of cars that they are driving. They can't afford the kind of houses that they are living in. But they are living there. So I think let's expand a bit on the SCM. Let's not be accused after this meeting that the portfolio committee did not do its job, did not ask the questions that needs to be asked. So please unpack the SCM. Let's understand what's at the root of all these fights in the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Garner. I then hand over back to the AG. You always have the nice opportunity to answer all the uncomfortable questions. So I hand over to you, and then to the members, please just keep track if something is missed that we can come back to it. I want to make sure we cover every single one. Okay, is your hand up, Honourable Skosana? Okay, I'll list you, I'll put you on the list. There we go.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll try answer as much as I can answer, but I think some questions could be really questions that will properly be answered by the department, but I'll try and sort of show which ones are those. I think there was a question around what's our take on irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure, or I think along those lines. I think in the current year and the last most recent years, there hasn't been any unauthorized expenditure as it was incurred by the Department of Police. The expenditure we've been highlighting to this committee, to management as well, that has been ever increasing. It is that one of irregular expenditure. And maybe this answer will also answer Honorable Ghana's question that talks to what type. I don't think we've done a proper assessment to say we can see what type of contracts that tend to be irregular in the space, but the overall assessment is the fact that there is things that tend not to go right. And I think majority of it we've identified in terms of changing some criteria like in pre-qualifying. Let's say there was something that was said needed to be done or was put as a pre-qualifying criteria, but when the evaluation then occurs, then either the rule is relaxed or is changed a bit. Whether it's because there's a need that has changed or maybe the department is seeing that something has changed, there's a process that needs to be followed. Those cannot be changed in the process of evaluation because you've already put specific criteria to the public out there of what needs to occur, and therefore you cannot just go change some of those. So I think that assessment of what type we haven't really done. So I think the question about the increasing irregular expenditure of what kind that it really is. So Annually, currently, I think previously you would be able to see the full balance of irregular expenditure going back as far back 10 years, depending if the department has dealt with it. A few years ago, there was an instruction or a practice note that came from Treasury that allowed the department to only show the comparative amount. So the current year is irregular in the prior years. So the 3.1 billion, as we are sitting in the annual report, it's irregular expenditure that goes a number of years. So some of this irregular expenditure would have shown in the years we were auditing at that particular time. Consequence management would have followed up to see if it was taken or if it was done in those irregular expenditure, then it sits that side. So there's a number of processes that needs to happen. Majority of the time or of instances is where it needs to be condoned by National Treasury. So for whatever reason, whether there's delays from National Treasury or other reasons, you find that it's not completely dealt with in that manner. So, but there are other processes I do understand the department can undertake in terms of continuously dealing with that, because those irregular expenditures, sometimes they would have been investigated. Consequence management, they would have said they've taken, but however, it will be the step of condoning, which, depending on who's the condoner at the time, will determine if they are going to condone that irregular expenditure. I want to go back to just look at some of the questions. I think there was a question from the Honorable Reverend Mushwe, who asked about what do we think needs to be done with the scanning. And I think it's going back to the root cause we kept on talking about in terms of performance information. So instruction note, you go, deals with case docket, deals with maybe dealing or doing certain processes. We found in most instances there are controls that have been put. So either there's an accounting officer's instruction note, or there's a legislation that says members need to do X, Y, Z. But more often than not, you'd find that they don't adhere to those instructions. Same with the scanning. There is an instruction to say the detective commanders of those stations need to weekly, I think, verify and check if the case dockets have the scanned documents, and then ultimately the station commander in that area weekly need to go, I think it's weekly if I'm not mistaken, my team can correct me on that, need to also go verify and check if that action is done, because ultimately the responsibility is given them. So question is, when a member does not adhere to the instruction, what then happens to the member? And I think that's where the consequence management is coming to. So if that member is not doing, the member didn't do that, the detective commander did not follow up and do their part, the station commander did not do what they needed to do, what then happens to the district commander? Did the district commander go back and check? And again, there's a provincial commander. So it's a whole chain, which I'm still talking about, to then say that's the problem. So one of the key things that were raised by management, or management have cited in terms of scanning of case docket, I think they've spoken about how some of their scanners are not linked to the actual system. So now it then means it's an internal process where there's a process that was not done, because you've got a scanner, you've got a system, but you didn't link the two. So something needs to be looked at. But I do understand that there's areas that are either remote or for whatever reason, there's network issues. So we continue as we go to the stations. There's some stations that will tell you that they are struggling with networks, where they are unable, or the network is such that it's not stronger to be able to handle the volume of what they need to do. Whether that is factual, is correct, it's not some of the things we've verified, but in some areas we would see that really they are struggling with network. But again, it's going back to the department to then say, how do you plan for it? Because even when IGS or this ICDMS comes in, there's a planning process that comes with it. So meaning that at planning, you know how many stations you have, you know where they are stationed, and you know for you to implement such a system, what needs to be supplemented by it, including networks. So those are part of the integrated part of planning to then say, we are already in the phase of implementing and concluding the second part, which is supporting the full detective processes. But however, we're still also struggling with the first part, that needed network. So meaning that there needs to be that alignment in the planning and in terms of implementation. So part of our recommendation is going back to the fact that consequence management and adherence of those instruction notes, and as well the proper planning and aligning the needs that are going to go with that part. And then I just want to see what other areas we have. I think I do not have a full details of which contracts. Maybe while we are taking another round of questions, I can just consult with my team to see if we can identify the contracts that were audited and which ones and what has happened. I think we sort of a rough number of how many contracts. Like I can tell you that in the current year, we audited X number of contracts, and of those X number of contracts, how many had issues or we identified irregular expenditure in it. There was a question around the vetting of the bid evaluation committee members, and I think that one's more specifically to the department, the question. But however, I think you would see in our root causes we were talking about SCM was the a proper judgment process, or if not judgment process, but a proper due diligence that is lacking somewhere in the evaluation committees, and that is why we continue to see the irregular expenditure. The one thing we are saying is that we've been putting recommendations in the last few years of saying deal with the issues that we are finding in the procurement space, but more so something has not been done. I do understand that in the current year there is a new initiative like internal audit, re-looking at the tenders before they are awarded, and I think the department will talk more to that. And as well, I think there was an oversight mechanism that is supposed to assist. But there was also a question about, is it a complete defiance of members on what they are doing, or and all of that. I think when I talk about the fact that there is instruction that certain things need to be handled a certain way, and if somebody is not complying with the process, what does it mean? And if as leadership, because one of the things that as leadership that needs to be done is accountability and setting the tone of the ethical posture of the whole organization, and it's important. So therefore, it's layers of a lot of things that need to be adhered to. But the one thing I would say, there is a process, there is specific requirements of how members need to behave. Then question is, when they don't behave, what then happens? That continue to be that. I think I'll let Tabelo to just take on if there's anything I've missed. Other than that, I'll just get those numbers of contracts we've audited.
No, thank you, Nelly. I think she's covered it. I really wanted to re-emphasize, and maybe our request is for that question to be directed to the department. Like she said, in all our work, one of the feedback we have is instruction notes, beautiful instruction notes that were signed off by the National Commissioner that are very clear to go to the people on the ground. The question then is, if the people on the ground are not implementing, what are we doing about them? The one thing that we also saw, I thought she was going to cover on some of the observation we had when we embarked on the journey where we call it adopted district. So as part of the work that we do, where we were trying to help the department to improve their AOPO, we then said we are going to partner with them, and we are going to then select a district and then be able to journey with them. And the understanding was the fact that by the time an achievement is reported in the annual performance report, it starts on the ground. And it is important that the policeman on the ground who triggers an achievement understand the importance of why they do what they do. So if the person on the ground doesn't understand that if I'm going to be the first person on the crime scene and I'm going to start writing down the information, if they don't have a vision of how this is going to end in the annual performance report, they won't understand the importance that they need to put on getting things right. If the next level is the people that then capture on the system, if they don't understand the importance of the era of male versus female, what that era means from the crime stats perspective, if they don't get it, we are then really going to already have a problem. So it's important that the people on the ground understand that my job is not just to capture. My job is not just to complete a document. What I input has a ripple effect at the end of the day with what we end up reporting. And that project was really trying to understand what is really happening on the ground and try to create awareness of the importance of the work that they do. It's linked back to my ecosystem. If that official does not understand the importance of what they do, if that official does not understand how their work feeds into the bigger picture, we can sit and have this conversation. The National Commissioner can send instruction notes. It's not going to work. So it's important that everybody within the department has an understanding of how their work impacts and feeds into the bigger picture of what we are then trying to achieve. So when we did that project, we really wanted to unpack that as well, but also try to understand where are the gaps happening. And I think that's why we would see our recommendation, instead of just giving a recommendation to National Commissioner, we started talking about station commanders. We started talking about district commanders. Because that's the level that the department has created. And now all those levels needs to be aligned and make sure the fact that there's a problem. I also said in my ecosystem, senior management, they have a responsibility of creating an environment that the official can be able to perform. They have a responsibility of empowering the officials. And if they are not doing their job and they are signing off on these reports, then we are then going to have a problem. So there's a need to unpack the levels. Station commander, are you doing their job? Do you understand your job? The next level, so that we are then able to do that. So I think that's our view, that maybe there's a gap with the overall understanding of how my job fits into the bigger scheme of things. For us to be able to report the crime stats, the person that triggered it needs to understand that I need to get the information right. I need to make sure that it's captured right, so that we then don't have the findings we have at the end of the day. You've covered me on the nature of the contracts. I think the team can quickly check and give a feedback on. And I think that's what I just wanted to add. Oh yes, on the irregular expenditure also covered me as well. So the National Treasury Framework is clear. When there's an irregular expenditure that has been identified, what is the process that needs to be followed? There needs to be an investigation, and if people are found, they need to be held accountable. National Treasury will not condone an irregular expenditure amount if they are not satisfied that the steps has been followed. Mostly what happens is, yes, the department can submit and say, this is my investigation. If National Treasury is not really convinced that there was proper due diligence, if they're not convinced that people are held accountable, they will not condone it. And what we will then see is this ever-increasing irregular expenditure balance. And hence, our recommendation in the slides is to say they need to go further. If Treasury wanted extra things to be done, they need to implement them so that we start seeing that irregular expenditure dealt with. And I think it's important that if irregular expenditure is not dealt with, the culture is not changing. If we are not holding people accountable, there's going to be continuously new irregular expenditure entering the system. So it's important that we complete this part from the old irregular expenditure, and the culture throughout is understood that people are held accountable in this department, so that we can then close it so that we don't have new irregular expenditure. So I think that's what I wanted to add, but the team is going to look at those from the work that we did, what type of contracts they were, so that then we can then provide feedback for you.
So just to check whether this particular contract of Vusi Matlala was part of the audit or not. Is that what you are going to check now? Because you should have anticipated that the question will come, and you should have been able to say to us that that particular contract is not included for this audit. I mean, it has been topical for the last 3 months. Was it part of the audit or not?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. No, I meant the whole list. I thought you were looking for the whole list. I thought we understood the question to say, when you see the irregular expenditure that's reported, you wanted to see the whole list of type. If the question was on the specific contract, yes, it was. So the process that happened is we selected the sample, and then it was part of our sample. And then when we then were looking for information, we did get feedback that there was work that internal audit has done, but they were not done with their process. So we then also embarked on a process of then auditing that specific contract as well. So yes, work was done on the specific contract the member is asking.
It's non-compliance.
Or the non-compliance. Okay, so my team will keep me honest. There's 2 non-compliance that was raised, and I think internal audit can also respond on what they found. But on the work that we do in our scope, there was 2 non-compliance that we raised. The first one was the fact that it was not advertised within 21 days, which is one of the requirements by Treasury. The second one was back around the pre-qualification matter that we raised, to say when we were assessing and we realized that some of the pre-qualification matters were not met. I'm getting my team to confirm, and therefore they should have been disqualified. Am I correct? Yes. So they didn't meet some of the pre-qualification criteria, and therefore they should have been disqualified, but they were not disqualified.
I like that saying when you say your team is going to keep you honest. Yes. And then everyone sits there like...
No, Chair, it's because remember they are the one that looks at the actual document, so they must hold me accountable so that I must not misrepresent the work that they did. Thank you.
So colleagues, then we move to the Honourable Sokopo. Honourable Skosana, I've listed you after Honourable Mbio. Okay. Honourable Sokopo.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also take the opportunity to welcome the report of the AG. I think some of the issues the AG have raised would have been questions that must be answered by the relevant departments. That's why you would have questions, but after your explanations, and Honourable Skosana was then saying that he's going to ask the questions later. I would also go to that route and take some of the questions to where it must go. I just wanted to check, Chair, with the AG. In one financial year, how often do you visit or go and do your supposed work audit in these departments? The reason I'm asking is that, say if in a financial year there's 4 quarters and you go 2 times or 3 times, you would have then, as professionals or experts, would have then picked up that there is a red flag, something is not going to come all right. And if that's the case, do you advise to say, with quarter 1, we already pick up, we're now in quarter 2, or we already pick up that you might have a findings here. And this is what we recommend for you to fix, if it is fixable. And if it is the case, what is the response you get, considering the work that you must do over these 4 quarters? 2, which would be my last question, what enforcement powers do you have? Or at least do you have to report it somewhere outside of the people that you are auditing? I'm asking this question because if there's red flags, and I've seen in local government municipalities where people say it is the 5th or the 6th year that there is a disclaimer. Does it just mean that it's going to be like that every year? The only thing that you do, you just come and audit and give a report. There is no consequence for it outside of the system. Because clearly, I'm sure the National Commissioner would have to respond to when they have received. So those are questions that are going to be posed to them. But just from you, from your end, as a structure, as an institution, I don't want to say you're powerless, but that's how I rather ask that. Do you have enforcement powers to say, but this is what we have been picking up? It looks like this thing you have just in your report was saying that there is no improvement at SAPS and what, and with CIRA and ICVPS, what it looks like there's some movement. So if for the next 5 years there's no improvement, it's more like we have come, we have ticked the box, we're gone. We're going to see them next year. I just wanted to check on those 2, and then the rest of the questions I'm sure we'll deal with the relevant departments at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sokopo. Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'd like to appreciate the report. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I want to start with the bread and butter issues, the things that affects our communities, and probably the reason why we haven't had the release of stats, Chair. For the past 2 months, it's been delayed. This is probably one of the reasons why the docket scanning process that you spoke about it. I honestly have a feeling that this is underreported, and it is underreported based on the fact that I've gone to various police stations and conducted my own oversight, and I've seen the state of these dockets and where they are kept, and I've heard from the members on the ground saying that, you know what, there's no proper filing system, and the fact that all of these loose pieces of statements and dockets are not going in there because you'll find that you go to a police station, there's a container that has probably over 2,000 to 3,000 dockets in a container. And someone has to sit there, is employed to sit in that container, to look for one docket that must appear at court, and it takes her over 2 weeks to find it. So I want to ask you, when you reported on that, number one, I think it's definitely underreported. How did you come up with those findings? What were the things that you looked out for? Just clarity on that so that I can understand why this has happened. Then also, on that, did you take into consideration outdated equipment? That is the other thing as well, because at most of these police stations, we speak about scanning dockets and linking it to the system. They don't even have scanners. At most of these police stations, the scanner's either not working or it's outdated, and I can actually give you case studies. I can list many police stations that has outdated scanners. So this is why I'm saying I don't think that your findings here in terms of those dockets are actually accurate in terms of what is happening on the ground. The forensic lab, you've told us, you basically told us what we know. Many of these service providers, you spoke about service providers, let me get it right, contracts that's near expiry date. You need to tell us more so that when we question SAPS, we know exactly, is it just 2, what percentage is it, so that we know how to probe. Expired maintenance contracts, that impacts the people on the ground as well. These maintenance contracts, for what specifically is it? To detect what, so that we know how to address that. When you say maintenance of what? So we'd also like to give us a percentage of how many of those contracts are close to expiry date. Then 649 million non-compliance in procurement. That, I want to agree with Honorable Garner, that doesn't tell us much. You need to give us more, even if you just give us some examples, like for what are these services where there was non-compliance, who are the service providers that you find, even if you just give us the top 10, because with that we'll identify also the patterns. Have you identified what is the common denominator with all of these cases, with all of the non-compliance that leads to 649 million, because 649 million can add to a huge impact and turnaround at our police stations. So we need to identify this as well. You speak about consequence management. Now, I want to ask, what authority do you actually have? Because it seems as if though, year in and year out, the numbers change, you make the recommendations. What percentage of the recommendations that you've made over the past, let's just say 2 years, has actually been taken seriously, has actually been acted upon by the department? Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you, Honourable James. Honourable Beale.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would also like to welcome the report. I think my colleagues have covered me. Some of the questions will direct them to the right people. So mine is it's that what steps are being taken to resolve ITC procurement delays and to ensure systems reliability? And is that the other thing is that we can't be Bluetoothing. It's like Bluetooth, and then that's it. But they need to know, as much as people will account, after that, after accountability, what happens? So we need to know what is it that needs to be done, and what measures have you taken so that we help the people of South Africa? Ne? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mbio. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, I think most questions falls to the SAPS. But I just want to ask, I heard in one of your recommendations, you said that perhaps the issue of quotations, if I heard you well, would be much better. I'm not sure whether I'm right, of what I heard, but it's scary if that's the case. Unless there's because we learn from experience. You know what happened in Tembisa Hospital? People register 40 companies. They only do the so-called quotations. The limit, I'm not sure now what's the limit, but I will before the end of business. But it was scary that when you look at the total amount which the particular person, Mr. Mao, I think is Maumela or so, it's concerning for me to really say that the quotations will help, though there's no total or a perfect system which the government can use, whether it's supply chain management. We follow the PMFA. We are working with people, not with robots. You know what is exactly happening. Your findings, as well as you said yourself. I'm looking at the annual irregular expenditure, 2024. 2024, 278.8 million, am I right? 278, yes. 2024, 2025, 667.8. There's always 8 here, yeah, but it's scary. It's going up. It's more than double. Now, I don't want to talk about SIRA, because SIRA, obviously, the budget, it's peanuts. And we've been asking that budget has to be looked upon. I mean, you can't have a monitoring body with a low budget like that. Obviously, the performance of them, to the maximum, it's not possible. Now, the impact of that irregular expenditure incurred, take into cognizance that the other matters does not, fall under the auspices of the National Commissioner. For instance, the IPID issue. IPID, we are told that they report to the minister, am I right? Now the minister will have to answer on that. You'll have a baptism of fire, Minister, though you only have less than 3 months on this, Unfortunately, the person who's supposed to answer us is on special leave. Oh, it's on leave, I'm sorry. No, there's an acting minister, there's no minister. The minister is sitting at home. Now, the bid awarded, remember we are from a horror story of PPEs. Even with the South African Police Service, am I right? And I just want to, I won't bother you much about that, because answer, most question will be, Chair, with SAPS. But we are told now that Media 24, I think it's Media 2024, I'll put the name straight, that they were supposed to be disqualified, am I right?
Medicare.
Yeah, I mean Medicare, I'm saying Media 24, I'm talking about the journalist. Medicare 24, there's 2024. Am I right, Chair, if I heard well, that they were supposed to be disqualified? I think the team, that's what they communicated with you. obviously there'll be litigation in that matter. And I think seriously litigation. In other words, that money which was paid as well was irregular, am I right? Now, in your work, your advice as well, because we are dealing with the SAPS, which the budget as well, it's not a small department, it's a huge department. Hence we have so many lieutenant generals in the department. And I must admit that we need that. Deputy Director Generals in the department. Otherwise, with 170 plus staff, other departments, there's Department of Sports here. I don't think they have 2 DGs. I think they've got 1 chair because they're a small department. But with SAPS, the citizen of this country depends on SAPS. So we need an effective management on that. My last one here is a comment, which what I've picked up here. Hence, I'm saying most questions will fall into the SAPS itself. I see the MS, the issue of scannings and what. We went to different police stations, particularly in KZN in the Eastern Cape. I think we went to another police station, if I remember. There's few police stations which are, top-notch, state-of-the-art. But there are some police stations, and I must applaud those men and women in blue who are working in those police stations. I see you spoke about the air conditions. Some of them, when it's raining, the water is coming in. Now, but they are still there. One gentleman, I think he was retiring. He had almost, yes, if I remember well. But it leaves much to be desired. In fact, Chair, my recommendation is that we must have the Department of Public Works. Because, we can't blame the police when it comes to buildings. They've dropped the ball big time. Now, there's some successes as well, in terms of what the SAPS has done. Like we went to an area where there's, why don't you call it, it's in a simple term, there's a lot of cameras in that. They can watch us from a distance. Though there's about 4 companies. The last one, which when we left there, is the 4th company which is trying to finish that building in Wamacho or in another, I don't remember well, but in KZN. So I'm saying, Chair, some of the issues here, which as well, I'm not trying to defend anyone here, but I think part and parcel of what we have in terms of dockets, where these dockets are being kept, the Department of Public Works must take responsibility. Because in some other areas, there's no way where you can keep those dockets. And I see in Gauteng, because Gauteng is more urban, KwaZulu-Natal, well, urban and semi-rural areas, and most is rural. But because there's Durban here, I guess that's why we have this 7.3%. Western Cape, obviously, where we are as well, it's more urban. But when you look at the Eastern Cape, 57.66%, it's a cause for concern. But I'm not sure whether, Chair, this has to do anything with the AGSA, but I guess most questions will be with SAPS. With that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. Then lastly, the Honourable Reverend Mesh. Oh, you covered. Okay. I just have one question, and then I'm going to hand over to you for the final round. Is when will these MIs be reported or handed over to the SIU? When and how is that decision made? You mentioned the CIRA example earlier that you've referred it to the SIU. So what triggers that referral, that it finally gets to that point? Because that, in my mind, is a kind of a success. It's a step forward. And I think how can we also support you in that? Over to you.
Okay, I will start and my team will take the other questions. On the question around how often do we audit and do we give advice on the work that we do. So we audit once a year from our side. So ideally, when the financial statements are submitted for audit on the 31st of May, it actually triggers our process for us to then start the audit process. However, there are instances where we know that there's a lot of work to be covered where we can then start the audit a little bit earlier to start with the planning process, the risk assessment process, but we really audit once. So there are instances for other departments where in our audit we can divide it into an interim audit and a final audit. So in instances where we do an interim audit, typically we might start in January, maybe where we start the audit, and whatever observations that we have, we do give to management to be able to look at some of the findings that we've raised, so that when they do prepare their financial statements for 31 May, they've addressed it. I think a good example is what we did last year with the POPCRU, where we were following up on the qualification for the prior year. We actually did an interim audit where we were really trying to look at that the work they've done to try to address the qualification. We gave them the findings so that they are able to address the issues before the official submission of financial statement 31 May 2025, and unfortunately, even after that, they were not able to address some of the findings. So that is really the frequency, but ideally we only go once, and hence we were emphasizing the importance of internal audit, because internal audits are more closer to the ground, and they are also able to do whether it's a quarterly review process, and they're able to then earlier on give the findings to management for them to address them. I think there was a question around the enforcement powers that we have. I think the enforcement powers that we have is what we call the material irregularities, where if we have identify 8 transactions that meets the definition of material irregularities, we can then raise specific finding for that transaction. So we then enforce. The material irregularity has different processes. So the first process would be to allow management to be able, the accounting officer to be able to present based on what we found, and then we give them time to be able to correct the matter. However, as and when we then follow up, where we are not satisfied that the actions that the accounting officer is not, that the accounting officer is taking is not appropriate, we then move to the different levels of the material irregularity. So we can then move to where we then issue a recommendation. We then move where we issue a remedial action, which is a direct instruction, where we are then saying the accounting officers needs to do this by this to correct the process, and depending where there's a loss, that's where we can go as far as issuing a certificate of debt. So that is our enforcement powers. I think the question was asked, where else do we report? We may not necessarily report in a specific entity, but we then, at the end of the day, present a general report. I hope the honorable members are aware of the general report, where we then consolidate government, and from there, we present to different stakeholders. If it's a matter where we feel like National Treasury should be aware of it and do something about it, we will then, as an office, then present to National Treasury. So these are the issues we are worried about. If it's an issue, for example, where my colleague was talking about, if it's something like ICDMS that needs the justice cluster, some of these things will take them to another portfolio committee to say, look, we are worried because this thing impacts you. We can take it to the presidency, but that's usually done at an overall basis. But those are other people that we do engage in the process to try to get the action that we would want to see on any matters that has been raised. I think my team will help me here with the findings in the current year. Honorable Chair members, may I request permission to submit a table with all the findings that we raised that will indicate what it was for. But when I look at the document, it varied. There were some that had to do with a borehole system.
There were some that had to do with a panel of professional service providers. So it was different type of services where we had raised the findings for procurement. And I think we want to reiterate what we are picking as one of the problems is when the department puts out an advert, they specify the pre-qualifying conditions and they specify the criteria. What we are picking up is when the bid evaluation committee is looking at that, they are no longer sticking to what they told the bidders they want. There are adjustments that are happening within the system, and hence one of the recommendations is, what is triggering the adjustments? Is it because we did not get our bid our specification right? And hence one of the recommendations is, maybe we need to work on our specification. If our specification is not covering us, maybe we must adjust it. The question is, which the demand is, why are the bid evaluation committee adjusting the condition they had put out in the advert? So that's why we are seeing it across various tenders. So we haven't really done an assessment, like you said, on the trend. But when I look at the findings, they are on different things. The other one is on chassis cabs into converting something. So it's different types of procurement. So hence we're saying the root cause is something is happening in the bid evaluation stage that really we need to zoom in. Why do the bid evaluation members feel the need to adjust? Where else so that is for us the crux of the matter. I do know that this specific contract made noise, but what we are saying is, let's not just worry about this contract only. There's other contracts. There's something we need to zoom into the procurement of the department that needs to be unpacked, because today it might be the Media 24, tomorrow it might be under contract that we might not even know. So that is really our call to committee to say, zoom into the bid evaluation committee process. And I do know that the question then says, but there's also a bid adjudication. There is something happening in the procurement in the department that needs us to zoom into. What we can do on our side, members, we can submit a table for the findings we raised last year, and the committee will see it's different contractors and it's different processes, and then we will then be able to resolve the issue. And then there was a question around, I think my team will answer the question around, specific question around the ICDMS and the scanning. The one question I wanted to respond to is what the chair asked around when do we refer the material irregularities to SIU. So if we issue a material irregularity and then the accounting officer responds with actions, when we unpack some of the stuff, sometimes we realize that this is beyond our mandate. Sometimes we pick fraud risk indicators. Sometimes we realize the fact that we are not the proper people to assess this material irregularity. We will then send it to SIU, for example. If we give example with the one on POPCRU, as and when we were assessing the responses from the accounting authority, we also got a whistleblower that said the information you are looking at may have been doctored. So already that for us was a sign that it is no longer a part of the things that I can do, because now I don't know which document to then really trust. So when we then made the assessment with this information, we then realized that we are not the proper people to really be able to follow up on the material irregularity and close it. We then took it to SIU, because for us it says there might be bigger things at play within the entity rather than just a contract issue. So those are the instances where we refer material irregularities to other bodies. If we would pick indicators of fraud, if we pick indicators that really of criminal, for example, criminal behavior or different expertise that we feel we don't have as the office of the AGSA, we then refer those MI. So we've referred a number of them across board, that it's either the SIU. I know for one, for example, for municipalities water, we can even take it to the Department of Water and Sanitation to deal with those things. And how the committee can support us, it's really contained in our recommendation slides. I think our big message to the committee is, when these entities are presenting, all we are asking is we must then hold them, we must ask them the question. You had a material irregularity. It was issued in 2019. Why are you not resolving? For AG to resolve it, you must give them the information. Those are the questions. It's about the questions that we need to ask them to make sure that there is action.
It's about AG said you are going to implement this thing. What is the status and why are we moving? And supporting them with any blockages that might be that the department might be putting on the table to make sure that there is progress. So I'm going to hand to my colleague here to deal with the questions around the ICDMS and the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe just so I add, like for example, and I want to make an example in terms of the things to look at in terms of the MIs. One of the MIs, the 10.1 effectiveness, the action that the National Commissioner gave us was that they are going to get staffing, upgrade equipment, and all of that. And it was going to be in phases. They were specific to say, in phase 1, phase 2, this is what we're going to do. Phase 1 was that they're going to pilot a lot of those things in the Midrand call center. And then the next phase is the rest. But for them to complete the action to deal with the number of drop calls, it means that it must go across the province to the call center. So the follow-ups is that you said you're going to do X, have you done the rest? So as an example of maybe guidance on how to look at it. But I want to talk to the ICDMS case, Honorable Chairperson. I think in the last 2-3 years, if I remember, as we come to this committee, one of the things we've been talking about is exactly what the Honorable Member was talking about, the storage and filing of case dockets. Because there were a number of things that we would find when we are at police station. So the ICDMS now, it's us moving on because there's recommendations that really we've been given the department where we would go into a filing room, you find the file are in such a mess, they're on the floor. You know, the storage is, or the filing is not being done properly. In other instances, yes, there is an accommodation where the space is smaller. But in others, it's properly doing a file management. Tabelot spoke about the adopted district process that we did. And one of the processes or procedures we performed and the recommendations we gave was exactly how to deal with the filing of a case docket. Because you may have a storage, which is another issue that you need to elevate to DPW, but you also need to be able to know where the file is sitting and how it's sitting. And I think you spoke about maybe the finding as we've raised them, they might not be really dealing with the issues, but we can see. So you asked to what extent was our work done. So one, we did an overall assessment from a system perspective, where my ICT team or my IT team took the data as it comes from ICDMS, where they can see everything to then say how many police stations are actually using it, and then they were assessing based on the number of records that have been put on each case docket to say how many have really been scanned into the file. That's the data that you're seeing, and that's why you would see that Gauteng is sort of saying maybe about 5% is not properly scanned, but the rest of the other 95% is being scanned. But about that, that was a system, overall system assessment. But about that, when my teams were going to some of the district we are auditing, because annually we've got a sample of district where we audit performance information, they also did another test. This now test will confirm the exact sort of process that has been taken. There have been a number of them. I think they have 43 police stations in 9 districts. If that information is required, we can provide it. And within that, we actually find that only 32% or 14 of the 43 police stations that were visited by the teams actually scanned all documents that were required to be scanned within ICDMS. And then within that, we found that 4 of those police stations, which is 9%, their scanners are not linked to the ICDMS, so they are not really using them for police station. And 2 of those, they were not scanning at all, any documents for that matter. And then for 23 of those police stations, actually, documents or information were partially scanned. So you will find some documents, but you won't find some documents. So it's sort of supporting what we have. It's just that maybe at an overall level, because we're assessing the full systems, we might not have the small details, but the sample of these 43 stations that the teams really looked at is what they could provide. So I want to move on. I think if there was a percentage of recommendations. I don't think we have a full percentage, but we can definitely provide you with the last 2 years, what kind of recommendations they're being implemented. Some have been implemented, some are in progress. I think you would see in the performance information, you'd see there's some action that have been taken, but the slowness in implementing those progress or those recommendations remains to be some of the problems we are having and some of the things that we're actually experiencing. I think, Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to stop there unless I've missed something.
Updated equipment at FSL.
Oh, yes. I think the outdated equipment at FSL, unless I allow Charles to answer that one, I think I'll give one of my colleagues to actually answer that one because they're actually the ones who would know how many equipment, what they found in that space.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I will be speaking to the contractor FSL since I'm the one who and my team looked at in the FSL environment. Chair, we have looked at on the contract register that we have looked at it was for the forensic science environment in total, which under forensic science it will include the forensic science laboratory, criminal record and criminal scene management, and some of the IJS projects. So I'm going to speak to the FSL because we zoomed mostly on forensic science laboratory. So the nature of the contract that we have looked at, which were expired, I would say came to an end, have not been replaced, which member asked the nature of the maintenance. Is the maintenance, one of them is the maintenance of the reference index. Reference index, Chair, is the instruments which are used when they take buccal sample for the purpose of the database. For example, if they're police are doing roadblocks, they will take your buccal sample and put it on the database for the purpose of being used in the future. It's also the maintenance of the instrument that are analyzing the crime index system. Crime index are the instruments which are used to analyze the exhibits which are taken from the crime scenes. Lastly, it will be the contract around the main consumables of FSL. The consumable, like specifically, I'll talk to the FUM, you call FUM hood. Especially this device is used in the FSL to limit the exposure of, I'll say, hazards in terms of now ventilation in the lab. Again, is the consumable around liquid handler. We talk about dispensing of liquids when they are doing the analysis, which also helps in terms of the accurate data when the results are issued. So it's mostly on the biology and consumables, the contracts which are came to an end. Thanks, Chair, and the members.
Is that everything? Okay. Okay. Members, everything answered that you wanted to answer from the AG specifically. I'm going to allow us to break for tea. They just said that tea is outside and ready for 15 minutes. And the team from the AG, thank you to you. First of all, you are more than welcome to join us for tea, and you're welcome to stay if you like. We won't take it personally if you don't. And yeah, so let's aim to be back at 11:20 sharp to continue. Thank you. First on the list is SAPU, and I would like to welcome you first of all, and thank you for being here and joining us. And we really value your input, and I would like to hand over to you to do the relevant presentation. If I may add, we have got approximately an hour for the presentations from the two unions that are with us today, after which there will be time for questions and answers from the members. I will allocate 30 minutes for your presentation for both unions, and then it's about 30 minutes for the discussion. I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members, Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, leadership of the SAPS, AGSA, Secretariat of Police present. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for allowing us this opportunity to make inputs at this August House. And my name is Thabo Matsuse. I'm the President of the South African Policing Union, SAPU. I'm not alone. I am with Peter Nsime, who happens to be the Second Vice President of SAPU, and he is the one who's going to take us through the inputs. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
Apologies.
My apologies. Where is this voice coming from? If possible, can we maybe just, because I don't know where it's coming, can we maybe have the member sit over here so that we can all, if possible, Chair, please?
That is comfortable for you. You're welcome to come and sit here. Then the members can see you, and then you have the stage.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Peter Nsime will be coming to take the stage.
You can sing as well when you're on the stage. There we go. Thank you, Honorable James. Go for it.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the presentation had been submitted prior, Chair. I would request that we be assisted with giving it on the slide, so that I will go on my notes, but the presentation will be there. So. Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Police. And on behalf of the South African Policing Union, SAPU, I wish to extend our sincere gratitude for this opportunity to present our input on the SAPS annual report for the year 2024 and 2025. Before I proceed, I wish to make this moment to congratulate the SAPS for achieving yet another consecutive and qualified audit opinion. This important achievement sometimes reflects in the improved accountability and sound financial management within SAPS. The annual report before us is not merely a compliance document. It reflects SAPS performance during the reporting period, and it also provides a foundation on which future improvements can be built. In terms of the slide 2 and the background, honorable members, SAPS finds itself at a very critical juncture. The Minister of Police is on leave of absence. An acting minister is currently in office, and 2 deputy national commissioners are on suspension. At the same time, both the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee are sitting as we speak. These developments collectively have shaken public confidence in the SAPS as law enforcement agency. The unfortunate reality, honorable members, is that the public trust deficit continues to widen. In terms of our slide, I see it's not being presented, Chair, but I will just read my notes.
It should be on shortly. It is on here. It will be on in a moment.
What?
There we go.
No, okay. We've got it, and we pass slide 1 and 2. Move to slide. Yeah, we just went there, Chairperson, where we stated that this unfortunate reality is that the public trust deficit continues to widen. And we go to the next slide. As SAPU Chair, we have repeatedly stated that the time to act is now. The Minister of Police acknowledged in his 4 ways that our people's trust in the SAPS is at fragile point. But according to Human Science Research Council, only 22% of South Africans currently trust the SAPS. Chair, that is about 1 in every 5 citizens. Furthermore, South Africa holds this unfortunate position of having the highest crime rate in Africa. We are the 5th in the world, Chair. Honorable members, this reality compels us to ask a crucial question. Where to from here? The next slide. The way forward lies in collaboration. We must state that all key stakeholders, including SAPS management, the ministry, the portfolio committee, organized labor ourselves, civil society, we must join hands to steer SAPS away from the edge and restore public trust. The starting point, honorable members, is to analyze SAPS performance as captured in this annual report. This analysis will guide us in identifying weaknesses, learning from success, and setting priorities for future improvement. In that spirit, SAPU respectively present the following input for the committee's consideration. The next slide, we talk about police framework. On page 24 and 25 of annual report, SAPS lists several policy frameworks that guide its operation. One of the most significant of this is the National Development Plan, year 2030. However, it's concerning that 13 years after its adoption, 13, Chair, many of its policy-related recommendations remain unimplemented. The proposed National Policing Board is still a concept. The competency assessment of all senior officers has not yet been carried out. The two-stream system of officers and recruits remains theoretical. And although the appointment of the current National Commissioner in the police followed the due process, Deputy National Commissioners continue to be appointed without open and transparent selection. And honorable members, such inconsistent weaken institutional credibility, and it must be addressed. Next slide. Clause 8.3 of the annual report states that no legislation was tabled in Parliament during 2024-2025 period. This is particularly concerning regarding the SAPS Amendment Bill of 2020, which remained pending. SAPS Act was last amended in 2012, and the principal act has now been enforced for over 30 years. SAPU therefore urge Parliament to prioritize the tabling of SAPS Amendment Bill. This amendment could modernize the service and address some of the deep-rooted operational and structural challenges currently faced by the South African Police Service. The next slide, Chair, we talk about organizational structure. And the annual report indicates that 3 of the 9 provincial commissioners' posts are vacant and are currently occupied by 18 incumbents, 3 of the 9. These are key strategic positions that should be filled without delay, Chair. Similarly, the post of national head of the Directorate for Parity Crime, DPCI, or the Hawks, has become vacant and also requires to be filled. SAPU knows that this new organizational structure, it was signed off in May 2025, and it must be implemented immediately to bring clarity and stability to the chain of command in the South African Police Service. And on the next slide, talk about human resource. Turning to human resource management, the annual report notes the recruitment of forensic analysts as a key achievement. SAPU welcomes this development because forensic expertise is vital for modern crime detection. However, Chair, it is concerning that many newly trained forensic graduates are being diverted to operational duties due to budget constraints. These misplacements undermine both their training and the SAPS capacity. We recommend that these members be deployed in line with their skills and qualification, and the budgetary planning accommodate proper utilization of such specialists. The other slide, next slide, Chair, talk about future HR plans. On page 256 of the annual report, SAPS outlined its future human resource goals, including addressing the backlog in grade progression for SAPS Act members. While the SSBC agreement attempted to address this issue, progress has been limited. Honorable members, this backlog directly affects our constables, sergeants, and warrant officers, the front line of our policing services. Their lack of progression impacts their morale, motivation, and performance. We must acknowledge that when this report was submitted, Chair, no developments have been made in this regard when we submit this report to the Parliament. But this past week, we saw a list of members who were informed about their grade progression, which is set to take place after necessary due processes. While this is a very positive step, we hope that this will never happen again, that they must be delayed due to budgetary constraints. SAPU appealed to the committee to ensure that this matter receives urgent attention and these officers are afforded the recognition and advancement they deserve. The next slide, we talk about training and stipend. The annual report also referenced the review of current training model and trainee stipend. SAPU welcomes this review, but we emphasize that the current stipend is not a market-related change. This makes it difficult to attract and retain high-quality candidates, which is essential to building a professional police service. SAPU, therefore, support the call for adjusted, competitive stipend and to ensure that SAPS can recruit the best talent available. Investing in training and fair compensation is an investment in safety and trust of the people of our nation. And in conclusion, Chair and honorable members, we submit this observation in the spirit of constructive partnership. Our purpose is not to criticize, but to contribute meaningfully to the transformation of SAPS into a professional, ethical, and trusted institution. We extend our best wishes to the police management in carrying out their duties during this challenging period. And we know that the police are going through a challenging period at the moment. But we express our appreciation to the Portfolio Committee on Police for its unwavering commitment and oversight over one of the most vital departments in our democracy. That is our input, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If I may ask the members, are you comfortable that we first give an opportunity to POPCRU and then we engage in discussion and then just direct your questions to the specific union you would like to direct them to? So thank you very much for your presentation, and then I would like to hand over to POPCRU. You're also welcome to come and sit in the front on the stage if you would like to.
Chairperson, members of the committee, the Honorable Minister, and the DM, the National Commissioner, and all SAPS management, and my fellow colleagues from SAPU, President and the Deputy President. Talking here is the President of POPCRU, Tulani Ngwenya. I'm not alone, I'm with my first Deputy General Secretary, Puti Maboja. Chair, let me start by thanking this opportunity given to us as organized labor to come and do submission on the presentation by SAPS Annual Report 2025. But let me start here, Chair. I think this is a very good opportunity for us to be provided so that we're able to engage and present our view from the workers that we represent in the South African Police Service. It's very much important that also we must be listened to, because we are representing members, ourselves and SAPU, who are on daily basis facing challenges, whether it might be management, whether it must be with the community on the ground, where they are supposed to come and cry, they come and cry to us. So we thank this opportunity. So the background, Chair, on the first slide states, our contribution is undertaking this assessment is framed from the following. As POPCRU, we believe that police visibility is a fundamental aspect towards achieving an aspiration of Section 205 of the Constitution. Why we are raising that, Chair, is because we have identified a loophole of departments working in silos. At the end of the day, the one that must bear the brunt is the SAPS. But there's no cohesion between departments, because some of the challenges in terms of the Section 205, police are supposed to be dealing with crime. Police are not supposed to be dealing with incompetencies in terms of people elected who can't deliver the service. Then police are drawn into that. So government entities must be able to work so that police will be able to focus on their mandate of Section 205. The department is in pursuance of aspiration embarking upon a number of community programs, such as Imbizo, school safety program to enhance police visibility. We applaud this initiative, but it lacks coherence from our side, because if ministers will go out and do Imbizos, those complaints are being given to the ministers as to how do communities want to be policed. Whether do they taken into consideration, it's a question that these members of this House must be able to tell us. Because we are also need to be part so that we will hear from the communities, because when we talk to SAPS about what our vision in terms of dealing with these issues of community policing, strategy will come in front to say this is a strategy. Does the strategy which has been developed somewhere include the Imbizos that are being held? The recent school safety program is a program which will overstretch the police. In each and every town, we've got 1 or 2 police stations. How many schools do we have? Because some of the things, we must not be fire extinguishers. Where there is fire, then police must supposed to go and deal with that fire. We don't have a clear program of planning which might say 20 to 30 years. What type of policing do we want to see? We have embarked on so many programs. Ultimately, we went to policing in Daba with a vision that says, what kind of policing do we want in the country as POPCRU? Because we are coming from the previous administration, prior 1994, of which we were fighting for the civil right, where police were being used against the same community. We introduced the same project of policing, community policing forum. But did it find expression? No, it did not. So we need to deal with that to say, how do we collaborate with ourselves? Because we must not be seen as enemies, but we must be seen as people who want to assist in ensuring that our members deliver the service that are expected by government. However, the pertinent question that we need to pose ourselves around the effectiveness and efficiency of the police's imbizos is that, where do they find expression? Who champion it? Because now we are seeing political interference. In the midst of the political interference, the minister goes and does imbizo. Is that administrative or political in nature? So those are the questions that needs us to be able to sit down and say, once a political agenda has been set, how do we then implement that administratively so that we separate the two? Because we cannot go out and say we do imbizo, we made promises to people when we know exactly that what right is doing, left is not doing it. We're sitting with challenges as we speak now. The biggest department within the government, which is Treasury, is sitting on the neck of all the departments, cutting budgets. But police must come here and account how do they deal with crime when the same committee must assist us how to deal with the same Treasury Department, which does not have a vision of Section 205, but the only thing that they have is to cut budget and minimize cost. At whose expense? There must be strong presence of police officials on the ground. How do we have that? Because currently the same minister have introduced an early retirement, trained brainage in the SAPS. People who've got experience, you bring new people. We work in the SAPS for a long time before we can be where we are today. But you don't expect a person who comes from the college, you put him on the ground, no experience of crowd control, nothing that he has got. He needs to be nurtured to. But you are saying all people must go. Where are we taking the country to? Lack of resources and infrastructure. On this one, Chair, I will be very brutal to the department, which is called Department of Public Works. It's not assisting the SAPS. I think from the report of the AG you have heard, and even members of parliament can attest to that, members of this committee. You can go to all the police stations. You compare a national office, you compare a provincial office, you compare a district office. Comparing to the police station that is servicing people, there are no resources. But we expect the same members every day to wake up to an unconducive condition, to go and perform to the best of their capability. How? Because 12 hours that you spend at the workplace, it needs to be conducive for you so that you'll be able to work. So the resources and allocation in that matter, it can't be solely on the shoulders of the SAPS, because SAPS have to implement. How do they arrest so many people with all the Operation Chanel? At the end of the day, where are those people going to be locked because cells are not working? Lack of police station is the challenge. The current approximately 1,116 police stations in the country and 1,154 police stations across the country in the population of 60 million, 61 or 64 million. Does it make mathematical sense? You've got 174, 150 or 160 police officials who are working, but you've got 60 million. What is the ratio of a police that must police per person? The 6 pre-manufactured collapse collapse of units, built police station. There was a police station that was supposed to be built in Eastern Cape. Up to today, that police station is not yet built. I think, Chairperson, you are aware of it. I think is it just forgotten the name, but it's in the rural areas. Up to today, we raised this thing in the previous year in the same committee, but there's nothing that is done. What will SAPS do? Because the power lies with somebody else. So the priority is not about the security of the country. The priority is skewed somewhere else. Our members in this police station are inevitably skeptical on attack by criminals. As we come here, Chair, 2 of our members have been killed, one in Tsakane, one in Johannesburg, brutally murdered. We can't say we're building police station when we extend on satellite police station. That is not a police station. That is not what people want. They want a fully fledged police station so that we deal with the issues of docket, we deal with the issue of what you want to do. But if you deal with this part-time police station, it's something that is not going to take us. Even it will make this committee not to be able to do its function. POPCRU has attributed to this bureaucratic process since they shut the dilapidated Makada police station. We have embarked on a process as POPCRU to name and shame police station, but it will reflect bad to the SAPS. But our vision is not to show that SAPS is failing, it's to show the other department which is not linked to SAPS, but is in control of buildings. You've got police stations which don't have water, police stations which don't have lights when there is load shedding. But at the end of the day, the policemen are supposed to work night shift. It can't be correct, because you are the legislators. We are coming here to tell you, we don't want to be complainant. We want to have a solution, and we do have solution. But if you close us out on this thing, it becomes a problem even for those. The challenges is compounded by shortage of vehicles. That is a well-known factor. The other persistent challenge, being the lack of resources, is at the learners' workforce. The service annual loses about 6,000 members. The president gave us about Project 10,000. But if you lose 6,000 annually, it means you go out and make noise saying, I've employed 10,000. Underground, it knows exactly that you have employed only 4,000 people. The community there is convinced that you have employed so many people. But clandestinely, you let others go, 6,000 leave every year, you are left with 4,000. You are not closing the gap. It means you are putting in a sack that is open underneath. With the lack of resources, pursuance of the Section 205(3), the Constitution practically proved elusive. The persistent police killing, I've spoken about this. I will touch with it when we go to the last slide. Because 27 men and women in blue die in a line of duty 24-25 financial year. We're fighting about a political task team now. No one raised the issue about attack on the state, killing police. No one is raising that. Why? It's because it's all about we need to impress politicians. We're not impressing people that we're supposed to protect. If these 27 policemen and women are attacked, killed in the line of duty, it's a high treason. Attack to the state. What type of a state are we saying if police are going to be attacked and we keep quiet? The only thing that we're busy with and we need to be seen supporting is that why is the political task team is disbanded? We need to prioritize. These are our members who are working on daily basis on the ground, protecting politicians, protecting the community, protecting everyone, but they are being killed, but no one raises that matter. Despite these spine-shivering statistics subsequent to the threat of the state and security, we did not see tangible and pragmatic intervention to invoke by the police department. We've made some calls on legislation amendment. Until such time police have policies, not national instruction, we're not going anywhere. We'll find these problems everywhere because a national instruction is tailor-made to suit a certain narrative. But a policy, you develop it, you are able to assess it in the mid-year term, and on the last year term, you can review if it's not being implemented. So we call for the draft policy, because we've got Secretariat that must come to the party and draft policies and do away with the national instruction because they are achieving a certain narrative. Once it's done, it must be cut off, another one is going to be developed. The call for the amendment of the IPID bill, as my colleague have said, SAPS amendment bill is still sitting in this house for a long time. We're calling for it to be amended. The firearm control bill, we have made submission in that regard, and we've got documentation that we can prove. Because this is a summary, we've got a comprehensive report that we have submitted to yourself. We make this to be easier so that it will be understood. We are proposing the amendment of Section 5 of the SAPS Act, which provides the establishment of a single policing. When resolutions are taken, they need not to be having name tags. When you take a resolution as Parliament, it should not be a fifth or the fourth administration resolution. That resolution of a single policing, we've got fragmented police operations in the country. You find metros fighting with the police, fighting with territories. You find other provinces wanting to be independent when the Constitution says National South African Police Service. But you want this fragmentation to work in the whole country. How do you then synergize and have a single policing? Within the single policing, then you can have specialities. Who is going to deal with bylaws? Who is going to deal with crimes, serious crime and what. But now you've got your metro this side are doing their own thing. You've got the police this side, they find themselves fighting in the midst of one enemy, which is criminals and the crime. As POPCRU have also initiated a research project calling for a complete renewal of the criminal procedure. This is not the Department of Justice, but chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. This is a value chain. We are at the production level. We feed what is called Department of Justice. We must work 7 to 7 days establishment. You've got the Department of Justice that started 9 and knock off at 3. On Monday, it's postponement. You've got the Department of Correctional Service this side is working in silos. How do we then synergize as a criminal justice cluster to make sure those who wake up every day go and arrest? When they feed the system can process it, and they've got to be taken to the warehouse. And that Criminal Procedure Act does not allow the police to act in a manner that they're supposed to be executing their duties. They're being blamed at every time. But the same 51 of 1977, 31 years down the line, we're still stuck in the criminal procedure of 1977. And we're going to blame the police. We have changed the Police Act of 1995, but you can't change the Criminal Procedure Act. So we're saying, as you sit within those committees, consider this because it affects you as a committee for your own oversight to be able to do justice to the people that you are doing oversight on. We further want to submit to the committee the request, the advancement of BMA. it will create a crisis. It's no longer a crisis for now, but it's going to be a crisis. The Constitution of South Africa said police the whole country. And the Constitution said any legislation that is made, if it's contrary to the Constitution, it means it's wrong. But yourself, you sit here, you approve BMA. You said within the borders, 10 kilometer radius. So it means when I'm chasing a car, in that 10 kilometer radius, I must stop because I'm entering in another zone. Some of the things that you do, it must not about addressing an individual, but it must address the issues of the country. Because all of us here will come and go, but this country will remain. So we need to make sure whatever we do, it deals with the future of this country, where we will not be here. When we'll be sitting at home, we'll be able to say we've contributed in the development of this country, not to address an activity now, but when this thing is like a wedding and a marriage. Those are two different things. Section 97 talk about transferring of powers. Now there is a fight between ministries. Minister of Police and the Minister of Home Affairs and what. We are creating problems ourselves instead of resolving problems. We believe in the houses and the committees that sit here. When they influence policy direction, it's not about a certain narrative, but it's for the country. Because that transfer somebody will take this to the Constitutional Court. It will tell you the BMA Act is in contrary with the Constitution, therefore it's wrong. So what does it say? It says those who approve that they did not think about the Constitution, and it's the same Parliament. So as this committee, we are appealing as POPCRU because we look at this thing from a broader eye. It's our view that the understaffing in SAPS have been confirmed by AR. Shocking and concerning pictures about crime intelligence. Chair, I know this is a bone of contention. Everybody wants a piece of crime intelligence. Maybe we need to go back and ask ourselves, how was crime intelligence able to operate and be active in ensuring that its information is accurate about people who left the country and come back to fight for this democracy? How was it? Because not everything was wrong. The only thing that security branch at that time, because it was not crime intelligence, it was wrong. It was the how part they were implementing the policies. But the effectiveness of information gathering and what was 100%. And in the crime intelligence, you've got people who gather information. You've got people who analyze information. And you've got people who must develop project plan. Is it that happening in accordingly? Or all of us who are focusing on the money that is lying there that is supposed to be used for correct reason, not for wrong reason? And what is the problem that we could not spend 45 million? So it means there is a problem. Because we need people there to go and collect and analyze and deal with what is the problem. Maybe the crime intelligence should be moved totally out of SAPS and be given to the Joint Standing Committee of Crime Intelligence. We want people who don't have interest in the money, but we want people who've got interest in dealing with how do we gather information so that police will be able to be effective. Employing and wellness program. It will be hard, Chair, but I have to say it. Other committee is sitting. Madlanga Commission is sitting. at the center of this is the wellness of our members, the risk assessment of that procurement that was given. We had a clear proposal. Police, let them focus on what they are trained to do, to police. That was our call. Remove police from the offices. Get capable people that will be able to advance administration, who are trained to deal with administration. A rank cannot do any other thing but to do command and control on an operational matter. Those two must be separate. Administrative, when we come here, Chair, I never send you this. I send to the administrator. There's clear separation. You are a chair. You are chairing the standing committee on policing. Administration prepare everything for you to be able to run this meeting successfully. You can't be a referee and a player at the same time. You must play in between so that you'll be able, when administrators don't do good, you act. When this one operation don't do good, you can act. But you find a situation, players become referees at the same time. That's why we are here. Our members' mental wellness is a problem. Our members, they don't, health-wise, they are facing problem. Debriefing and post-engagement briefing, they commit suicide on daily basis. We can't be always be on the bedside of the media that our members are killing ourselves as if we don't know what's the problem. It's because when they come and confide to you, Chair, the future says, when I want a promotion, you start confessing to say, yeah, that is why you behave like this, Chulan, because your wife left you. That's what is happening. Because these members come and tell us. We said this thing of wellness must be taken to a medical aid scheme. I know it's a problem, NHI and what, but for now must be taken to people who are outside so that members can go and confess correctly, and then processes will be put in place. But the EHW of SAPS is a problem. And we can't sit here and pretend as if all is well. Because we are here, we want to make sure that SAPS becomes better. So if we can focus, have a program to say, how do we take this risk outside SAPS so that they will have a risk-sharing responsibility. Now we'll be talking about medical aid. Why did you appoint a company that is not meeting the requirement or whatsoever? Then that risk will be shared. Now SAPS National Commissioner must come and stand forward and explain on something that is not within his competence. His competence is to deal with crime. As we conclude, Chair, you might maybe assist us. We are making this call to the members of the committee as POPCRU. We're calling for the National Summit on Police Killing as soon as possible, so that whatever recommendation will come out, it will be put in to say, what is the reason police are being killed? Is it training? Is it a societal problem? Is it crime? As we know that we are operating in a not demobilized society, a society that is still having arms, can fight. Society will help us. We can't be calling for society to have community policing, but we don't involve them when we do about this police killing. We demand an end to a budget cut, in particular of security forces across, where there might be defense, it might be. In terms of dealing with the country's security, those people must be the last to have their budget cut, because you are compromising the security of the country. And police are not magicians, they are not fortune tellers. They don't throw bones to see where crime is going to happen, but they need budget so that they will do this. We call for an urgent legislative reform process. We don't want just to come here and do a box ticking to say, no, we've been to Parliament, we flew, we come here, we spoke, nothing happened. So we want to see action happening. We further demand for the urgent revise of the top management structure. The current structure, as we show you, we have been calling for it, it's top heavy. We want to turn it around. SAPS is very simple to manage it. Have so many people at the production level, because that's where we need them. Have people who will supervise and few managers. But the challenge that we're facing now at SAPS, we've got so many managers but less workers. Everybody wants to be the boss of everyone, and it can't be correct. We are saying turn around this thing. At the lower level, you can even increase the levels of salaries. People stay wherever they are. But those at the top, we need strategists, we need visionaries, we need people who can think beyond what is happening now to say 2060. What type of a police in the country must run? We'll be so much happy, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for both the presentations. I'm then going to give an opportunity to the members to ask questions or make comments. I've already noted the hand of the Honourable Skosana, Honourable Ghana, Honourable Schikkeling, Honourable Reverend Meshwe, Honourable James. If a question does arise, feel free to just indicate to me and then I will add you onto the list. Honourable Skosana, can we start with you, please?
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to both unions, and I think that the issue of crime is more complex than what some people perhaps might arrive at a particular opinions, because we are in an opinionated society in this country. And I don't want to point finger, I know it's easy. They say talk is cheap. It's easy to point fingers. And what I've learned in a short period of time is that most people don't want to be led. Most people don't want to be led. Now, as long as there's poverty in this country, the issue of addressing crime, for us to expect or to accept, to think that it will just vanish into a thin air is a pipe dream. The issue of the onogram, I'll put it like that, okonogram. I know that some people are,
You nearly had me there.
The minister knows anyway. The deputy minister knows what I'm talking about. Now, there was an outcry that the South African Police Service top management is bloated. Before I came into Parliament, I thought so as well. But I've realized that it's not so. As I said earlier, when the AG was here, that this department is the biggest. In terms of members, you have over 170,000 members. And not that we are not concerned about the killing of policemen and women. And I think the representative from POPCRU is the statement is completely incorrect, that we are only concerned about PKTT. PKTT is one of the most important issues for South Africa. He has unraveled so many things in this country. Hence, those killings as well are as important as any other human being in this country. Policemen or no policewomen or men, every life is important in this country. The line of defense for us as South Africans, our soldiers and the police in this country. So for us to categorize a particular people as the VVIP, I think it's completely wrong. You know, I find myself working with during 1994 to 1995, I never thought in my life I'll sit with an apartheid special branch at that time who tortured some of us. Johan van der Merwe, who was the first, who was still the police, the national commissioner at that time. That was during 1994 to 1995, January, before George Fivers took over. We find ourselves sitting with him. The reconciliation as well should not be ignored. We are still bleeding. I know it's after 31 years. But for us to make sure that policemen and women are not killed, we need to, I'm not sure, because we had so many joint committees, and I think tomorrow we have one with mineral and energies, because we've got Zamas and other issues. But it cannot be correct that police alone will resolve the issue of crime in this country. It cannot be. All these other departments has to join hands as well. But as I said, if the unemployment, the percentage is going higher and higher, you must understand that the police as well will have a problem with that. Hence, you'll find this so-called, as you said yourself, that there's so many, they're committing suicide, even ordinary people. Some of them, because of pressure, because of unemployment, they're committing suicide. But there's a lot of factors which made people to kill themselves. We know the pressure of being a policeman is not easy. But for us to have, like, I want to differ when you say that the crime intelligence should be separated from the police. I've been hearing, I think there was a commission, there was something which was commissioned. They wanted another, a body like the Public Protector's Office, the Human Rights Commission. They want something else as well, that we need to have another body. We can't have so many bodies. As we sit here, we've got a problem with IDEC. Some people of IDEC are intimidating members of SAP to arrest them here for their own political reason. We've got rogue members with IDEC as we are sitting here. The National Commissioner, it was on the news as well, that he might be arrested by IDEC. Those people are not independent. Once you create another statutory bodies which are going to intimidate the body which the Constitution has granted us. Our Constitution is not perfect. From where I'm coming from, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we said we must amend this Constitution. It's not perfect, as you said yourself. But I know that most of the unions are aligned to some political parties. It's a fact. So the alignment as well, they'll push the agenda of their own, of the other political parties.
Honorable Skosana, please start wrapping up.
I wrap up, Chair. My last input will be, we need, as an oversight body, we are trying to do our job. We don't take sides. But let's be factual as well. let's be frank as well to each other, because the bone of contention is to protect every South African in this country. But as I said, Chair, it cannot only be left to men in blue, men and women in blue. It can't be. We need a Department of Social Welfare, we need Home Affairs, we need Justice, we need a lot of departments to be involved. Otherwise, we won't be able to avert crime in this country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. I then hand over to the Honourable Garner.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Honourable Garner. If it's okay with the members, I found this button on here that sounds like an aeroplane's emergency exit. So what I was thinking is when we get to close to 5 minutes, I'm going to press that button, and then you know it's time to wrap up. Okay, Honourable Garner, go for it.
Thanks. Let me not try to get there. To the unions, thanks for the perspective that you have given. Maybe a couple of things that when I read through both your presentation, that I felt maybe it's not coming out a lot strongly. So a general outcry, especially from I will say the non-commissioned officers around the issues of development and promotion. It's a big issue. It's a big issue, including the general payment and so forth. But when the representative of mostly because your members will be non-commissioned, most of your members, and these issues are not coming up, I'm like, all right, yes, you are there. It's okay that you critique the senior management insofar as some of this, but also the voice of the constables, the sergeants, the warrant officers. I must say that did not come out. That did not come out, and you might want to reflect on that, because that goes into the morale of the service. Because that's where most of the members are general. And you touched on a very important issue around the health and wellness. I think thanks for raising that particular issue, because it is I nearly said it's a silent killer, but it also leads to some of the challenges that the AG has raised. If you look at the performance, and we'll get to the performance of the detectives insofar as what the AG has raised generally. But if you could just comment around the current morale in the police service from your members. When they wake up in the morning, and they come back, when you meet with them, what do they say? If there are things that they will say, all right, we would like to have 1, 2, 3 change. Yes, you have raised the issues of the vehicles, the state of the police, and so forth. But I think an area that we need to focus on, and when we get to the management, especially HR, preparing for the future. How are we preparing for the future? Because let's say now currently there's a call that the entire leadership of the police must go. So some people say that. Do we have substitutes? And that goes into the pipeline. How are we developing that and so forth? So those are the aspects that I feel you did not at least emphasize, or they did not come out a lot stronger. But I take the points that you have raised, and some of I think the police and the minister will respond when we come back from lunch.
I didn't even get to test the button now, Honourable Garner.
I speak for 3 minutes in the house.
Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to both SAPU and POPCRU for your representations, although I felt that POPCRU was fighting with us and shouting at us a little. Right. I agree with SAPU about the grade progression. It is really a concern. I visit lots of police stations. It's nice. I like it. I like to engage with the police officers. We have so many incredible police officers in our country, and I think they get a bad reputation for the handful of police officers that are not doing what they should be doing. And I think you have to get rid of them. You have to get rid of the police officers that are not doing their job. And that's not my responsibility. That is a collective responsibility between the unions and the South African Police Service. Because you're representing these people. You are representing many of the criminals that are sitting in the police force. You are representing murderers. You are representing rapists. You are representing people that are taking bribes. And I have lists of those people. We know that it's happening. You are representing them. So something that I didn't find in both of your presentations is, what are you doing to engage with these members? What are you doing to ensure that they're not doing the wrong thing? Because we can try and help you as far as possible to make sure that you get enough budget, to ensure that you get the resources you need so that they can do their jobs properly. But what are you doing for them? That is what I want to know. So I really agree with the grade progression. It is a problem when I go to police stations and I speak to warrant officers that have been warrant officers for 25, 30 years. I hear their plea. I feel for them. It shouldn't be that way. It is wrong. I agree with almost 90% of what POPCRU said, even though I did feel that you were fighting with us a little bit. But I don't agree that we don't raise the murder of police officers and condemn it. We do it on a daily basis. There was a gentleman killed now in Ghanesa, I think, lately. Yeah. And I think part of that problem is, yes, obviously there are societal problems, and that is why our police officers are getting killed. But it's a training problem. Have you gone to go look at what the training colleges look like? It's an embarrassment. It is an indictment to those trainees that are in those police training colleges, the circumstances under which they have to go and study to be a police officer. They don't have hot water. The taps don't work. There's no electricity. They have to run wires from one room to another, electricity cables. Their food is not up to standard. The police officers that are at the K9 unit at the moment in Roodeplaat, we had to step in to make sure that they get proper meals. The food that they were getting was ridiculous. I don't even think that you can call those proper meals. One of the gentlemen is a Muslim. He was told beforehand in a letter that the food is halal. After 3 weeks or 2 months, the gentleman found out food's not halal. He's been eating the wrong food the whole time. Then suddenly they went to go and they made a plan for him. But it's ridiculous. It shouldn't be that way. Why are we not looking after our people? These are the things that you should be fighting for. You should be engaging. Why are you not making sure that the training colleges are up to date and that the things are done properly? And I agree with your mental health. One police officer commits suicide every single week in South Africa. It is terrible. It is heartbreaking. You know, I've had phone calls from police officers across South Africa that phone me at 11 o'clock at night crying, gentlemen, elderly men, that say to me, I can't anymore. I'm going to take my own life tonight. That I cry with those families because it cannot be correct that we are not looking after the mental health of our police officers. If you see somebody struggling, we need to try and make a plan. And I do not believe that the employee health and wellness is doing what they should be doing. I think we're failing many of our police officers. I really think we do. The debriefing is something that doesn't happen, even though they say it does. They don't have proper access to psychologists and psychiatrists. It gets taken out of their medical aid, and then they run out of medical aid at a stage. So there are people should be boarded. There's people that have been waiting for 2 years to be boarded. Why are you not fighting for your people to be boarded? so that they can at least retire with some form of benefits and not sit with this sword hanging over their head of they have to go back to a police station so that and be exposed to firearms. We read about it in a weekly basis. It can't be right. So I agree with you, really. 90% of I really agree with you. I don't agree that we don't raise the fact that police officers are murdered. I don't agree that we don't raise the issues of mental health. It's something we've been speaking about for a long time. But my only question to you is, what are you doing to speak to your members to ensure that they don't contribute to the crime and the murder and the rape statistics in our country? Because if you're sitting with members like that, surely you have to also take a stand against them and say to them, you're doing the wrong thing and we're no longer representing you, and you should step back and let the law take its course instead of fighting for somebody that you know is doing the wrong thing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. I then want to give the opportunity to the Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. What I found interesting from the two presenters is that the word corruption was not mentioned once. Is it because they don't care, or they are hoping that the Madanga Commission will solve that problem? Because as leaders of their own members, they should be concerned about not only the welfare, but even the behavior of their members. We need to be assured that the unions are looking at both sides of the performance of their members. As my colleague has said, there are many among the police who are doing wrong. That has to be addressed, also by union leaders. And those few who are doing wrong are giving SAPS a bad name. Now, I think at this stage it's important to state that there are many individuals in SAPS who are doing a good job, and we applaud them. But those who do wrong have to be apprehended and have to be corrected. So we need to be assured that the unions that are leading these people are not protecting them. But when they do wrong, they speak out and they correct them. And Nzime, you spoke about collaboration being the way forward out of the position we're in today, but you did not elaborate. You just mentioned the word and you passed on. I would like to know what you think about this collaboration. Who has to collaborate? I think it would be helpful if you give more meat to what you said. And the issue of lack of progression is a challenge and a concern to us all. It is true that we know some surgeons that have been in the same position for 30 years. And there is no, and when you talk to them, obviously, they are very, very frustrated. Management obviously will have to answer the question and tell us where is the problem. And the minister, one of your challenges and request that I would make to you is to look into that. We need a police force that is motivated, a police force that is that believes that they are being appreciated. And Ndadengwenya, you raised a concern about the minister's imbizos. And in one of the statements you said, we are not enemies, but we are team members. Now, what I would like to know from this statement, that you are not enemies, are you excluded from these imbizos? When people complain in these imbizos and they tell the ministers what their concerns are you there to be with the minister to hear what the concerns are so that you can address them? Or are you excluded? And obviously, if you're excluded, you want to know why, because you are the people on the ground that have to deal with the concerns that are raised by the minister. Because the minister obviously cannot handle those issues on the ground. It is you that have boots on the ground that must deal with those issues. I agree, sir, with you that the department that is given the responsibility of building police stations, their priority is not security of the country. It is very true. And we have raised this issue many times. It is unfair and it is wrong for police, men and women who are expected to fight criminals, to even live in a building that does not have water, running water. Some places that don't even have running toilets. It is very, very unfortunate. And I think if the Department of Police take the responsibility of maintaining their own buildings, when they see the need, they can speedily address the need so that their members can do the job well. Public Works has frustrated not only the police department, but a number of departments. But particularly for the police, I don't think they should queue before Public Works for their buildings to be provided. And Adungwenya, you further said that POPCRU rejects the request from BMA to transfer powers. Now, you were, according to what you said in the beginning, you were involved even with the previous dispensation. When border control, the soldiers were there. The soldiers participated at the borders. So if you can tell us what were the soldiers doing and that made the control of borders more effective, that you think BMA will not be able to do that? And I also would agree that when you are chasing somebody running with a stolen car, you cannot be stopped because now you are entering a terrain of BMA. That would not be correct in my eyes, you know, because you have to fight corruption wherever you see it between the borders. How did you, during the previous dispensation, handle the issue of the police and the soldiers, because you have served in both? My second last, your demand to hold the budget cuts, who would support that? Because you need resources to fight crime in the country. And the last one is mental health. The mental health of the police. I think the state has to take responsibility for that. Not the members paying for themselves when the state has to ensure that they are in proper health, in good health, to be able to deal with criminality. So mental wellness is something that I believe members of this committee all agree that the police, for them to be able to do a good job, their mental capacity should also be well and healthy. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Reverend. I'm then going to hand over to the Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'd like to ask, Chair, are we able to reject this report? And I'll tell you why. This report doesn't tell us much. It's basically an opinion piece. It's based on what we all already know. At this level, sir, I would have expected your findings to be sort of substantiated and for you to motivate it with stats. So when you speak about member safety and support, for you to actually give us cases where safety was compromised, even if it's just a case study, and tell us, you know what, we represent thousands of policemen. Over the past year, X amount of policemen's safety was compromised as a result of 1, 2, 3. So you speak on all of these issues, but you don't give us any findings. It could be 1 or it could be 2. You also speak about civil rights. We know that GBV is rife within the workplace. You give us absolutely no findings on that. You give us no findings on cases that has been brought to your attention and how far they are and what the outcomes were. Racial oppression, that is rife. That is rife within SAPS. If you look at, and I'm going to say this, it might be a little bit uncomfortable. Ek voel amper, daar's nie weer kleerling mense in Suid-Afrika nie. Ek voel amper as jy weer wit mense in Suid-Afrika nie. When I look across here, as maar 2 wit mense en ek dink hulle gaan seker retire anytime soon. And then that's it. Racial oppression, we've got to say it like it is. It is rife. Your report says absolutely nothing about that. Community engagement, you speak about SAPS's responsibility and you speak about Imbizo's. Rightfully so, I wish you didn't speak before me, but you were right. You are the ones that actually makes the work of our National Commissioner 10 times harder. Because we often hear about the involvement of these unions preventing justice from prevailing. So I want to ask, when you speak about community engagement, when last have you visited various communities? Because you can hear all the time, you get reports from communities that policemen are corrupt. So do you visit communities? What are your findings? How many communities have you visited within the past year to hear of these corrupt policemen, and what action have you taken? Also, with all of these complaints that come to you, because obviously your members come to you with complaints that they're obviously embroiled in all sorts of things. How many cases have you received within the past year, or even just the past 5 years? How many cases of rape have you received? How many cases of drug trafficking have you received? You speak about mental health within SAPS. I want to ask you today, we've had many allegations from communities saying that SAPS members are on drugs. I personally have seen SAPS members walking out of drug houses with the drug still on their noses, sniffing. Many of them. And when we called, we had a call for members to be tested. And then they said, no, that is infringing on members' rights. Would that not be towards garnering public trust if all members were to go through drug testing, regular drug testing? Would you as the union support that call? That is what I want to ask. So I want to ask maybe also on the promotion, I genuinely expected you to touch more on the fact that members are stuck. Members are stuck for over 20 and 25 years in the same grade, which obviously contributes to the compromised mental wellness. So I would have expected you also to come give us a little bit more on that, not a paragraph, but give us actual stats and say of the members that you represent, these members, X amount has been in this rank for X amount of years. So, Chair, I'm going to ask if we can ask for a more comprehensive report from POPCRU that actually gives us numbers. But I want to know the question about drug testing for policemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable James. Any more of the members that... Hey, someone pressed the emergency exit button. Can I hand over first to SAPU, and then we'll go to Mr. Ngwenya. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair and the members. We had our a meeting where we call it elective conference. One of the resolutions in that elective conference is that revolution against gender-based violence and drugs and police killing is a position that we hold up until now. And when you talk about gender-based violence, we are not talking about it from the police perspective, but we are talking about it because of what is happening in the country. When you talk about the crime in the country, we know that the stats that you are receiving, every day we are picking up 57 bodies, Chair. 57. And out of that 57, one of them is a police officer. That is to show you the challenge of the crime that you are faced with in the country. So, on the question that we've been asked, Chair, there was a question about organizational structure. At the moment, in our report, we were very clear that there is an approved organizational structure. And we're saying that this organizational structure must be implemented. And that is a command. The police environment is a command structure. You have a national commissioner, you have a deputies, you have divisional commissioners, you have provincial commissioners. And we said it here today, that as we speak, 3 provinces don't have provincial commissioners. 3. Not our own doing. It is what's happening. We have 2 deputy national commissioners who are on suspension. We said it here. Now, once there is a problem, once there is a challenge on that system, it affects the very same constable and the very same warrant officer who is doing the ground, because those who are engaging with communities on a daily basis is that constable. Those who are being told that the police are corrupt are the one that does not know even the Ket Matlala. They only see him on the television. But they are the one faced with those ways that you police officers are corrupt. These are our members. It affects their morale. Once they come to us as labor organization chair, and we engage management with the understanding that what needs to be done, and we're very clear, SAPU, that we need to collaborate. We give constructive criticism because we need solution to the problem. But upon looking for that solution, one of the issues is that once there is a budget constraint, you are limited. Because SAPS will come to you that this is what you got. This is what Treasury gave us. And unfortunately, we can do up to here with what we got. And we are engaging the management of SAP to address those issues. That is why even in our report, we said this past week, we saw a list of those that great progress, constable to sergeant, sergeant to warrant office. But as much as that list is out, we are not satisfied about it because it should have happened. There are those who are supposed to be promoted after 11 years. They are 14 years in the rank. They are stuck. We are engaging at that level, Chairperson. There is no promotion policy. Or if that promotion policy should have been making it easier for us as the organization to say, what must happen when you got disqualification, you have worked so many years, then you must progress. And promotion policy does not mean only, Chair, to say you need to get your rank, because not all of us are going to be commission officers or senior managers. But at least there must be a progress within the police. That's one of the issues that we need to discuss. Morale issue, of course, we're engaging with these members on a daily basis. One thing that members must understand, there's nothing so painful when you engage a warrant officer, that warrant officer of 30 years of service, and he's engaging with us as labor organization. They said, but what am I supposed to do, because I'm not worried about management. I'm worried about the people that I'm saving here in this community. I'm worried that crime is rife in this community. I'm worried that even if I decide not to work, the people who are going to feel this, it's not you, it's not management, it's not a parliamentarian. These are the people that I serve. So morale is low. And we have engaged on all our report. We've been consistent about morale of members of the police. We came here with the understanding that we're going to have our inputs in the annual report. And our input was more based on the annual report. There was nothing that we can compile a report, a dossier, to this committee about the challenges of the police from the dilapidated buildings, where members call us and tell us that even in rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal, you don't have top toilet that flush. You have to get in your car and drive to another place to get a pollution facility. What do? We understand that there is a challenge, but we have raised it. Public Works, you are parliamentarian yourself. The issue of public works is not new, and no one is willing to confront it, except to say the police must deal with it. We went to extent of reporting the police to the Department of Labor, where some of the police stations were closed because of non-compliance. But that did not stop us to engage the police, because it's not our wish to keep on closing the police station, because criminals know how the police work. Once the police station is not working or there are no police officers, you see crime spiking up. And our interest as organized labor is to make sure, the Chairperson, that the interest of the communities, we come from these communities. When a police officer knocks off, we are not staying in the police stations. We have to go back. So we need to understand that crime do affect all of us, irrespective, whether directly or indirectly. The issue of mental health, I'm not going to talk much about it, but let me just share with the committee members here one thing. In the police, there is a militarization. There's a ranking structure. You have a social worker, a clinical psychologist, who is a warrant officer. And in the police structure, a warrant officer is not even a commission officer. Now, once that person makes a report as a clinical psychologist, that report is from a warrant officer, and even when they sign, they will sign warrant officer.
That report needs to be read by a senior manager. They are looking at the report by the warrant officer, not a person in terms of the qualification and social work. Now, we have said it before. Take this military rank from these professionals, because when you engage this person, a police officer will not go as a captain in the police to a warrant officer to confine about my issues of mental health. Secondly, this person will tell the person that I understand what is happening, I'm here, I see it. But once you engage an independent person who will listen to your story without not saying, but I know what is happening, this person will use the qualification, will know that this is a skill that I know, that how to engage with a person who got mental ill. Members of police officers killing themselves. Sometimes you even go to the extent of say, likely that they did not wipe up the whole family. They only killed himself. But we are worried that it goes to the extent of sometimes killing even their own colleagues. It does affect us as organization. We are calling meetings. One of the issues about union is to call meetings on a monthly basis. One issue that we raise as SAPU in those meetings is the issue of corruption. Because members who are told that we are corrupt are literally members who are working hard. And they are faced with that situation that even if when we work hard, no one will come and say, but you are doing best. No one. When members are being arrested, look into our media statement, we condemn them. That we don't want this, we don't agree with this, this is wrong. But when members find themselves where they are, in shooting with criminals, then we are told that we are trigger happy. We are told that the training was not sufficient. We are told that members did not care about human rights. And this is a challenge that our members are faced with on a daily basis. The issue of corruption, Chair, I've raised it. Collaboration. Collaboration starts with the business community, religious community. We engage with department. Currently, we have raised the issue of BMA and the police. You can see that there is a problem. These are two departments, government department, but you cannot even get a solution in that. We have a situation now in Gauteng, the wardens. The police are saying something, the wardens are saying something. Government cannot even agree on this issue. We, as labor organization, have raised this issue. It can't be correct because our goal is to deal with crime. Everyone here will agree that our borders are open. Everyone can just walk in, people's car goes out, goes in. But no one is coming with the solution. We went to the police. We said, let's try to look into this. What needs to be done? But we can only make input, Chair. We can only give advice. And if that is not being taken, we engage with our members. When you engage with a member who tells you, in Tsakani, as we speak now, a member was killed 2 weeks ago. One has been killed. If you engage with those members, the question to them is, who's next? That is the question they are asking. They say, union, one of us is going to be killed, and we are on our own. And you engage with these members, the pain that we see, for us, it's at this close. Because every time a member of the police being killed, we go to their families, we go to them, we go to the police station, we engage with them. And sometimes they will tell you, I think they have raised the issue of the law, to say, I don't even want to shoot, to be the first one to shoot, because I will be the only one seated in court, having to explain myself. There is criticism all over. Not even one person except the Minister of the Police who will say, I support these members. To say these members are trigger happy. I think, Chairperson, my colleague will deal with the other issues there that I've just explained. There's an issue of excellency. We're engaging with these members. We're engaging with the police management to say, at least let there be recognition on what members are doing. Almost 150,000 members of the police. Not all of them are corrupt. That one is given. And not even 10%. 90% of these members are corrupt. But what they are faced with is the other way around. It's like 90% of members of the police are corrupt. Because no one is coming and shaking heads and say, let's help you keep on doing the good job under the circumstances. We, as the organized labor, we are going to them, Chair, now. To say, look, forget about what is happening in top management. Forget about what is happening in this, your cat matalas and everyone. Let's concentrate on crime, because the police and the union believe in one thing. We believe that crime must be our job. We have to prevent crime, we have to detect crime, and we have to make sure that we investigate crime. And once you investigate crime, you present before the court a dossier that proves that crime has been committed and the suspect must be found guilty in court. And that is what we're asking them to do, to be professional at all times, even under the circumstances, Chair. And that is our report for now. I think my colleague will add here.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start from the last, Ms. James. On the issue of our involvement, my colleagues have said it. In all the meetings, as the President, we talk about corruption. In all our bigger gathering, even one-on-one, when a member comes and report to say, this is the case that I'm having and what. We want the truth, nothing else but the truth. And we condemn there and there if one has done something wrong. To say, look, you want us to go and stand and represent you when you know exactly that you have done something wrong. And we've got the responsibility to represent. Because if we don't, we are an organization that can be sued. They are contributing. So we have to. But we don't promote any corrupt activity that our members are doing. In borders and everywhere, we know that there are things that are doing, but we make sure that we said, should it happen, sometimes we say things that are not going to be palatable to them. We said we will escort you to the hearing for you to be released. Because one apple cannot paint everybody with one brush. If you are wrong, you have to stand for your wrongdoings. On the issue of GPV, we are upfront. We have even taken a march to SAPS. Workplace bullying and GPV in the workplace. As he correctly said, sometimes you don't want to come here and become complainant. Because we'll be seen as coming here, hey, these people, they come just and we know. Maybe the invite, Chair, that Ms. James is saying before you reject our report, it's a report, it's an invite that we more than welcome. But can we be called by members of this committee as unions to come and tell us what is happening? Because always when you call one side, which is SAPS management, of which, yes, they've got the responsibility to come. But as a stakeholder, which is there, you might get another version that might empower you also to be able to probe correct questions on the whole department. We have been in the department for as long as I remember. We are at the exit, tail of exit. What we are raising here, the issues of promotion, issues of great progression, one thing that you must remember as members of parliament, employer and government is like a wheelbarrow. If you don't take it from one post to another, it's not going to move. Some of the things that SAPS can come and report here and say we've agreed on structure, we've agreed on what, they will never say we were pushed to sign agreement. What I can say also here that for my time in head office, before I became a president, I've presided over 7 structures. Each national commissioner that comes with his own structure. 7. From Ria to Honorable Ndosi to Honorable Mkwanazi, everyone when he comes with a structure. I've presided over them because I was a chief negotiator. And only to find out it will only operate at head office. So those are the things that sometimes, if we're given an opportunity, this was just a presentation. It's a highlight of the extract of the document that we have compiled. And if you want exactly statistics and everything, give us the whole day. We are more than willing to come down to Cape Town at our own cost. We're not as Parliament of our own cost, but to have that engagement so that at least our voice can be heard. We talk with management, our relations are good, but there's no movement because they've got barriers. Issues of austerity measures. We said to them, tell us how much budget have been cut to you so that we go to Treasury. We've got the right, we've got nothing to lose. We went to Treasury, we took a march to Treasury because budget of the departments were cut. And in that budget, when we cut, we had clear agreements that we've put in place for great progression and promotion. But they have to, because what the Treasury is doing, they write straight to department, to the DG and said, cut your expenditure. They don't ask whether we have agreed or we have agreed with unions and what. So it creates tensions between us and management, as if it's management. I said here when I started, there is a biggest department that all of you don't want to touch, which is the Department of Treasury. That department, President can say something on the state of the nation. Treasury will come and say contrary to what the direction of the country. Then what do we expect our DGs? So we were welcoming that one. We don't condone any member who commit rape, drug trafficking and what. We say that the law must take its course. But if the law must take its course, it must be procedural. Because we've got laws. People go and commit rape. They go to court with a lawyer, paid by the state. Now, when police commit crime, we must say, no, go, let you be dismissed. No, labor relation is clear. We've got agreements from the PSCBC, we've got agreements from the SSSBC, which us and the employer agree that if anyone has committed a misconduct, has bring the organization into disrepute, follow the process. And there must be consistency, whether it's a senior manager, whether it's a non-commissioned officer, whether it's one. If one has bring the organization to disrepute, follow the process. So we are clear on that one, not ambiguous. We don't support any wrongdoings, because also in unions, if person do something wrong, we implement discipline. So we can't say when the employer implement this, it's wrong. But we want it to be fair, given an opportunity, two sides of the story, all sides must be heard. If then you cannot account, then let the process take its course. Let me also respond, yes, we are not being called Fundis on the business. We are not being called. But wherever we go, because people know us, they come, President, you know your police are doing 1, 2, 3. It's not that they only report to you. You know your police are doing 1, 2, 3. I'll just cite an example. Saturday I was at home. My brother was getting married. While I was driving, stopped by a police official. Not in uniform, driving a state vehicle, stopped me. I stopped, pull out. I said, what is happening? Okay, he greets me and what is happening? Are you on duty? He said, yes, I'm on duty. What is happening? No, I'm doing a random search. Okay, random search. What do you want to search? Go at the back, I open, it doesn't search. But he said he's doing a random search. In my area where I'm staying, then I pick up a phone. I said, are you on duty, Chief? He said, yes, I'm on duty. He's alone in the car. I pick up a phone, call the station commander, the guy that I know. I said, hey, Chief, this guy, so he just tell me by the name. He say, he's so and so. I said, he stopped me now. 10 kilometers outside town, he's not in uniform. He said, that guy is working at night. I said, follow it up. Not because I'm the president, but I said, follow it up because I saw it's wrong. What if, while I was driving, that car was the criminal car? He's alone. Stopping a car, coming to the car, he said he wants to search. You open, it doesn't search. So those are the things that we also do find situation that members of the public find, because he didn't see that I'm the president of POPCRU, not what, because I was just driving my car nicely, then he stopped me. So we don't defend them. Thank you. Can I stop?
No, you can wrap up.
Oh.
Wrap up. Please go for it.
I think on the great progression, he has mentioned it. If there are murderers and rapists in the SAPS, follow the process, we'll represent them. If then the case we could not defend, the members is being dismissed, and we'll take the processes up to. What we are afraid of is that we're going to say, just because people are saying, no, you have committed what we then neglect, we will go and sue the organization. So we've got a responsibility as a trade union to represent. Issue of border and soldiers. Reverend, what happened before the establishment of BMA? They wanted to establish an agency, of which we rejected. From Home Affairs, somebody wanted to throw the javelin and become the CEO. We stopped it when it started. We don't know how did it happen. At the PSCBC, we stopped it because they came and presented. We said, but the issue of police, they are dealing with borders. What you need in borders is just to make sure that you strengthen that component, which was called ORS. We're focusing on also on borders. Strengthening them, strengthening the Home Affairs guys inside who are checking passport, and also environment and health. There's no need to create another agent on top of another agent, because according to us, it was a privatization. But only to find that Minister Mtsoledi, when he came back, then we had 1st of April, he pronounced that the legislation have been challenged. Now, these border guards are the same as what you are complaining about Amapanyas. They don't have a rights to arrest. Now, after realizing that they not have a right to arrest, you want to go and borrow to SAPS, to say, SAPS, give it to us. We want those rights. SAPS is a national department in terms of the Constitution. How did you approve the act which contradicts the Constitution? It's a question that parliamentarian must answer. I can't answer. But the right to search, Section 13 or Section of the police, to arrest and what lies within the police. But you parliamentarians, you agree. I'm not fighting. I'm just stating the facts. Now, it's two DG of BMA, DG of SAPS must now be in cahoots. You are no longer there. We want this right. Somebody come and report what you want to hear. The other one said, no, this one is arrogant. He doesn't want to release the power. You are bringing departments to fight amongst with just minor problems that you should have resolved to say, no, station around there, strengthening the mechanism of working at the border, not create another state entity. When there is one state entity that must deal with issues of security in the country. I think, Chair, Mr. Skosana was just commenting.
Thank you.
I'm recruiting everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody. I'm not aligned. I'm recruiting. I might be politically aware, but I'm not aligned.
A collaborative labor desk with MKP next. Thank you very much to the both of you. and thank you for the engagement and answering.
I had two very important questions that wasn't answered about the drug testing and the racial oppression.
Okay.
Please, sorry.
The drug testing, if parliamentarians feel that there is a need, SAPS as a department, they know the protocol. Let's go and engage with the council and sign a collective agreement. Because we cannot say at random, it will be abused. Let's sign a collective agreement, of which I don't think when we're being engaged, we can be difficult on that. Under the current situation, what we see, what is happening in the country, is like the legislation of auditing people's lifestyle audit. It was brought to PSCBC. They said senior managers and supply chain. We never have a problem because we knew that other people, they are abusing the authority that they have in terms of supply chain to say, okay, let them give it. But you find other departments extending even to a person who's at the church office to say do a lifestyle audit. A person who wakes up to drive a van, it does not involve himself in any. So we said certain categories must be specified at least exactly who are these people that needs to be tested, who are these people that needs to undergo. Like before now you join the police, there is this thing of what to do, the test that you do to check whether you did not involve in rape. Yes. So we don't have a problem, but it must follow the process. We can engage, we are very considerate on something that will build the department. We can't just be rigid to say no. We are perceived as that, but we are not like that. And then the issue of GPV, we are also race. We are also asking you to assist us. White people don't want to join the police anymore. Yes, it's a fact. They don't want. They don't see any value. Because remember, SAPS was linked to authority and power of white people. Now, because the tables have turned, the young ones that don't want to, but we are asking that wherever you go, we are calling them. We are a multiracial organization, SAPS. We are also multiracial organization as Union, SAPU, and POPCRU. We want them in because we need them in the department. We need you to assist us to go to schools and wherever and tell them this is still a career to defend the country.
But Chair, maybe just to add on that issue, members of this committee need to look into the stipend. Then the money that's been given to you during the training period, the time when you are a constable, 11 to 13 years, the money that you are getting. And there's also an issue of opportunity. If you get a stipend that much, you look into now, you are looking to the graduate in the police. The money that you are paying this graduate, they are from universities. So you can still attract this talent, but you can't attract it with a 4,500 rand. There's no way. You must not even try to talk about it as if that money is sufficient. And talk to the issue of budget. Because once you have sufficient amount for particularly entry level, then you'll be able to get best people. You'll get those who are professional, you'll get graduates. But now you're going to go to school, you're going to get them. You must ask the police now how many members they are losing, who comes in with qualification, but within 5 years they feel that, no, this is not for me, I'm going to be killed with this qualification. What is the best thing? Other departments take them. They leave to other departments. I think that is another issue that we need to engage on.
We have to move on the schedule, Honourable Skhosana. If it's not critical, can we please move on? We're an hour behind schedule.
Yeah, I know, Chair, it's lunchtime. And when lunchtime, people are very impatient. And
no, it's not lunchtime. We're going to sit for another hour. I can see you're hungry, but you'll have to hang in there a little bit longer.
I'm fine, Chair.
I can see yours.
No, me, I'm fine.
To be hungry.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask I've asked that. I'm making a follow-up because I sit at SCOPA. The issue of saying you want the police to have perhaps professionals and those who are in the offices must go down to the ground. let me just tell you, across the board, we have professionals in all those government and state institutions. Fraudulence, irregular, corruption is going up. We have people who've got master's degree. We've got people who are technocrats. We've got people there who are chartered accountants. But they are unable to protect our fiscals. So I'm not thumb-sucking it when I'm saying it won't work. We need people who have character. It doesn't matter the qualifications. If the people are not right, there's no ethics, there's no, you can fire everyone. The result will be the same. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the engagement. I think we can have a whole day together, and maybe we should at one stage do that. I think we've all been asking for it for a while.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, to Honourable Skosana's dismay, we're going to sit for at least another hour before lunch. You'll have to hang in there, Honourable Skosana. Gentlemen, you're more than welcome to stay. Otherwise, we can release you as well. I'm now going to hand over to General Rabi. I'm first going to go to the National Commissioner and the Minister and the Deputy Minister. But General Rabi, if you would like to plug in for the presentation, so long, you're welcome. I just quickly, before we start on that note, just want to say in terms of the program for the rest of the day while General Rabi sets up, we still obviously have the consideration of the annual report of SAPS, of IPID, of CSPS, and several discussions in between. What I would like to propose is we do the presentation by SAPS first. We then go have lunch. Honourable Skosana, you can lead the way. We then quickly have lunch. We'll only have just under half an hour to eat lunch. It will be at the restaurant here at the NCOP building. We then come back. You'll see on the program that there's tea scheduled. So I want to say that we'll continue working. If anyone would like tea, please just pop out. And then later on there'll be time for a comfort break, etc. But let's try and push through that we get as much done as possible. General Masemola, Minister, Deputy Minister, I'm not sure how you would like to kick off. Can I hand over to you, Minister, first, and maybe you can introduce the relevant persons for the presentation on the annual report. Thank you. General Rabi, if I may, while they are speaking, we will allow 45 minutes for the presentation. Yeah, you are. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to hand over to the National Commissioner. If you don't mind, I will take the opportunity at the end to make some.
Okay. 100%. General Masemola, then over to you.
Thank you very much, and afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members, the Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister, and Senior Management of SAPS. Honorable Chairperson, I will do our presentation. Firstly, Lieutenant General Impane will brief the committee on the annual financial statement. And of course, it is also of note, one have to take note that under all the circumstances that are there, Honorable Chair, the department have achieved a unqualified audit report opinion on the financials for the 5 consecutive years. Also, after the financial report by General Impane, Major General Ragu will will take the committee through with the performance information, which we have achieved 76.3%, meaning we achieved 71 targets out of 93 in terms of our performance plan. And also of note, Honorable Chair, is that the overall community reported crime, we have the last financial year reduced crime by 4.3%. That is the total crime, the community reported crimes. And in terms of conduct crime, the target, yes, was, we set the target at 14.5%, but we know that we haven't achieved the target, Chair and honorable members, but we have achieved a 2.2 reduction, which is a drop in the ocean, but is in the right direction. On our top 30 high conduct crime stations, we were able to also there reduce the crime by 4.7%. Of course, out of a target of 12.3, we know we haven't achieved, but it is in the right direction. On the crime against women and children, Honorable Chair, you are aware that that stats we did give an explanation. We are still working on it ourselves together with the Statistician General. We are working on this disaggregated stats on women and children, and the team is have gone quite far. I'm sure in the next month or two, they would have finished the work and will be able to publish that specific crime stats on women and children, disaggregate. But currently, we do publish all other stats, including those of women and children, but not disaggregated. So, yeah, in terms of the work that we have done, Chairperson, we definitely also happy to say that the operation that we have employed, Operation Chanela, have done quite major successes in terms of the number of people we have arrested over the financial year. And of course, not all of them are still have not been tried. They are still awaiting various processes at court. And you are aware that we, at the beginning of this financial year, I gave the detective community 4,000 personnel to recruit from. And out of those, currently they reported that they were able to recruit 900 only. Of course, that will be, they will talk about the spread of it in the various components, including your forensic, your stock theft. So the recruitment is not yet over, but the target is that must be finalized within this current financial year. They must have recruited the number. And we have implemented the detective allowance since the beginning of October month this year, and I'm sure that will also boost as an attraction to the detective environment, where we will, I'm sure, get more members that will be willing to go over to the detectives. I think let me hold it there, Honorable Chair, and well, the current affairs, I think, is quite a number of successes that we have achieved in recent past. You have seen shootings in Johannesburg where there was engagement between police and criminals, and we were able to come out alive there without any casualties. Same in KZN. We have recovered cocaine in Joburg, over 20 million worth of cocaine in Midrand. So we are still on. We are quite doing well in various areas, Honorable Chair, and the double murder of the females in Mamelodi, we have arrested the suspect there, and he's behind bars. The Westbury shooting, we have arrested 2 males or boys. We are looking for 2 more. And recently, as of yesterday, at Rehar Park, we have seen the shooting there of 6 people, 3 males, 3 females. And we definitely soon will have arrested those that were involved. But also we agreed on a plan in terms of how we want to deal with that problem going forward, not only for Rehar Park, but all other areas where there are gang violence, with a view to look at a different a model of a plan together with the community in that regard. Let me hand over to General Ravi to proceed with the briefing. But first, the CFO. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, the Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister of Police, National Commissioner, the leadership of our labor unions, heads of entities, all protocol is observed. Chairperson, I will take the committee through in terms of Part A of this particular report. The first slide that is displayed on the screen is just for us to communicate that the AGSA audit outcome in terms of the annual financial statements for the period under review, the department received an unqualified audit opinion, and this is consistent. For 5 years, the department has been able to submit quality financial statements that are free from errors as well as no adjustments to those particular financial statements. It's something that we pride ourselves in as a department. The AGSA's opinion states that these financial statements presented fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Department of Police as at 31 March 2025 and its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the modified cash standards and the requirements of the Public Finance Management Act of 1991. Chair, the next slide is an extract or a summary from the statement of financial performance for the period. Chair, you will note that in terms of revenue, we had 3 revenue streams. We had our voted funds, 113.6 billion was allocated to the department as at end of March 2025. Expenditure in terms of current as well as capital, we had utilized 113.6 billion. So we spent all our allocation and there was no unauthorized expenditure that was incurred by the department. Other revenue that we collected 805 million and we surrendered this 805 million to the revenue fund, and this you will see on note 13 on the financial statements. We also had donor funds that was disclosed under aid assistance. This is CARA funding that was allocated to the department for the period under review to an amount of 1.2 billion. As at the end of that period under review, current as well as capital expenditure was sitting at 777.5 million with a net surplus of 478.7 million. In terms of CARA funding, we are not required to return these funds. We utilize these funds until the projects that they were allocated for are completed in this regard. The next slide, Chair, is a summary of the appropriation statements. Out of all the 5 programs, we had recorded 100% actual utilization of the amounts that were allocated, and this was taken into account after all the shiftings as well as environments were effected. Program 1, final appropriation of 21.7 billion. Actual spending as at end of that financial year was 21.7 billion. Program 2, visible policing, 60.4 billion was allocated with an actual spending of 60.4 billion. This represents 100% utilization in this regard. Detective services, 22.5 billion, final appropriation, 22.5 billion was utilized in this regard. With crime intelligence, 4.7 billion allocated as final appropriation, 4.7 billion utilized in this regard, as well as protection and security services with 4.1 billion that was allocated as the final appropriation and actual utilization at 4.1 billion. So at the end of that particular financial year, 113.6 billion final appropriation with actual realization sitting at 113.6 billion in this regard. The next slide is just an overview of spending performance, and this is at economic level as well as the relevant environments that were undertaken. A total expenditure for the 24-25 financial year amounted to 113.6 billion, which represents a spending rate of 100%. So no unauthorized expenditure occurred for this department. The department experienced various financial challenges with commitments that rolled over from the previous financial year due to in-year budget reductions on operational funding and a salary agreement that was not funded in full during that specific financial year. In addition, we experienced substantial baseline reductions that were introduced on operational funding over the 2024 MTF, which this then required drastic cost-cutting measures to be introduced and a constant reprioritization of financial resources towards urgent needs due to the constrained operational funding framework. We also experienced scarcity of financial resources, thus this required decisions to be undertaken and choices to be made among the needs that most benefited the department in terms of the available financial resources. National Treasury also provided approval for the department to utilize some of the earmarked funding to defray financial pressures experienced in goods and services expenditure category. The accounting officer also approved a total virement of 453.6 million. This represents 0.51 on average, which is well within the allowable 8% threshold in terms of Section 43 of PFMA. The following slides will then provide a summary of amounts that were shifted between programs in terms of that financial year. Starting with Program 1 on the next slide, Program 1 had a net underspending as a result of prioritization of resources towards frontline services. This was especially towards the visible policing functions, which compensation of employees being mostly affected. Spending pressures within this program could be addressed through reprioritization. Therefore, an amount of 181.5 million was available for virement to other programs, and this is equals to 0.83%. When it comes to Program 2, our visible policing program, there was a shortfall. This is one of the largest programs that had been allocated more than 53% or 60 billion of the total budget. Even though funding was shifted to this program with the approval obtained from National Treasury, maintenance of fleet and prioritization of resources for frontline services still required reprioritization and virement towards this program. Fleet services expenditure is, of course, the second biggest cost driver in SAPS after compensation of employees. And notwithstanding these interventions, the core business of SAPS is very much reliant on this commodity. Therefore, there was a virement of 113.1 million to this program. This is relatively small within the total virement being 0.34%. Moving on to Program 3, Detective Services, we had a marginal shortfall that realized on this program. Similarly to Program 2, this was for maintenance of fleet as well as prioritization of resources to frontline services. A marginal amount of 78.1 million was required for virement to this program, with a total virement being 0.03%. Program 4, Crime Intelligence, there was an amount of 45.2 million that remained within this program. This was due to attrition of employees exceeding the recruitment initiatives and an introduction of additional cost containment initiatives that resulted in reduced spending, especially on operational funding within goods and services. The virement to other programs is relatively small at 0.95%. Program 5, Protection and Security Services, had a shortfall that realized due to the additional services that needed to be provided to the larger than previous cabinet after the 2024 general elections. A relatively small amount of 15.3 million was then required for shifting to this program, which equals to 0.38%. That was the appropriation statement. Focusing on the departmental receipts, this is the revenue that I spoke to earlier. We had revenue that we collected for the National Revenue Fund during the year under review, and this amount was 805.9 million. This you will see on note 2 of the statement of financial performance. This comprised of sales of goods and services produced by the department. In the main, this is monies that we collect when we charge customers for firearm licenses, accidents reports, rent for official accommodation, commission on insurance fees, etc. We had 443.7 million in this regard that we collected. For fines, penalties, and forfeits, we collected 50.7 million. Interest that we received via corporate banks was 3.8 million. with sale of disposed capital assets that amounted to 161.9 million. Transactions in assets and liabilities were 145.6 million. This is mainly in relation to the recovery of debt. Looking at the performance in terms of programs and their sub-programs, Program 1, we have 3 sub-programs there. The performance in terms of final appropriation versus actual realization, you will note that the program performed at 100%. And this program includes human resource functions, inclusive of human resource development, 2.6 billion that was allocated, there was spent. Human resource management with a 2.2 billion that was allocated, 100% spent. Technology management services, supply chain management are lying in this particular program. Financial services and other functions that includes your administration services, auxiliary legal services, etc. So that is Program 1 with its sub-programs with a performance of 100%. Program 2 on the next slide. That will then be the biggest program that we spoke to. The sub-programs including crime prevention, final appropriation at 46.1 billion, 100% utilization. Border security allocated 2.3 billion, 100% utilization. Specialized intervention, 6.6 billion allocated, 100% utilization. And facilities worth 5.2 billion allocated with 100% utilization. Expenditure drivers, of course, includes your crime prevention and the police station environments, mounted units, dog units, all our units that are lying within Program 2. Your uniform police, border security, as well as specialized teams that include special task force, public order policing, tactical response teams, as well as aiming, are all in this particular program. So 100% utilization in terms of Program 2. Detective services, after the necessary shiftings took place, this particular program, together with its sub-program, performed at 100% with crime investigation as the first sub-program, 15.5 billion allocated, 100% utilization. Criminal Record Center, 2.9 billion with a 2.9 billion actual realization. Forensic Science Laboratory, 1.6 billion, 100% utilization. And specialized investigations, this is DPCI, 2.5 billion that was allocated and 100% spending realized. The expenditure drivers for this program, so crime investigation, this includes general investigations, FCS units or family violence, as well as child protection units with an allocation of 1.5 billion. Vehicle theft units and stock theft units are lying within this particular program. Criminal record centers and forensic science laboratory expenditure outcomes were affected by underspending on earmarked funds intended for implementation of the integrated criminal justice strategy. National Treasury therefore provided approval that plus or minus 17 million could be utilized for other priorities by the department. Specialized investigations through the enhancement of the DPCI functions, that will be organized crime, commercial crime, etc. This amount is specifically allocated and funding not spent may not be utilized for any other purpose. The fourth program, crime intelligence, an amount of 4.7 billion was allocated after the necessary shiftings, actual realization at 100%. The expenditure drivers for this program, the spending performance of the program is guided by the weight of the compensation of employees allocation in the total program. Other cost drivers includes equipment as well as operational expenses, fuel and oil, vehicles, maintenance of fleet, subsistence with traveling as well as telecommunication. It must be noted that within this amount, the Secret Service account is not part of the vote. They have a separate allocation. It is not included here. The last program being Program 5, protection as well as security services. After the necessary shiftings, environments were taken into account. We performed at 100%. 4.1 billion was allocated to this program and actual realization at 100%. Expenditure drivers for this program includes VIP protection services, which provides for the protection while in transit of the President, Deputy President, former Presidents, as well as their spouses and other identified VIPs. We also have static protection that provides for the protection of sites as well as residents of all identified VIPs. So when it comes to the financial statements, Chairperson as well as honorable committee members, there were no major challenges, 100% utilization, as well as a set of quality financial statements that were submitted for auditing for the year under review. With your permission, Chair, I will then hand over to General Rabi to take the committee through in terms of Part B, which deals with the performance information. Thank you, Chair.
Rovagana? Apologies. No problem. Thank you, General.
Both visible policing and detective service achieved 66.67% of their targets. Within the crime intelligence environment, they have achieved 100% of the targets in that environment, and in Program 5, Protection and Security Services, 85.71%. Chairperson, in terms of the sub-programs, forensic science remains a concern where we did not achieve any of the 6 targets that are being measured in that environment, while the DPCI achieved all their targets that are measured in the APP of the department. Moving to human resources, the SAPS continues to grow its establishment, reaching 187,681 personnel by the end of March 2025, with 10,070 new recruits that were added during the year. Our vacancy rate is low at 0.1%, with a turnover rate of approximately 3.2% over the years, while our gender representation shows 59.53% male and 40.47% female. Our retirements increased in the year from 2,332 to 2,455, while our other terminations like resignations, dismissal, etc. declined, and we are employing a total of 3,174 persons with disabilities. In terms of physical resources, our vehicle availability, that is the percentage of the vehicle fleet that is available for operational duties, was standing at 85.54% at the end of the financial year. Noting that our vehicle fleet declined from a total of 50,150 in 2021 to 43,699 in the last financial year. So that is a 12.86% reduction in our vehicle fleet. As a result of that, our vehicle to personnel ratio increased from 1 vehicle to 3.63 personnel to 1 vehicle to 4.29, indicating that there is in theory more personnel that are sharing fewer vehicles. In the visible policing environment, we have a total of 17,714 operational vehicles. That is slightly up from the previous year, while the detective service saw a decline to 13,995 vehicles. That is 440 less than the previous financial year. And in terms of our fleet features, that includes 15,822 vehicles with reflective insignia and 15,516 vehicles with emergency lights and sirens. We are also maintaining a specialized fleet of 38 aircraft, 136 boats and 904 motorcycles that are supporting our diverse operational needs. Slide number 20, in terms of firearm management, SAPS recorded 572 lost and stolen firearms. It is less than the target that we set for the year, so that was a good indication, but it's also 22.81% decrease from what was recorded in the previous financial year. So despite this improvement, our negligence and criminal theft remains persistent concerns that the department is currently being dealt with. provincial breakdown that reveals significant improvement. In Gauteng, the firearm losses reduced with 51%. KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga also saw reductions, while the Eastern Cape experienced an increase from 110 to 120. Our total firearm inventory stands at just over 239,000 firearms, of just over 94,000 that are being issued to members. So that is 39.36% of the firearms are issued to members. And if one look at the losses represents 0.61% of the total number of firearms that are issued to members. In terms of infrastructure and technology, 5 police stations were designated for completion, Honourable Chairperson, in the previous financial year. 3 of them were not completed in the year due to various reasons, contractor penalties, ESCOM connection issues, and the engineer that was overseeing that has been suspended. That affected Moyeni, Chiami, and Ennerdale. That was not completed. But over the period starting in 2020, we deployed a total of 99 mobile contact points throughout the country, of which 15 was done in the 24-25 financial year. And during the same period, we also established 20 new police stations, 15 by SAPS and 5 by the Department of Public Works. And we completed 9 in the 24-25 financial year. 951 of the police stations provides access to people with disabilities, and 1,070 stations have victim-friendly rooms. In terms of our technology modernization, the firearm control solution, public and internal models were tested, and gap analysis led to the function upgrades that I will touch on later. Then the integrated person management system, it was implemented at 88 police stations. We were planning for 36. And the department's ICT business continuity plan was approved on the 24th of June 2024. We've also upgraded 97 WAN sites and 69 CCTV sites through modernization, though the CCTV upgrades were delayed due to procurement challenges that the department was facing. Going to training. Next slide. Honourable Chairperson, the SAPS is operating 8 basic police development academies and 16 in-service training academies. We've achieved 100% of the training targets with an average of 97% competency rating that was recorded. The prioritized training areas that the department was focusing on includes crime prevention, where we trained over 14,000 learners, GBV and vulnerable groups, over 21,000 learners, crime investigation, just over 13,000, public order policing, 2,600, forensic services, 5,261, and crime intelligence, 570, cybercrime, 3,111, and leadership development, 4,116. We also placed 805 interns under the DPSA graduate recruitment scheme, and we also provided 367 continuous bursary holders and 204 new bursary recipients with the necessary support in the previous financial year. Moving to ethics and integrity, we conducted a total of 61 ethics and integrity advocacy programs, exceeding the target of 57. That represents an implementation rate of 108%. These programs reflect SAP's commitment to fostering a culture of integrity and accountability across all ranks. In terms of IPID recommendations, we received a total of 166 IPID recommendations in the year, and 93.37% of those were finalized within the 60 days that we have available, exceeding the 90% benchmark for the department. And 192 IPID-related cases were placed on the roll, with the highest numbers in Free State and Gauteng, with 31 each. It is also important just to note that the recommendations has remained relatively stable over the years, but our finalization rate in terms of implementing the recommendations remains high. In terms of our audits, the first of all, Chairperson, we achieved 100% completion of the planned audits for the 24-25 financial year, recovering from a dip in 22-23 where we had seen there was an overlap with AGSA audits that resulted in us not achieving the total plan. Looking at our forensic investigations, all 3 planned forensic investigations for the year were finalized, and inspections by the Inspectorate Division, they conducted 273 inspections, that is equal to the annual target for that specific environment. The next slide, slide number 25, talks to the murder of police members. 74 police members were murdered in 24-25. It's a significant decline from the 111 that was recorded in the 23-24 financial year, and this marks a positive trend in member safety, though the number remains unacceptably high. If you look at some of the provincial trends, Eastern Cape and Limpopo saw increases, with Limpopo recording its highest figure in 5 years. The Northern Cape dropped from 6 to 1 and KwaZulu-Natal declined from 32 to 15. Gauteng and the Western Cape, historically high-risk provinces, showed notable reductions, and at head office the incidents dropped from 16 to 4. The next slide talks to community reported serious crimes. The National Commissioner already referred to that. Just highlighting again, if you look at the number of serious reported crimes, the 17 that we monitor, Chairperson just noting that it's 1.5 million. There was a decrease of 4.3% overall in terms of reported community-reported crimes. Contact crimes made up 43.31% of this, and in that regard we recorded a decrease of 2.2%. At our top 30 high contact crime stations, we recorded a 4.7% reduction. That's suggesting that the interventions like Operation Chanela is yielding the anticipated result. For crimes dependent on police action for detection, where we should see an increase, it increased with 10.8%. And in the rail environment crime decreased with 6.49%. Provincial reductions in contact crime were observed in the provinces of Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest and the Western Cape. And notable stations meeting their targets included Johannesburg Central, Eldorado Park, Randfontein, Pretoria Central and Harare. On the next slide, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, we are just highlighting some of the operational successes. I believe the committee is well acquainted with the Operation Chanela that we are conducting, actually Chanela 2. And the focus includes here your contact crimes, your illegal firearm, drug offences, etc. And the tactics that are deployed there over weeks and weekends and when these operations are taking place include stops and searches, roadblocks, vehicle checkpoints, cordon and search operations, food patrols, high visibility patrols, as well as intelligent-led and technology-driven operations. Just some of the outcomes that has been achieved with Chanela: 145,000 wanted persons that were arrested, which includes 2,553 for murder, 4,689 for rape, 1,028 for house robbery, and 1,241 for illegal firearm possession. We've also recovered 6,532 firearms, 11 million litres of illicit liquor, 38,507 illegal liquor outlets that were closed, and a total of 28,726 vehicles that were recovered. Some of the other successes in terms of operations, just mentioning some: illegal mining, Operation Balamgodi, where we made 18,869 arrests, recovered 403 firearms, 247 trucks and 59 mining machines that were confiscated. The cross-border crime operation at Emangoose, where we made 301 arrests, 80 vehicles that were recovered that are also linked to smuggling and violent crime. Lockdown 3 that has been launched in the Western Cape that focused on gang violence and extortion, a total of 1,125 arrests with 59 firearms recovered. Operation Lucanio in the Eastern Cape that tackled faction disputes and taxi violence. In that regard, 126 arrests were made and 68 firearms recovered. The local government election operation in Zululand addressed political violence during the elections, and 897 arrests were made and 85 firearms seized. Operation Cyclone in Tshwane North responded to community concerns and yielded 160 arrests and 91 vehicles that were recovered. Then also noting that the department has been deploying members to Eskom power stations to protect critical infrastructure from sabotage and theft. Some of the other issues the National Commissioner already highlighted on the fact that we noted increases in crimes against women, 0.52%, and children, 2.15%. The SAPS have intensified enforcement against illicit activities. As I already indicated, over 38,000 illegal liquor premises that were closed, the recovery of the liquor that I've already referred to, and then 83 operations that were targeting counterfeit goods yielded seizures to the value of 562 million. In addition, we've destroyed a total of 30,627 firearms, removing these dangerous firearms from circulation, conducted a total of 26,939 roadblocks, and overall yielding 1.46 million arrests, including 929 for serious crimes. And major drug seizures for the department includes 117,000 kilograms of cannabis, over 2,000 kilograms of tuk, 700 kilograms of cocaine, and more than 2,000 kilograms of wunga nyope. In terms of firearm control, Chairperson, we noted that the total number of firearms circulated as stolen or robbed was a total of 7,895. That is down from the 8,452 that were reported lost, stolen, or robbed in the previous financial year. We recovered a total of 6,372 firearms, exceeding the planned target of 5,392. We also recovered a total of 244 SAPS owned firearms. Just noting that 47.66% of recovered firearms lack serial numbers. Serial numbers have been removed, and that's posing challenges for tracing and accountability in terms of where they were used. In terms of our firearm applications, it increased from to 427,435, and 96.14% of that was processed within 120 working days. Chairperson, I believe the committee will recall 2 years ago we were standing at just over 50% finalization, so this is a significant improvement. And we've also conducted compliance inspections at 324 where these inspections are required to be conducted. Vehicle recoveries, we have recovered 28,726 stolen vehicles, exceeding the target for the year. And if one compare that relative to the number of vehicles that were reported stolen, we can equate that to a recovery rate of 52.23%. And that is which we consider as good performance considering the challenges posed by vehicle-related crime. The reported vehicle theft and robbery cases decreased with 11.31%. Provincial performance, just to highlight, Gauteng with the highest number of recoveries, 12,512, Western Cape 4,500, KwaZulu-Natal 4,100. On the next slide, the escape from custody. Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, we are glad to report that our escape from custody decreased with 15.07%. It is down from 345 to 293. So even taking into consideration the escapees that dropped with 23.29%, and we believe that this can be attributed to enhanced security measures and the completion of cell block upgrades that's been prioritized by the department. We are also currently implementing the integrated person management system that will digitize the booking process and control of people that have been detained. Escape sources, we noted 54 incidents at police cells. That is the highest contributor, 16.07%, wrongful release 41%, court and court cells 71%, and at CSC and holding cells a total of 60%. Noting, Chairperson, that 28.87% of the escapees were rearrested within 24 hours from the time that they escaped. The next slide, in terms of community policing and victim support, at the time of the report, we had a total of 1,165 functional police stations in the country, and 99.91% of those have functional CPFs. It was only Majola police station that was a new police station at the time that was still busy with the establishment of the CPF. 36,772 community and blue patrollers have been recruited to support local safety initiatives, and all our stations are meeting the criteria for victim-friendly services, which includes the training of personnel, access to victim-friendly facilities, and the establishment of the GBV desk, noting that currently in that regard, we have 990 that are fully functional. 21 projects were completed to repair and upgrade victim-friendly rooms, and we've conducted a total of 33 national Izimbizos and 316 provincial Izimbizos, and the National Rural Safety Strategy have been implemented at 892 of the 923 police stations that are regarded as a rural or rural-urban mix. Moving to the 10111 Centre, we received a total of 8.5 million calls at the 10111 Centre, which is an 11% increase compared to the previous financial year. Important to note, Honourable Chair, that only 9.94% of the calls received are police-related calls. So there is a need for better public education on the appropriate use of the 10111 facility. 535 positions, people were allocated to the 10111 centres in 23-24, and 497 members were permanently placed there in July 2024, and Gauteng added an additional 10 positions to support satellite centres in Brixton and Benoni. In terms of the work of the EITTs, we have 20 economic infrastructure task teams that are functioning across the country, and they are focusing on economic infrastructure-related crime. They made a total number of arrests, They investigated or responded to 5,764 cases and made a total of 1,888 arrests. With the highest number of arrests in Gauteng with 798, followed by Western Cape with 413. Just noting on that the department is currently busy with the permanent establishment of these capabilities. Chairperson, then the next one is border security. The National Intervention Unit responded to 491 medium to high risk incidents. The Special Task Force, we deployed them to 211 high-risk incidents. Border security, as indicated, we have a total of 71 ports of entry, 52 land, 9 sea, and 10 international airports. At these ports of entry, we conducted a total of 3,696 operations. The outcomes that has been achieved at our ports of entry includes 200 arrests for wanted persons, 24 arrests for circulated, stolen, robbed vehicles in terms of hits, and 22 arrests for illegal firearm possession, 494 drug-related arrests, 224 arrests for stolen vehicles with 204 vehicles recovered, and a total of just over 24,000 arrests for Immigration Act violations. The work of the next slide is our tactical response teams, or the TRTs. We have 33 TRTs across the country. They participated in 540 high-risk tactical situations. They participated further in 10,094 tactical operations, including anti-poaching and cross-border interventions. They conducted 596 self-initiated operations, and our mobile operation unit that is in Cape Town and Pretoria ensured 181 secure cargo movements without any breaches. International deployments, we had 18 SAPS members that participated in international peacekeeping missions. As a department, we currently have 42 pilots and 47 airborne law enforcement officers that are deployed on 22 helicopters, 15 fixed-wing aircraft, and 22 of them are helicopter pilots, 15 fixed-wing, and 5 are dual-rated. We also authorized 22 major public events that were dealt with by our capabilities, and in terms of hotspot stabilization, there were 58 operations that were targeting illegal mining, cash and transit robberies, and infrastructure protection, etc. Public order policing, we have a total, as National Commissioner also referred to in the previous year, the total capability of 10,149 members. Pretoria, Durban, Cape Town reserve units have been integrated with their respective POPs units, and 6 new POP units were established or re-established, bringing our total of public order policing capabilities in the country to 55. And they have attended to a total of 5,000 peaceful incidents and 1,742 unrest-related incidents. On the next slide, Chairperson, I'm trying to move a bit faster. Detection and conviction rate. Detection rate for contact crime was standing at 47.55%. That is better than in the previous year, but unfortunately we did not achieve the targets. Our detection rate for high contact crime increased at the high contact crime stations increased to 34.41%. There was, just to mention that our General Crime Investigation Services secured a total of 308 life sentences for 159 individuals. On the next slide, this is just touching on the GBVF and FCS related performance. Our detection rate for both women and children increased, 70.67% for women and 63.85% for children. They conducted a total of almost 2,000 GBVF-related campaigns at schools and churches, and FCS units conducted a total of 11,781 tracing operations, during which they made a total of 22,219 arrests. Also notable successes by the FCS is they secured 604 years of life imprisonment for 438 defendants. Forensic leads. Chairperson, the taking of buccal samples as is a legislative requirement. Our buccal sample collection increased from 82.58% for all Schedule 8 offenders to 94.87%, although we did not achieve the 100% target. It is also important to note, Honourable Chair, that the National Forensic Database now contains a total of 1.3 million profiles. That is 568,000 crime scene profiles and 549,000 arrested profiles. I'm going to skip and go to the next slide. Organized crime extortion related cases. Our organized crime investigation capability made 110 arrests in 33 extortion cases and 699 arrests in 370 infrastructure-related cases where they've also been achieving their targets, noting that we, in this specific environment, very typical to others in the detective surveillance environment, we are noting personnel pressures in terms of the capabilities that we have. Drug syndicates, we've made some progress in neutralizing drug syndicates. A total of 78% of the identified syndicates, that is 18 out of 23, were neutralized with 85 arrests. And in terms of organized criminal groups, a total of 12 out of 28 were neutralized with 93 arrests. Looking at the Criminal Record Center, the Criminal Record Center, they've achieved both their targets in terms of the updating of criminal records within the prescribed timeframes. Chairperson, where they have achieved 96.2% compliance with the target, and with the issuing of previous conviction reports within 15 calendar days, they've achieved 94.36%. Fingerprint search request increased to 2.42 million, of which 45% is for criminal cases and 55% for non-criminal cases. Just noting that among these fingerprints, there were 52% was for first-time offenders, while 47% of the fingerprint searches included people with prior convictions. The Forensic Science Lab chairperson registered a total of 781,000 cases. That is higher than in 23-24 financial year. Routine case exhibits finalization within 35 days improved slightly to 31.96%, but it's still below the 75% target. The non-routine case exhibits finalization rate was set at it reached 45.25%, but we did not achieve the target. The same with the IBIS exhibits finalization rate within 35 days. We just missed the target. That one is not too bad at 92.26%. The DNA intelligence exhibit finalization rate within 19 days was 24.03%. So that is also not achieving a target. And then the overall backlog in terms of the DNA backlog increased to 34.93% at the end of the year, and the overall backlog in the forensic environment increased to 33.09%. DPCI successes, they made a total of 3,621 arrests, and Chairperson, with your permission, I'm going to skip that one. I'm running out of time. My watch is seriously vibrating on my arm now.
Don't worry, General. You have Honourable Skosana is going to deal with you. You'll have to give him your dessert.
Just highlighting the serious corruption, in terms of trial readiness rate, they've achieved 89.8%, and that is now for the public sector, and for the private sector, 85.77%. In terms of the organized crime projects, 81.82% of the projects were successfully closed, 9 from the 11. They've dismantled the clandestine, 94.74% of those clandestine labs that they've identified, with drug seizure values of 469 million, and the lab infrastructure that they dismantled is over 94 million. Serious commercial and cyber crime, 75% serious commercial crime were prepared for court, and cyber crime investigations achieved 80.17% that were finalized within the timeframes associated with that. Chairperson, and then I'm just going to move to crime intelligence environment. They've successfully terminated 81.82% of the network operations. They've issued a total of 766 security clearances, and a total of 217 clearances were denied due to service terminations or non-compliance. In terms of the ICT security and physical security assessments, they've conducted more than what they've planned for, a total of 2,968, and overt physical security assessment, 546 were completed. I'm going to move to the next slide then. Intelligence report, just noting, Chairperson, that crime intelligence generated throughout the year a total of 82,311 proactive and reactive intelligence reports that were operationalized according to the targets at the various levels. Then the last one, Chairperson, the protection and security services, we had no security breaches in both in transit and static protections. They processed a total of 2,082 applications for security guards at our national key points. We provided security protection to the protection services were provided, the total 75,664, and 215 security service providers were evaluated, 28 were deregistered, 22 new providers were registered, and 1 new training provider registered. And as I indicated, protection, 95 national dignitaries, 127 provincial dignitaries, 14 ad hoc, and 49 foreign dignitaries. They've evaluated the targeted national key points and strategic installations. Chairperson, there was only one last issue that I want to mention on the last slide. So the critical thing is with protection and security, no security breaches. All the targets were met except for the one national key point that was declassified and that was pending at the end of the year. And on the second last day of the year, there was an incident reported, alleged assassination attempt against the Deputy President. That was reported just before the end of the financial year. And we have been informed that this investigation have now been included. And Chairperson, thank you. That then concludes the presentation on both the financials and the performance of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. Thank you, General, for both presentations. Colleagues, we will break for lunch now, late lunch. And can we please be back at 10 to 3, 14:50. Then we have exactly half an hour. Thank you. now 3 o'clock and we have completed the presentation from the SAPS. We now have a discussion ahead of us where we have 45 minutes more or less to engage on questions and comments, etc. What I would like to propose is that we allow a maximum of 45 minutes to the members to ask your questions. We go for 5 minutes to each member. I don't want the 5 minutes to necessarily be a target. If you finish before those 5 minutes, then that would be a bargain. So the aim is really to ask questions and not to unnecessarily go into a discussion as such, because the discussion can rather come later. Before we ask the question, I also want to afford a few minutes to the Minister after today's deliberations and everything what was said, unless, Minister, you prefer to speak after the questions. It really is up to you. I'll come back to you now. And then to the members and to everyone else in the room, you'd see on the program that there is tea allocated here and there. As I said earlier, feel free to walk out, grab some tea or coffee and come back in order for us to continue with the program and to make sure that we get through everything that we still need to get through. With regards to the member questions, as I said, 5 minutes. I think that try and stick to between 3 and 5 questions, that the questions don't get lost. If we are 8 members and each member needs to ask 5 questions, I'm not great at mathematics, but you can imagine it's going to get quite a long list, to become quite a long list of questions that you need to ask and answer. Again, if something is missed, I know I sound like a broken record, but please tell me in order for us to come back to that specific question and make sure that each question is addressed accordingly. Minister Kachalia, would you like a turn? Let's hand. Okay. I'm going to open the floor to the members then. Can I see a show of hands? There we go. You're quicker.
I'll raise my hand to ask questions. But I think it's important, Chair, given what we are currently dealing with, that maybe the information that we get to deliberate on, to check whether it's complete. You remember what happened on the 5th of March? It was said that certain information the committee could not deliberate on. It came at a certain point. So I want to know whether, General, the meal that you have prepared for us is the complete meal, so that 5 minutes before the meeting ends, we don't get new surprises of new information coming in. 5 minutes before we are to end, and no, there was this information that was presented to the committee, and the committee did nothing. So before we engage, is this the entire story that we have to engage on? And there won't be any surprises after the meeting that we did not engage fully with what the police presented to us. And we know sometimes people will throw things 2 minutes before the meeting ends, and then later there are commissions and interviews and say, members of parliament, we told them and they did nothing. So we just need to check. It's just for ourselves as well to say, is this the complete information that we have to deal with, or there's something else that you'd like us to reflect on, so that tomorrow we are not accused of not doing our job as a portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. I think everyone in this room for the rest of time will be haunted by the date of the 5th of March. It seems to be engraved in all of our minds. But I think it's a valid question. I think it's more of a statement as well. I believe the presentation is complete and that there's nothing additional coming. Can I see a show of hands from the members? I've noted the Honourable Klute, hold on, Honourable Klute, Honourable Skosana, Honourable Ghana, Honourable Schikkerling, Honourable James, Honourable Mbio, Honourable Sofoko. All good. Honourable Klute, we can start with you. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, all protocol observed. Honourable Chair, allow me firstly to welcome the presentation that was presented by the South African Police Service. Mine is just a few questions regarding the presentation that was presented. Let me first go to Program 2, to the visible policing. What I wanted to check is what improvements are planned to enhance the responsiveness at the 10.111 centers. Second question, why are 2/3 of the targets under this program still underperforming despite the high expenditures? Then I also wanted to go to Program 3, Detective Services. What measures are being implemented to retain and upskill detective personnel? When will the KZN forensic laboratory become fully operational again? And on Program 4, Honourable Chair, on crime intelligence, what internal oversight measures ensure integrity and accountability in intelligence work? How is the information sharing between the intelligence and the visible policing being improved? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Klute. I then would like to go to the Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start by appealing to the top echelons of the South African Police Service. The issue of the forensic laboratory, we went to visit the chair, and you remember that we were promised that the matter is attended. And I hope that matter is attended, but hopefully we'll get the answer. The strategic planning for infrastructure. What is the long-term strategic plan for the construction of the new police stations? With the suspended or special leave minister, Minister Mkhulu, I've mentioned a police station somewhere in Gwelezane. I've mentioned that police station last year. And there's a number of police stations in different provinces. For instance, in Limpopo, there was one police station in Dennilton, which I think there was an acting colonel there as a station co-commissioner or a station commander. You know, in the past we used to call them that. There was concerns which I've raised in our portfolio co-committee. But hence I'm asking about the new police stations. What is the long-term plan? Because there's an outcry about the police stations in almost all the provinces. I was in the Eastern Cape on my constituency week. There's an outcry there as well. How does SAPS prioritize areas for new station development? And the funding resource, what are the primary challenges which perhaps we have in securing funding? Besides, I think there's a CARA funding which I'm not sure how do you utilize that funds for, because I know how you get the funds, and perhaps just to maintain police stations, what would be what is your challenge in doing that? Because most police stations leaves much to be desired. And there's an issue as well. I know it might not be on your presentation. The issue of vehicle. I visited few police stations. I went to Brett. I went to what do you call it, Bramley? No, it's not even Bramley. It's Weinberg. Shocking that some of the people there are using their cars. Even in Alberton, they're using their own cars. Some even telephones. They don't have phones. A colonel, for that matter, will ask me to say, yes, you want to attend the matter which you've reported from the community, but I don't have a car. And there's so much truck hijackings in those areas. So I just want to find out, how can you help those men and women in blue in those areas? Is there any dedicated budget for increasing the infrastructure to handle the national standard appropriate for 60 million people of this country? Knowing that we've got budget constraints, but what would be your plan? Technology and modernization. In what way is SAPS incorporating technology and modern policing strategies into a design and functions of the new police station? You've seen in the schools, like in Gauteng, they are no longer using your chalkboard. Most of the school now they've went into technology. I don't want to talk much about the 10-111 because there's an issue around that. The minister suspended is not here, but he's still owing us an answer. But because the deputy is here and he was there as well, perhaps we'll get an answer today. How are these efforts helping to improve efficiency and service delivery? I'm talking about technology and modernization. And there's the issue of community and community involvement. What is your strategic plan which can engage communities to gather input on the location and services offered at the police stations? And what role do the local community play in planning and decision-making process, besides the community police forums, which in the past had challenges as well? Some of them, as you know, shocking that even some policemen and women are not vetted. So let me close by saying as well, the performance metrics. What key performance indicators, the KPIs, does the SAP use to measure the effectiveness of police stations in meeting both local and international standards? And how often are these metrics reviewed and updated? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. Honourable Garner.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a graveyard shift, but we're going to work. So the first one that may be, the reason I had asked, Chair, whether this is the entire mail, is that we had the AG here for the bulk of the money. The police haven't responded to anything the AG has said. Not once has there been a response on the SCM questions. And what one would have expected is that as part of what they present to us, is these are the issues, these are the contracts that we are having difficulty with, that were flagged as irregular. This is what we are doing insofar as the bid evaluation, adjudication committees. These are the people that, I had asked the question insofar as the lifestyle audits of the people in supply chain. I would have expected that it comes part of the package. So there hasn't been a response to the AG, unless if it was to be responded at some point. But I would have expected that to have been the immediate response. So I think SCM must just prepare itself to respond to the issues raised by the AG, and what is being done to clean up the SCM division in the police. Because whether we we want to accept it or you want to deny it, the fights that are there in the police start with tenders. They start with tenders. And if you listen to what the presentation, and if we had just ended at that point, one would have been left with the impression that all is well in the police. That all is well in the police. But we have the ad hoc committee, we've got the Madlanga. Now we've got the issue of the people arresting KT, fighting with the Hawks, and what's happening? Like, there are different units in the police that are fighting one another. And that is not reflected. Unless if it's to say that this fight starts now because there's a commission. But we know, all of you know that these things have been there and there hasn't been a response to them. To say, why are we fighting? Maybe, Minister, because you are new and you've been observing from the outside, you can tell us, why are the fights happening in the police? Maybe General Masumula can reflect to say, this is what I believe the fights are about. Because they are not about protecting South Africans. If they were about protecting the South Africans, the detection rate for murder will be higher than it is. I mean, if there's one indicator, and General Masumula will remember this, that there was, when we were dealing with the annual plan, we raised the issue around the detection rate for murder, because it's just too low. So we accept that there are things that the police will not do. I was discussing with Honorable James that we've got a societal issue wherein people don't value life. You know, like we had 6 people murdered at Reche Park. 2 weeks back, we had 6 people being murdered in Broncos Parade. This past weekend, we had so many people in the Cape Flats that are being murdered. But what society expects from the police is that those matters are investigated, they are brought to court, and the perpetrators go to jail. And this brings me to the next question around the. We arrest a lot. Chanela arrest a lot, but we release as many people as we arrest, and they don't come back. They are arrested, yes, we celebrate on Monday, and then on Tuesday they are released, and nothing is ever heard of them again. So we celebrate arrest because it's like a quick drinking Coke when you are running. It gives you a quick rush. You celebrate, but then 2 days later, you've forgotten that you have taken it. Then the last thing, and I'll come back on my second round, Chair. Maybe, and this is where the Minister and the National Commissioner needs to take us into their confidence in terms of whether they do meet one-on-one, whether they do have meetings, discuss the state of policing and all the reports that are outstanding, including the organizational structure and all those issues, so that when we leave here, you don't want to leave here, Minister, tomorrow you are appearing before the ad hoc. Then you say things at the ad hoc committee that were like, but we're with you here today. You did not say those things. Or they call the deputy minister. We are here today, we are the portfolio committee. Then tomorrow when you are at the ad hoc, we hear, hey, but Minister, why didn't you say these things? Because we're together. This is the platform for you to say all these things so that when you get there tomorrow, you are like, I know, the committee is well briefed. I'll come back in the second round. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Then the Honourable Shikali.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to everybody again. I agree with a lot of what's been said. Irregular expenditure has risen from 2.96 billion from 2.49 billion, with 466 million added this year and none has been recovered. Which specific contracts or suppliers account for this amount, and which senior officers authorized them? Who was the final signatory? Who allowed that? Because if you are allowing contracts to be irregularly awarded and you know that the person that is receiving the contract is not has not fulfilled all its requirements, you are technically sitting with blood on your hands. So how many officials have faced consequence management for repeated audit findings and irregular expenditure? Why has the SAPS not filled the head of internal audit position for over 2 years? And why is nobody being held accountable for this lapse in governance? Because obviously that is something that needs to be done as a matter of urgency. The Audit Committee reports that only 54% of the action plans for the 2023-24 audit cycle were implemented. Why has the SAPS still not achieved full resolution of internal control and performance information deficiencies despite repeated AGSA findings? And who has been disciplined? Because it doesn't seem to me like anybody's being disciplined. Has the SAPS identified and blacklisted suppliers implicated in these irregular contracts? And have any senior officials been disciplined or charged? Why are internal audit recommendations consistently ignored? And the AG said it themselves. They said now, this morning, for 5 years we've been saying the same thing, but we are being ignored. So why are we ignoring them? Because then they're basically wasting their time to come and sit in front of us. And what steps will the National Commissioner take to enforce this compliance? Chairperson, I really am incredibly concerned when I heard that 0 of 6 targets were achieved under the forensic science labs. It's completely unacceptable. Now I know why cases of murder and GBV are closed, undetected, and we're just losing those people in a system because the forensic labs don't work. Why are maintenance contracts for critical forensic instruments allowed to expire? Because this cripples DNA processing and delays justice for the victims of murder and GBV in our country. It's completely unacceptable. There's families outside there sitting watching us. They're waiting to see what we're going to do. There's people that have been waiting for years with cases. Mia Botha, there's a whole lot of them. I can name names here today of families that are waiting, of their daughters that have been murdered, but we're waiting because there's no FSL. Our forensic labs are not working at all. And then, Chair, how many cases have been withdrawn or delayed due to missing or unscanned dockets under the ICDMS system? It is a concern. I come from the Northern Cape. There's many places that actually don't have signals. So I don't know. I really want to know what you do with those police stations. How are they supposed to scan something if they don't even have access to a network? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me at all. And then the SAPS notes delays in case finalization due to incomplete dockets and weak evidence. How many Chanela-linked cases were withdrawn by the NPA or dismissed by courts? And what proportion of those withdrawals resulted from poor investigation or procedural errors? And then, Chair, my last question is, if something had to happen right now in our country, we heard of an amount of aircraft that we have in South Africa. But if we really needed those aircraft to take off now, they need to go, all of the aircrafts that the South African police services have, and this includes the boats that we have, how many of them will be operational now? How many will we actually be able to use at this moment? It includes the vehicles. How many of those vehicles that you say we have in our fleet will we be able to drive with now? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Then we'd like to give the opportunity to the Honourable Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I already feel pressured because I have a million questions. But anyway, National Commissioner, well done, and thank you so much on behalf of the community of Westbury for that speedy arrest. We appreciate that intervention. My questions are as follows. We've heard General Mkhwanazi say that South Africa has one scanner. That shocking revelation. What is being done, and can you take us through the process of why we actually just have one scanner? The process, also if you can explain, we've heard now in the ad hoc committee, funds just being received by donors. We see here that the process, I want to understand the process for donor funding. What verification process do you have in place? Do we know where this funds is coming from? Detective allowance, we say thank you, but I'm also just worried that now we are getting an allowance which is boosting the morale. Would this money not be better utilized towards tools? Because we find that most of these detectives, the reason why they cannot get through their caseload is because they don't have cell phones, they don't have vehicles, they don't have computers. You find that 30 detectives are sitting in one room and sharing one computer. So would that money not have been better utilized to pump in resources instead of giving an allowance? I just want to know the update on the 20 million cocaine bust, the status of that case. Has those drugs, alleged drugs, been sent to forensics? Because this is a very big case and I'd like to think that it will be prioritized. Operation Chanele, we speak about 1.3 million arrests. We don't have anything to sort of link it with in terms of no data for convictions. Can we at least have something, a report that speaks to convictions with regards to the Operation Chanele? And also, NC, you know, we don't just want to complain, but we also want to come up with some solutions as members. When you have a special operation like this, have you partnered or have you engaged with NPA to sort of prioritize all the cases that stems from Chanele so that it can be placed on the roll and so that we can have outcomes of these cases? Do you have anything in place, a partnership in place with NPA? Lockdown 3 in the Western Cape, is that still operational? And what has been the successes of Lockdown 3 and for how long will that operation be in the Western Cape? Now also something that we've heard of, we've seen these satellite police stations, and sometimes I walk into these satellite, one in Bontejewel, one in Randfontein, and you walk in there and there's only a desk. There's only a desk, there's no telephones, there's absolutely nothing, and you find that these buildings has been rented for over 10 and 20 years. Can we get a report of how many satellite stations we have and who are the people we are renting from? Because there are stories out there that also there's political interference there, and the reason why we keep renting these buildings, it's because it belongs to a friend of a friend. I'm sure you know where I'm getting to with that. The cybercrime, also trained, you say that we've fully trained the cybercrime unit. There's no tools also there. Training with no tools to actually execute the duty, that is a futile exercise. The same goes for the training that is 100% achieved with regards to training. There's such a low morale of these members that exits the academy because they don't even have proper uniform, they don't have proper name badges. How far are we in terms of procurement, of ensuring that everyone is fully kitted out in terms of the tools of trade, that all the members that takes to the streets actually have the needed resources? The last one, Chair, vehicle status. You've also mentioned we have X amount of vehicles. When I go to the various garages in Gauteng as well as the Western Cape, the fleets are old and they are outdated. The fleets are going back, these vehicles are going back into the garage. They've almost exceeded their time. They should be scrapped. Why aren't we scrapping these vehicles? Yeah, so that's what I want to know there. And then can you give me at least one police station in the Western Cape that is fully capacitated with resources, that's functional, that is doing well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable James. I then hand over to the Honourable Beale.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. My first question will be: what is the intervention under? Sorry. My question would be: what interventions are underway to address a fleet shortage and a delayed maintenance? And the second question would be, how is coordination between DPCI and General Detective being strengthened? And the fourth question would be, what steps are being taken to rebuild and retain intelligence capacity? Yeah, and then the last one, yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, and then the Honourable Sokoto.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also take the opportunity to welcome the report. Chair, I wanted to check SAPS. How is SAPS evaluating the effectiveness of CPF and the Rural Safety Program? Is there any output on that? How is SAPS mitigating the resource gap to prevent investigative delays? Honorable James spoke about there's money being given, and I think what he raised there is that if only money is given and there is no apparatus or equipment to do the work, then it means we are still going to have a problem, because if you only give an incentive, you are then saying that you are encouraging them. Otherwise, they did have the tools of trade. It's just that they were underperforming because they were not given enough money, which is a good thing, and I think we must applaud acknowledging the work of detectives. But like Honorable James is saying, accept that incentive in terms of the tools of trade is the comparison to it. What operational impact has attrition had on intelligence collections and analysis? My last question, Chair, what corrective measures were implemented following the recent high-profile security breaches? Is there any plan? Did you learn anything from it? Are you not feeling embarrassed? And if you do, how are you going to deal with it to circumvent this behavior going forward? Because where we are now, Chair, South Africans, I have lost faith in the system. So what plans is there to rejuvenate and get that back from our people to say, no, with all that has been said, we are on a correct path. The commissions, the ad hoc committees are dealing to identify rotten apples, but the system is still intact. At least if South Africans would just be assured that the system is still intact, we are moving, then we are okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sokopo. If I may then hand over Minister Kachalia to you and then to coordinate response.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to all the members of the committee. And I want to say all protocol observed. There may be some questions of detail that were put in the last round that General Rabi might want to respond to. But I think a lot of the questions raise issues that need attention and to which there aren't necessarily any specific plans in place. I thought the Auditor General's report was very precise in identifying the issues that need attention, and many of the questions that were put by the members of the committee relating to the Auditor General's report, but also raising a wide range of questions that need attention, speak to the moment that we are in, kind of issues that Member Ghana is raising. So this is my take. I think the Madlanga Commission the ad hoc committee, and this inquiry, this meeting today of the portfolio committee, will raise questions pertinent questions, which speak to the moment that SAPS is in and the country is in. Is SAPS in a crisis? I think we need to give an honest and reflective answer to that question. My view is that the SAPS is a national organization. It's made up of about 180,000 members. We have over 1,000 police stations in the country. There are highly trained police officers in the service. The presentation today has been made by the country's elite corps, its generals. These are the best that we have. These are our generals. And they have made a presentation which demonstrates some important capabilities. I think the report was a candid one, which demonstrated that the service has significant capabilities to implement visible policing measures through operations in L1 and 2 across the country. There have been, I think, the measures taken by the police to deal with illegal mining. There have been very significant successes there. When it comes to the audit report, there has been, I think Honorable Meshwe indicated that what we have is stagnation. So we haven't had deterioration. We haven't had significant improvement. We have had some improvement since the last audit inquiry. We now have an unqualified audit with some important issues that were raised by the Auditor General. But the Madlanga Commission and the Audit Committee is going to cast an eye on the darkness, on the problems that we face in South African policing. And it will present us with a difficult moment. I think it provides us with an opportunity to reset. Many of the issues that were raised in the committee today are precisely the right ones that will require attention going forward. So when it comes to the, so I can see my own writing, the audit outcome. Yes, the audit was unqualified, but the Auditor General specifically raised issues around irregular expenditure, which link with problems of supply chain, with procurement, irregularities, and possibly worse, some elements of procurement fraud. So the Auditor General's report, together with your questions, have given us some homework to do. One reason why there's stagnation is that it's clearly the case that the response to the last audit outcome was not adequate. So the post-audit action plan and its implementation is something I will prioritize, including filling in the vacancy in the internal audit function. And I want to say that it is not acceptable for any department to appear before a portfolio committee without having taken steps or proven that it's taken demonstrable steps to address the issues that were raised in the previous audit outcome. In no particular order, the service was given some credit justifiably for the implementation of the JCPS, the crime and prevention strategy. So what's, I haven't got the acronym quite right. But I think that's an important matter for the committee also to pay attention to in the future. Other government departments clearly have to play an important role. And one request I would make is that you work with the South African Police Service and the Ministry to address the issue of liquor outlets. Because the provincial departments have the responsibility for licensing. There's a proliferation of licensing of liquor outlets. There's clearly a connection in communities with the high levels of contact crime. This is a matter that needs attention. It speaks to the questions many of you have been raising around an all-government approach. We have to take steps around procurement. I think that the issues around the bid committees, so I say that in the presence of the National Commissioner and his team, we have to look at those bid committees. I don't know if they have to be reconstituted, but there's a problem there, and there has to be consequence management for which, where there clearly is a problem. I think the police leadership, this elite corps of generals, don't deny that fact. Now, the crisis in forensics, the fact that all the targets were not met, is part of the explanation for why the carry-through from arrest to conviction, that chain is broken. And we have to pay attention to that question. I know, Commissioner, that we are launching the KZN one at the end of this month. Am I correct? We've got the building, but we're establishing and launching the facility with all the relevant equipment and so forth at the end of this month. Am I correct, Commissioner? Can we make that commitment?
Thanks, through you, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, Minister. But however, the festive season might affect delivery of equipment.
Okay.
We will still discuss that, Minister. Thank you.
The point, though, is this. One forensic laboratory isn't going to address the deficit. So, going forward, as part of, there's some immediate homework you've given us. The question of forensics is definitely needs to be part of the reset, because this has been an enduring and long-term problem. Docket management, digitalization of docket management. Some steps have been taken. I'm going to make sure that I'll examine that project. We can report back to the committee on the plans, on the action plans that need to be put in place to ensure that that project is implemented. Vehicles. What appears to have happened is that we have recruited in recent years, although if you go back to around 2010, our numbers have dropped, personnel numbers. But over the last, in recent times, the numbers of that were recruited is in the region of 10,000. But we're still losing a lot of officers. And there's now, you're increasing the numbers of personnel, but your vehicles numbers have dropped. There are other problems around the management of vehicle fleets, maintenance and so forth. detectives clearly don't have access to sufficient vehicles. That's a matter that needs attention. Again, I raise these matters because the committee will need to hold us to account on these questions. Crime intelligence is very interesting because when I look at the audit report, they met most of the performance targets that the Auditor General referred to. But everyone knows that crime intelligence has been unstable, that there are real capacity issues there. These are long-term problems. I think in one area where post-apartheid South Africa has not succeeded is in establishing this kind of crime intelligence capabilities that are required to deal with crime effectively, particularly as crime is evolving, becoming much more organized. Simply having a large mass organization of poorly trained, poorly skilled sometimes officers without sufficient attention to building the capabilities that are required, including in detective services, is not going to cut it going forward. So it's a matter that needs attention. Firearm management. These are all issues that either the Auditor General raised or you raised. We continue to lose a large number of guns. Many of them are licensed firearms, and these firearms are finding themselves there in the hands of criminals who shoot police officers, who shoot indiscriminately in communities and so forth, which explains the high murder rate. So it's a matter that we have to get control of. I think that the police are doing their best at the moment. It's not like this matter's been ignored. There have been significant successes, but not adequate for the challenge that we have. Infrastructure. This year we built 20 police stations. I visited one police station, I can't remember the area now, but it was a fantastically well resourced police station with the most modern equipment. Met a station commissioner whose father used to be the station commissioner. Now he's taken over. Brilliant young man, well-equipped police station in a community that has been demanding a police station for a long time. But if we look at population growth, particularly urbanization, we are not meeting the infrastructure challenge. And you've heard some of the reasons today. This is not a matter in the control of the police service, and I am not here to point fingers or to absolve ourselves from blame. But the infrastructure challenges, both when it comes to police stations, but other questions about the technological capabilities that are required. For instance, cybercrime. We are not in a position today to meet that challenge. So I think that we need a technology plan for SAPS going forward, next 20 years. And that is something I'm going to pay attention to. Can't be done on an ad hoc basis. I think we need to bring in the people who understand how technology, how it's changing, AI and so forth, and the applications that are going to be required going forward. Training, it was somewhat of a revelation to hear from Honourable Member Chickling about what happens in our training facilities and the conditions under which some of our young officers are trained, not acceptable. So this is, but it goes to the capabilities that are going to be required for a new kind of policing. We think about the matter that Member James raised about, well, what is your vision? We're going to have to answer that question going forward. Corruption is a problem in police services all across the world. That's no consolation to us, but it needs to be acknowledged, and we're going to need to think about enhancing the strategies and the structures that are in place to deal with that problem, because as long as we have that problem, we can't deal with the efficiency challenges. Yes, it's true that we have one scanner. That is perhaps the kind of impactful strategic intervention that needs to be made. We have to control our ports. A lot of the drugs and other contraband coming through the ports of entry, we have one scanner. That was a matter that General, well, I won't mention the name, but in any event, brought to my attention. I think he was here on March the 5th. Now, there's the issue of border security. I can say to all of you here that the issue is, as I now understand it, that both of these are commitments of the government, fighting crime and improving border security. But the two departments, I lead one of them, are not on the same page on this matter at this point. You can help us. You have to ensure that those transversal objectives are met. You've heard also from the trade union leaders today. That's what I heard from my senior management team. And there's no way that I'm going to accept a solution which undermines the existing capacities of SAPS. But on the other hand, I said to my colleagues in the cabinet that this issue of border security has to be dealt with because we have a problem of illegal immigration in this country. We have to control our borders, and I expect senior management of SAPS working with their sister department for us to find a solution together with Treasury. So border management is something, if I could say to the committee, that these transversal issues, these are even issues that the provincial government might have to deal with them, are also issues that the portfolio committee should be considering. Now, the issues that the trade union leadership led, I thought their presentations were very helpful. There are issues around training, mental health, police killings. Those are all issues of concern. They need attention. I want to speak to one matter, the issue of grade progression in the middle ranks, talking about constables, sergeants, warrant officers. I know that this is a serious issue, and it's deeply affecting the morale of our officers. I want to go out there and bet for those police officers with your support. But I think that the committee should also confront the issue squarely, because this of course is going to have a significant impact on the budget. Now, you can't support the current fiscal framework on the one hand and simultaneously insist that this requirement has to be met to be consistent. So I think these issues of fiscal policy, the economics of economic growth, of fiscal management, and then of properly resourcing the police service going forward, and I'm talking about the next 20 years, has to be taken on board as we in this committee raise issues that are going to have impacts on budgets. But I will say to the Minister of Finance that this is a serious question. For any reset, we have to we have to rebuild the morale and confidence of those middle ranks. So, this is where I will conclude, Chairperson. What you have done is giving me the issues that I've raised, some of them are short term, some of them are longer term, is our homework. We must come back to the committee on the issues on which I've responded. But I think that many of these issues are long term. What I want to do is work towards a kind of 2040 plan, a kind of reset agenda. That conversation I've been thinking about. I have some ideas about how to get there. The observations of the committee are going to be critical. I would like the trade unions to be involved in that process. But we should recognize that this organization is not on the ground. It has significant capabilities. There are police officers doing a job across the country every day in virtually every community. But it's also an ailing organization, under stress, with many resource constraints. And what I would urge from the committee is to assist myself and the South African Police Service to identify those issues that are going to need attention in the short term and the issues that need to be incorporated into a long-term vision for SAPS. We can then ask the question, what kind of South African Police Service do we want in the next 20 years? Yes, it has to be reflective of the population as a whole. Yes, it has to have the capabilities that are required of a professional police service that is able to improve the safety and security of our people, and a police service that our people can have, can trust, have confidence that the police service has the capabilities that are required to improve safety, to reduce crime, because we're not there yet. And this is a truth, perhaps, that is part of the enduring truth of the last 30 years. We've had high levels of crime over the last 30 years. The police service does their best, many police officers, but we're not in a position yet to achieve a sustainable reduction of crime which improves the levels of safety in communities across the country. Gang violence is an example. The gang violence in the Western Cape has now evolved. It's no longer the gang violence that we experienced over the years. It's now evolved into organized crime, and the police service knows that visible policing, increased deployments is not going to be sufficient. It's part of the solution, but every day people are still being killed in Philippi, in El Dorado Park, in Recha Park, all across the country. So we need to build the capabilities that are going to be necessary for the police service to be put in a position to win this battle. And I, for one, think that there's a lot to work with. We have built in the last 30 years, in the last 3 decades, we have built in this country a national police service that doesn't fully reflect the country's, perhaps, its demographics, but it is an achievement. And I would hope that the committee can also recognize that in this difficult moment, that there are people within the police service and within the ministry that you can work with to help us take the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for all of your comments.
About our relationship. You can imagine the position that we found ourselves in 2 months ago.
Why does General Masemola smile when you say that?
You know, he had his own experience. I think wounds from his recent experience. He didn't know where I stand. Now I think he does. And I would say we have a good, respectful, working relationship. I understand that this is the National Commissioner. He is the most senior police officer in the country. I respect him for the work he's doing and for his professionalism and his expertise. I expect him, and I think he does, respect where I'm coming from and the responsibility that I must shoulder. So in a difficult moment, I think we have found each other. We are working well, and I don't only mean him, I mean his entire team. And I feel pretty energized about the task ahead. I think I can work with the leadership of SAPS and the deputy ministers to achieve what I'm trying to indicate I have in mind.
Thank you, Minister. General Masemola, if I may then hand over to you for further response on the question and to coordinate it. I'm going to again allocate 30 minutes, and then when we get to 15 minutes, I will press my button again, and then everyone knows there's 15 minutes. Honorable Skosana.
So, Chair, the 4 follow-ups will make it after General.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, 100%. General Masemola.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the Minister, DM. First, to start with the first question, Honorable Chair, as to what response do we have in the that is provided by Program 2. In each province, Honorable Chair, we do have your flying squad, your 1, which dispatches police station vans. So there are various responses depending on what is the situation, of course. Then you can have your other specialized units that can assist you, like your K9, can just respond to every complaint. It depends on what is at stake, your K9, your POP, your NIU, your Special Task Force. It will depend on the type of response. General Zulu will at some point talk to the training. We are training quite a lot of detectives. We also train those that are currently detectives on specialized courses. But as you are aware, we embarked on, since the beginning of the financial year, recruitment of extra 4,000 detectives. So they are slowly undergoing training, and we do foresee that we won't finish that 4,000 training in this financial year. It will overlap, it will go over to the outer years. So, and of course, we're going to add more numbers on that. The KZN forensic, as the minister said, it will be, the building is ready. We are already putting our equipments that we had in the province, but also, as I said, there are equipments that we have ordered outside the country. My team says they will be here by 12th of December, but I don't want to stick to that date because it's festive season time. Let's say January, towards end of January, because normally this time of the year, there's companies, they close, and it's quite a lot that happens. So, but if ever everything comes, you will see the minister obviously launching the new lab in KZN. In terms of forensic lab, you spoke about, Honorable Skosana. We did pump quite a number of, since April 1st last year to now, we put in 75 personnel. I don't say it's enough. You will always hear that. I know my people from forensic lab will say they've got, there were 2,000, now there must be 1,005. So there's a big shortage, 400 plus, that is a shortage. You'll recall a couple of years ago when the austerity measures were implemented in the public service, including the police. In the police, it was not the implementation of CARD to all directorates except forensic. It was CARD across the board, including the forensic. So none of these directorates have what they're supposed to have. The numbers have gone down. But of course, as you are aware now that I gave them posts, all what is left is for them to recruit. The end of the year is coming, and I told them that we can't reach end of the year and they haven't yet recruited. As one of the speakers earlier said, that we have people that have got forensic qualification that are at a police station. Of course, yes, they go. We employ them with their qualification. They went to, after pass out, they must go to a police station to do what you call on-the-job training. And once they finalize that after 6 months, and then they can be placed permanently wherever they're supposed to be, like in this case, forensics. It is just a matter of this directorate to finalize the recruitment. I give them posts, there is funded posts. Of course, I'm hoping somewhere, but they just have to, before the end of this year, get the home bodies there, including extra 30 for, it's actually more than 60 because it's police 30 and Public Service Act almost 28. So for the lab in KwaZulu-Natal. So the numbers are there. And of course, in terms of assisting in addressing the challenges of backlog that grows, I'm sure honorable members and chair will recall that earlier this financial year we had a problem of the lab in Pretoria where there was a leakage of roof a lot. It was closed for almost 2 weeks. Thereafter, there was a problem of water. So I did give money, more than 12 million, which I'm going to give again as that one goes down, to compensate for the time lost in the process, so that they can be able to recover the work that has been lost. But of course, yes, indeed, it's true that since Operation Chanela started, the work of the lab is quite under pressure because the exhibits that comes into the space have increased quite drastically. But there are areas, of course, that we prioritize, cases that we prioritize, like your murder cases, your GBV cases. We have a special project for that GBV, which ourselves and NPA, we make sure that those cases get processed as soon as they arrive at the lab. And we also, at our National Operational Command Center, is the only area of a directorate where we have specific people that are working there. Their job is solely to, from when the case has been reported on the system, they must trace where is the exhibit, trace it along the way. Did it arrive at the lab, yes or no? So we have a desk that is working there. For now, is working during the day, 7 to 4. But the intention is to, in the future, near future, get it to work around the clock. So those are the measures that we are doing. General Fani will talk on the infrastructure, the Denelton police station, and which Honorable Skosana did raise. Most of the outcry on maintenance, Honorable Skosana, we tried our best in terms of getting public works to give us certain powers to do some work. You must remember, even where you find us building a police station, it'll be only one of those, I think it's 240 that they devolve to us, which they say we can do something. The rest, we can't do something. And in certain instances, it's not that we don't have money. We had the capital budget at about R1 billion, and public works project, they don't complete, and we have to reprioritize. Maybe ask Treasury say take money, bring again next year. So we don't have the right to repair every police station that you see there. And we know the blame by the public, yourself, will always come to say SAPS is not doing 1, 2, 3. But we do not have a delegation to do everything. The department says they will do what is their mandate. In terms of Vehicles, yes, the fleet is getting old, that's why the numbers are going down, and we are trying to increase, to make sure that we increase by more, even this year, especially the detective environment, we have boosted them. I think the forensics or LCRC, we boosted them with over 100 cars, and we will again before end of this year, if delivery schools well, we will also have more vehicles in the environment and the rest of the environment. But of course, yes, we are looking to increase more there. Key performance areas, standards, we did look around some countries, and well, it is not there are various standards that are used by countries. Some countries, they do not report a crime when somebody phoned to report a crime. They first investigate it in full and only then report it after. So in South Africa, it's different. When you phone, you report a crime. We register it now, or we take statements down, we register, and then we investigate. If it was found to be false, unfortunately, it's already in. You can't take it out. So that's the difference. But yeah, other countries, their performance measures are not really, some are not more up to standard. And of course, remember, some of them don't release, even first world countries, they don't release crime stats, which we do in this case. They, instead of releasing crime stats, they give a long story of percentages and they leave you in the middle. So there are areas to benchmark, but not really the best. Honorable Gunners, you said there was no response on the AG's presentation. We thought we're gonna now, as we answer, we are going to take that into consideration. And then you say there is no response on what are these files about. Well, it's more about investigation of crime. What has been found out, what we found out, crime has been committed, and we are investigating it. And I've got no interest in any tender. I've got no business, no tender, and I delegated functions to the respective officials, which I've now, myself, together with the CFO, we have reviewed the delegation of powers that not every, because tenders have been signed by the National Commissioner Supply Chain. So we said, no, we reviewed it to say certain amounts must go to the Deputy National Commissioner Support, be signed off by him or her, and from certain amount of a tender, then be signed off by the National Commissioner, which before it wasn't like that. And in terms of the irregular expenditure, there are four items or contracts that place us much more on the bad side in terms of irregular expenditure. One, unfortunately, we are disclosing them, but they have not necessarily happened now, some of them, but they paint us bad, of course. The first one happened in 2018. It's a SAPS related one, is about 636 plus million. The second one happened in 2019, is telecom related, and SAPS, telecom building IT there, 487 plus million. And the health risk manager, not the current one, the previous one, 430 plus million. So yes, we did get value out of that. Not that we lost money, we did get value. However, we, as I said, they happened long ago, but they have been investigated, we are disclosing them now. Hence, you see our irregular expenditure have shot up. Of course, there is also one of RT67, and that is related to repairs of vehicles and tires and tubes, which also, that one is for now. So the other three, they are quite old, but they've been disclosed now. So they will paint the current leadership that is here in that bad light. We are not just leaving this irregular expenditure as is. Myself and the CFO and the management, we have put measures in place. We have introduced now what is called audit, that once the BEC, which you also changed, not the same one, and the BAC, which you also are restructuring now, they will work on contracts. But just before they allocate a contract to honorable gunners, they will park there. Then comes a team of our own internal audit. They go through the work and see whether whoever have anything to do, have they done the proper work. And once they find it's okay, then they'll give them the nod to say, okay, they can proceed. We did encounter quite a little bit of problems in that, because some school of thought were saying now we are making the auditors part of procurement process, but we said no, but if it will work for us, let it be, because that's the only way we think it will work for us. So we have introduced that. We've reviewed the bid evaluation committees, and we also going to involve a lot of specialists like your CSIR people in terms of as we get to specifications, because one of the things is our police officials will have a problem with specification in terms of those technological language and other languages, specialist languages. So we're now going to at least have one or two people that are specialists that can assist us and guide us in a lot of areas. But the General Fani will talk more on that, and the CFO. Well, I spoke about the irregular expenditure. The post of the chief audit executive, that's not filled in 24 months. Maybe it's just wherever it's written is a typo error, Honorable Shigling. It's not 24 months. It was vacant since April, 1st of April last year. It's 18 months. However, I agree it's too long. But we have done the reprocessing, and it will be filled before the end of this financial year, definitely. The panels are approved, everything will be on the go. General Final will respond on the matter of blacklisting of suppliers. With the current health risk manager contract that we cancelled, of course, when you cancel something, you go through a lot of legalities to make sure that you are quite correct. Because I know some says no, why we took so long before we cancelled. We have to do a lot of thorough job before we can do that with the legal services, which eventually we cancel it. So in terms of consequence management, we are going to apply it, but however what we advised one another in this case is that let's finalize the forensic audit. We did what you saw is preliminary audit, but currently there is a forensic audit that we expect that it will be finalized within now November, December. Once that is finalized, then we will then be able to take action. In the past, I think it's one of the contracts also in supply chain, I don't know whether it's the marking or what, where action was taken against certain people. Then later, currently now as we speak, there's a lot of people that have got that they're fighting their case, which they say, no, but you see, here I wasn't too wrong. If somebody didn't give me wrong things, I wouldn't have gone wrong. And we dealt with this one, we didn't deal with that one. So we don't want to go into that conundrum again, where we might find ourselves having dealt with people and then they challenge the sanction because of we didn't do the whole complete chain of the whole procurement. So hence the forensic audit that is being done now. The scanner, yes. In some of our forums, Honorable James, there was a committee called Border Coordinating Committee, there was decisions taken that departments shouldn't buy scanners, especially for border, because we give that to the SARS custom. They be the one that buy. Like the scanner that is in Durban, the one for trucks, the huge one. It's not SAPS scanner, it belongs to the SARS. Yes, SAPS had one scanner in Durban, a small one, yes, which is now no more serviceable. So now the BMA also is there, so it is those two departments that will be responsible for buying scanners for that. But however, internally we said division, this ball must buy scanners, mobile one with vents, for usage for roadblock purposes. They are busy with that procurement. I'm sure they will finalize before the end of this financial year. Where Karamani is monies that come from proceeds of crime, which minister, they do have a ministerial committee, there's a DG's committee, and the decision there is that the money is used more for organized crime. And yeah, repairing a police station might be something else than organized crime, of course. The convictions on Shanela will have to go back, work on that, will come back. The lockdown 3 in the Cape Flats, yes, it is still on now, but we have added personnel from around the province of Western Cape into this operation with extra overtime now and then, which we think that will boost a long way to go. We have 185 police stations in the country. Some of them are fixed buildings, some of them are borrowed buildings, but the details of how many are rented, I wouldn't have the details now. We can go back and work on that supply chain, work on the whole 185, and we'll come and give. But of course, a satellite police station's purpose is not to remain satellite forever. It's a stopway halfway towards a police station. Yeah, I think I will ask my colleagues to talk more on some of the matters. Let me start with, I'll start with technology, General Mavundla, followed by the CFO, General Fani, Sintumule Musigiri, and General Zulu. General Mavundla from technology side.
Good afternoon to the chairperson, the honorable members, and the minister, deputy ministers, the national commissioner, deputy national commissioner, and all colleagues. General, the question that came was the modernization within the organization, especially at the new police stations. We do have a strategy in the organization that we call ISICT strategy, which is information systems and information and communication technology. So within that strategy, we have 4 pillars. And those 4 pillars are the ones that are driving us in looking at what would be the strategy to modernize the organization. Having said that, we do modernize as we go. We start with the infrastructure at most times. The infrastructure in the organization is dilapidated. I'm talking to the infrastructure that is network infrastructure. If we look at the rural areas haven't got infrastructure that is enough, because even the telco or telecommunication companies, they don't go there. They go where there's business, which you find that we are able to upgrade data lines within the urban areas because the data, the telecommunication is also there. So in the rural areas is where we are struggling at the moment. But if I would speak to the main pillars of technology modernization in the organization,
we looked at the reinventing of the Client Service Center, where we say this is where it starts, what technologies should be at the Client Service Center. And then the other pillar that we look at is the investigation and the detective, which is more of a crime scene where we want to ensure that modernization of the evidence collection and the crime investigation is also done. And then the next pillar is where we look at the intelligence, where we are looking at lead policing, crime prevention and combating, where we are using the data and the analysis to improve crime fighting. And then the last pillar, as I said, there's 4, is using all the other technologies that are mobile, which will be the body-worn cameras, which will be the unmanned surveillance, which will be CCTVs. In that, you will find bits and pieces where we have started doing such, where there are surveillance cameras that we are implementing around the KZN environment, where we look at which of the environments that have the highest crime that is not mendable with the resources or human resources that we have. It does go slow, although I'm making that example, it does go slow because of the budget constraints that we have in the organization. But there is definitely a roadmap of the ICT environment, which is supporting the strategy of the organization, as indicated what are the pillars that are arriving to such. Where we are talking to the cybercrime issues, cybercrime, it falls under the intelligence-led, where we are using the data and the analysis to improve crime fighting. We do have contracts where we are buying some of the equipment that is relevant for cybercrime and extraction of the information from any of the technologies that would have been used within that particular crime. As it has been heard, how we are sourcing that particular information from any other. Within that space, we also have the systems or applications that are used within the labs, within all the other areas. So those pillars are the pillars that are driving us to be able to support the policing within the organization. It would not be easy without the infrastructure that is constantly maintained and constantly upgraded and constantly put into the newest technologies of infrastructure, network infrastructure within the country of overall. Because those new technologies that are coming in, they're coming in with a a need that they must be plugged into the infrastructure that would work with such. So we are also improving within our hosting space so that we look at the hosting that is relevant for the today's technology, which we normally call the cloud. So that's where we are. But we are in the process of modernizing the organization. Within all the other core collaborations that we have within the MOUs, we also had chosen 5 stations where we would collaborate with the Business Against Crime or any other that is involved in such, that we look at what would work better within a specific police station. So we started with the assessment of the police stations. There are 5, which we are going to set an example with in looking at how should those police stations that are mostly receiving more crime should look like. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, the CFO, General Impact.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I will touch on, I think there was a question on donor funding. This is in relation to Kara. It is disclosed on the financial statements, in particular on the statement of financial performance under aid assistance. So that is the only amount that we have received. We do not have any other donations in this regard. So in terms of the template, you will then disclose that under aid assistance, and you will see that on note number 3 in terms of the analysis in this regard. So we received an amount over to 1 billion that we utilized for the process of organized crime. There were operations that were funded from there. We procured capital assets in that particular regard. So you will see the details on note 3 on the financial statements. In terms of irregular expenditure, the supply chain management will get into the details. For the 24-25 financial year, there was 466 million that was disclosed there. There were 3 transactions that were high value that were disclosed there. There was a health risk management contract that has been discussed all over. It is disclosed there. When we picked up that particular contract, sometime in January, all relevant investigations and determination tests were done, and audits were done, and relevant disclosures were done in relation to this health risk manager contract. So we have that is disclosed. There was an issue on non-compliance on a contract that dealt with the Tafelsag police station at around 48 million. It is disclosed there. And the biggest amount that is disclosed there is in relation to irregular expenditure that relates to the RT69 contract. That is a contract that talks to the issues of the tires. It is a transversal contract. There were issues there. We conducted a determination test, and it was disclosed in there. On the annual report, there are 2 parts. There is part E as well as part F. Part E speaks to the issues of compliance. I think AGSA touched more on that. In that particular part on the annual report, it talks to the issues that troubles us in terms of non-compliance to PFMA in relation to irregular expenditure. When we took over in 2019, other committee members who were here will recall that the department was struggling with a qualification audit opinion. So we set out a plan to clean up that particular qualification audit opinion. We had to go back 4 years to clean up and determine whether those transactions were not irregular. So we cleaned up and we corrected the opening balance in terms of our financial statements. Most of the transactions were lying there. You have those old transactions that we then had to disclose in our effort to correct the opening balance. And we corrected, and subsequently we dealt with our financial statements, and we were able to get out of the qualification area. And we have since sustained that for the past 5 years, including the year under review. Now you sit with those transactions that are sitting there, and we are dealing with them together with National Treasury. We have contacted National Treasury and requested them to assist us to deal with these transactions that are lying on Part E as a project. They have condoned an amount of 430 million up to so far. We are in the process of submitting others so that they can assist us to deal with such condonement so that we can remove this from our register in this particular regard. There's also a delegation that the accounting officer has done so that then we are able to can deal with this, especially where it was determined that there was no loss, there was no corruption, and there was no fraud, so that then we can follow the National Treasury framework in terms of cleaning up our books. So we are in progress. They are cooperating. We are working together with National Treasury, and we believe that at the end of 25-26, that particular irregular expenditure register would have been cleaned up in terms of the amounts that we find ourselves having to put them under Part E on the annual report in this regard. There is 52 million that is still under assessment. We are making progress in terms of finalizing the investigations and the entire value chain to assist us to then submit for necessary approval or condonation in this particular regard. So the 2.4 billion was not incurred in the under review. Under review on the financial statement is 466. The rest of the data you will see on Part E that we are currently dealing with. working together with National Treasury and the relevant condoning authorities to ensure that we then clean up our irregular expenditure register and we begin to then down manage those particular issues. There's quite a number of actions that supply chain will touch on in terms of what is it that we are doing to deal with these transgressions. There are awarenesses as well as trainings that are taking place countrywide in terms of issues of quotations as well as the reconfiguration of these committees that the National Commissioner spoke about in this particular regard. So I thought I will just clarify the two disclosures in this regard. Thank you, National Commissioner. General Fanny will then touch on the steps and actions that are taking place. Where it is found that there was fraud, cases are opened. Where it is found that people are found to be wanting, steps will be taken. There are those that investigating officers are still investigating. The RT69, we are awaiting a final report from the IO. As soon as it is finalized and there are recommendations, those recommendations will be implemented without any fear or favor. The forensic investigations surrounding the health risk manager, should people be found to be wanting, those steps will be implemented without any fear or favor, and we believe that that investigation will soon be concluded. We followed the forensic investigation route because we did not want to then not hold everybody who is responsible for this into consideration. So that report, we are waiting it. It should be concluded very soon so that then the necessary disciplinary action as well as holding the relevant people to account, that will then unfold. By the time we come back to the committee, that will be done. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. The next will be General Fani.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Quite a number of questions that were not answered by the National Commission. I'll go through them. The issue of Ngwelezane, we have already activated a procurement instruction to Public Works with regards to Ngwelezane, and we have already had communication with them. It is a non-devolved function, so they would have to assist us with the demolition and construction in that space, but it is in the plan for construction. I think the committee is quite conversant at this current moment with regards to what powers are devolved to us and what are not devolved to us. The prioritization of the construction of police stations typically happens there's visible policing, and the provinces would have a conversation around what is a priority in the provinces. It links to a number of indicators that are prevailing in the province at the time, and once they have concluded on what is to be prioritized, then we put it on our IDP, and then we plan for it accordingly for a new construction. The question was asked in terms of, have we sent the request for blacklisting of suppliers at National Treasury? Yes, we have. All the suppliers that are not conforming in accordance to the deliverables in the contract, we do have conversations at BAC. We sent the documentation to National Treasury for restriction. Let me use the correct answer, for restriction of those suppliers at National Treasury. If at any given time there are suppliers that have found wanting in the procurement process, we also do flag them for restriction with National Treasury. There are instances, however, where there is irregular expenditure and it is not at the fault of the supplier. We cannot hold the supplier responsible for that administrative error, so we would not invoke restriction in that regards. We will then, the determination test will reveal whether the supplier was found wanting or not. And if not, we do not invoke issues of restriction with National Treasury. But we embark on the consequence management internally in the organization for the officials that have led the contract into irregularity. Why do we allow contracts to expire? The maintenance contracts, we normally should not allow them to expire. But the operational environments know better in terms of what is critical and what is not critical. In instances where the contracts are to expire and we can invoke other procurement modalities other than a tender process, for an example where we can issue a quotation for as and when the maintenance is required, we do embark on that process. Typically for machineries that are still in good condition, that are still new, we would not overkill with the tender process but use quotation process. We do experience some challenges there. However, the most favorable position would be to ensure that there's contracts all the time, and we are working on making sure that those happen. The question was asked, how many cars do we have running on the road? We have about 43,400 fleet, more about. In our books. We have been in the position to improve the availability of this fleet to about 85%, meaning that we still have 15% breakdown on our fleet within SAPS, meaning that at any given time we've got 15% of our fleet that's not running. It could happen that in one police station, if there is no proper control, there are quite a lot of police fleets that are not running at any given time. But we have gone through to the provinces and assisted them in making sure that the fleet availability is improved from that. The garages are at the provinces, and the provinces are responsible for the maintenance of fleet. We do assist them. The issue of scrapping of cars, the fact that we are having limited financial resources to replenish new cars, we tend not to retire most of our fleet too quickly. If we can hold on to what we have for an extended period of time, we do that. But we have given the garages and the provinces a discretion to indicate at any given time if it is becoming unbearable to run those fleet, so that we can flag them for boarding. The boarding policy clearly indicates that if we have exceeded the value of the car, you should flag it for disposal. But with the limited resources we've got, it becomes a virtually very difficult task. We need to hold on to what we've got. A question was asked in terms of what are the things that we're doing to make sure that the irregular expenditure does not escalate to the level where it is now. We have taken note of the presentation from AGSA. I think on page 5 of the AGSA presentation, they have indicated that we have implemented adequate controls and these actions are ongoing. However, we do have instances where indeed our bid evaluation processes are failing us quite drastically. And that's where we really need to have this concerted effort. We've had a three-day session within supply chain management to try and find out exactly and pinpoint some of these areas where we are experiencing problems. And indeed, it's at bid evaluation committees. The bid evaluation committee is not a standing committee. The members of the bid evaluation committees get appointed on a project basis. Now, some of those people, either they have criminal intentions or it's just purely an issue of competency. And we have picked up, when I had a number of discussions with them, that there are issues predominantly of competency with regards to the bid evaluation committees. They are police persons. They are not technocrats. A huge chunk of them have not been trained on bid processes, and therefore that's the risk that we've got. Chair, I have to report that we've got quite a young procurement policy that we have that has just been put in place. That policy was put through a rigorous evaluation. We've had internal processes to review that, to make sure that that policy does put together the governance and controls. That was passed. We have also actually given it to AGSA to look at, and they have not found any gaps in that policy. We then, if you look at the 4 areas of procurement, the policy, the systems, technology, as well as the structure, we have to work on technology and the structure. If the policy works and the systems are working, the people and the technology needs to be implemented. We are using a paperless system. A paperless system is prone to issues. And we were banking on IFMS to come to fruition. It's not coming to fruition. We then have to invoke our own exemption processes to be exempted from IFMS so that we can procure a system so that we deal away with the issues of paperwork system. The issue of dropping off tenders on a paper system, and then anything can happen to those papers. We really have to get rid of that. General Mavundla has already been activated in that regard, so we are banking on her to assist us with regards to that. Chair, we are also, we have spoken with HR. There are key positions that we have not filled in procurement, critical positions. The component head has not been filled in the last 3 years. And we also have had to expedite that process and make sure that we have that position filled. It's critical. It will allow me an opportunity as the head of the division to do other things other than looking at procurement functions. We are expediting the issues of consequence management. The determination tests, we are at about more than 90% of the determination tests done on all the irregular expenditure contracts or tenders that we have within the SAPS. The consequence management has to be expedited. We are working with human resource management with regards to that, expediting that process. We also had challenges with regards to how do we then, after a year or 2 or 3, look at issues of value for money when the rent value has deteriorated or has moved in a way that it has. We have had conversations with National Treasury to be able to justify those issues of the value for money. We are hoping that when we do meet with them, General Stolle is standing in for me. I'm away for 3 months out of office on work assignment. So she will expedite in making sure that the condonation of those contracts happen expeditiously. We have touched on issues of who sits in the committees. The bid specification committees are ad hoc. Each environment that is affected by the contract or the tender, we do assemble them by nomination of the divisional commissioners in those environments. As I've indicated, we are looking at, I think the divisional commissioners are looking at the person that could have the most knowledge with regards to the need or the service or the goods that are to be procured. But that does not necessarily mean that they're conversant with the procurement process, and that's where the challenge is. The same happens with the bid evaluation committees. It's not a standing committee. It is assembled for a specific commodity. The bid adjudication committee is the only standing committee. The National Commissioner has had a look at whether to give all the powers to the chairperson of the committee. The committee sits and adjudicates, and they make a recommendation for the award to a supplier. The chairperson of the committee is delegated the functions to sign the contract. The chairperson of the adjudication committee does not adjudicate all by himself. He is only signing the appointment of the contractor. The bid adjudication committee sits and collectively agree on the adjudication of a tender. But we are going to be looking at the thresholds in terms of that, to allocate them a certain threshold, and some of it will go to the next level of authority. That will then mean that the adjudication committee will recommend to the next level, and the next level will then do the final adjudication with regards to the allocation of tenders. But there are other administrative things that we are doing, and I would not go through those. Those are the things that we are looking at, and making sure that our paperwork trailing, the issues of checklists that are signed off, and also strengthening the sign-offs from various environments within the division, with clear explanations of why they are signing and whether they have made themselves conversant with the tender that they have reviewed, that they are recommending to the bid adjudication committee. Chair, I will stop at that. Thank you very much.
General Sintumule.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you and to the honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister of Police, National Commissioner and Head of Entities. Chairperson, I'll start with the issue of coordination between detectives and the DPCI. We are different segments of the same crime detection business value chain, and therefore we work hand in glove. And to just articulate or give examples of how we work together with the DPCI, I will use first the SAPS operational approach on CITs. The DPCI has proclaimed the CIT as a priority for the DPCI, so they carry the CIT docket, and as the detective in supporting them, we carry the CIT related docket. That could be possession of unlicensed firearm or stolen vehicles. Those will be in support of their investigations in addressing the target or the suspect. And secondly, also they have got the capacity for financial investigations, specifically for preservation orders or asset forfeiture. Within the detective, this skill is not there, so therefore we require DPCI to assist us in this regard, and I think they have done so successfully. But again, emanating from the Western Cape, Cape Metropole gang stations, they are also assisting us to build capacity of financial investigations within the detectives. And lastly, on the examples, we also are coordinating on cybercrime. We actually carry the function through the NASCOM of the designated point of contact. That is Cybercrime Center within SAPS, and therefore they do the investigation. So we coordinate also in that regard. The next one, Chairperson talked to Honorable James' questions on the 20 million cocaine bust that took place in Midrand 5 days ago. I think her question was whether the exhibits have reached forensic services. I must say, as part of our protocols, the drugs, as part of the exhibits, were sent to forensic for investigations and also analysis. I must add that an arrest was made in this regard. A 58-year-old male was arrested. The investigation led by crime intelligence continues, therefore I won't divulge much on this one. I have got two requests, Honorable Chair, in relation to Honorable Shikaling's questions. One talks to the cases withdrawn emanating from our unscanned docket at the station level. We request that we provide this answer in writing, as it requires for us to go and scan the system and be able to provide a
proper and articulate as well as reliable response to the honorable member. And I think the second one is also on how many cases were withdrawn from Shanela arrests. And I think also that question we will respond to in writing after we have done our analysis on the system. Chair, before I step down, I also want to highlight that we have noted concerns as a division or a directorate in relation to the performance of Forensic Science Laboratory. Of the entire program, I think General Rabi, when he was presenting, you'll see that our performance has improved by 44%, which means from the detectives, crime, CR and CSM, or criminal records and crime scene management, there's been improvement, but forensic remains stubborn in terms of improvement. However, that does not mean that there's not work done. If I may just give an example in terms of what has been achieved, I think the National Commissioner also spoke about the increase in the workload in that environment, which also means that our resources are strained, but also the infrastructure. In the financial year 21-22, we had a total of 350,000 cases registered, and you can see the increase in this financial year. Currently, we are standing at 781,810 cases. So, which means there's been an exponential increase. However, the resources have remained the same. The lab capacity, or actually the lab footprint, has remained as the 3, with now the possible addition of KwaZulu-Natal. So, what we did was to commission internal audit to conduct a business continuity investigation for us to see how do we actually get out of this conundrum that we find ourselves in. We got the report on Friday, but I must highlight that this report basically resonates with the audit findings. For example, they've outlined 4 strategies for us to be able to turn the environment around. That's the issue of capacitation. NATCOM spoke about giving numbers, but that is not the only thing. Again, the issue of old equipment that needs to be replaced, but also expanding the size, or actually the FSL footprints to national, to be able to accommodate the increasing crime levels as well as your increasing exhibits to the lab. But again, importantly, migrating from manual functioning to automated functioning. That also talks to the TMS, IS and ICT strategy. So in a way, we are trying to say, Chair, we are going to study this report. Emanating from this report, we'll then come up with a forensic science laboratory recovery plan with a budget in terms of what is required really to get this environment out of its performance challenges. General Mulauzi will talk more about the issue of the contracts. As General Fani had said, that most of these actually are a contention within each environment. If General, with your permission, General Mulauzi can come through on the issue of contracts. Thank you, General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Greeting to the executive. The 3 contracts that were indicated by AGSA, yes, they expired. We used those contracts for the robotic systems that actually we are also trying to replace. But before they expired, we put a specification together, but we didn't have a responsive bid. Those people who are supplying us with the equipment, they didn't bid at all. But we end up actually approaching them on quotation basis, which actually they gave us quotation, which we asked that actually we should be, this quotation should allow us to have maintenance contract of these systems until next year, June, which we apply for deviation through supply chain, and it's approved. So at the present moment, we don't have any challenge, Chair, with the equipment. We are maintaining our equipment, but also we're putting the RFI, because our equipment, they're close to the end of their book life. So we need to replace them with the new technology. So that process is already at supply chain, and we are anticipating that we'll have an award anytime soon. Thank you very much.
General Msikiti.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to yourself. Good afternoon to honorable members, the Minister, and Deputy Minister and the National Commissioner, all protocol observed. Chair, the first response that I will love to provide is the question from Honorable Skosana on the strategy to use communities in a fight against crime at the stations and the assistance with exclusion of the Community Policing Forum. To indicate that over and above the CPF, we do have other projects that we are undertaking with the communities. For an example, we work with the E2 project, that we work with the private security companies, and we see the deployments are done by the police in this regard. We also have projects such as rural safety, where we work with the rural communities. We also have projects of school safety forums, to mention the few, the partnership policing. From time to time, we do get requests of formations and existing organizations that will want to work with the police. And before we do so, Chair, we do check the credibility of this particular organization that want to work with us. What will be the intention? If there is none, then we will partner and work with them. We also work with traditional policing that was rolled out. We do, from time to time, get approach from civil society groups. Chairperson, I think here in the Western Cape, we're approached twice, including the acting Minister of Police was also approached by some of these civil society groups to request to work with the police. And there was a directive yesterday when we were at Recher Park that we will go back. I think previously we did have several meetings with community leaders trying to understand, as the honorable member indicate, that we also look at what is it that communities are bringing that want to see from the police. How do they want to be policed? So we also look into such. The other issue that was raised, it's in regards to the implementation of the recommendations. I think the question was very specific, Honorable Shikeleng, that why was there no implementation for 5 years? What we have done as a department is to look at the post-audit action plan and to monitor such. When we realize that there is no much improvement that is coming, the directive was also given by the department to both the divisional commissioners of visible policing and operations, as well as the detectives, to assist in the monitoring of the stations on the PAP and to make sure that there is a level of accountability, especially on the issues that are stubborn to be rectified. What I also did with some of the colleagues, the divisional commissioner as well as the acting deputy national commissioner support, was to from time to time visit the stations. We are not realizing this because of some other volume of work, but the intention was to have consistent meetings with all the police stations per province on the issues that have been identified. I must say, Chairperson, we are not proud that for 5 years there are those material irregularity that are still realized on performance information, and we are doing everything to our power to also hold the provincial commissioners accountable. And during the BOC, this is a matter that is put on the discussion points. The other question from Honorable Shikeleng was in relation to how many of the 38 aircrafts are available at any given time. We can report that 12 will be available at any given point, and there are various reasons why some will not be available, such as hours and the availability of pilots depending on the different types. Of the 12, 9 are in different provinces. They are operating directly from the provinces, and this will include your choppers and porters, if I can give specific account of these aircrafts that are at the provincial level, Chair, particularly relating to the choppers that must assist in KZN. We do have a chopper that is mainly working within the rural areas in Emanguzi. It's assisting there from time to time. Eastern Cape, we have 2, and they were allocated with a new one this year. We have 2 in Free State. We have 1 chopper in Gauteng and 2 porters. And Gauteng, because of its proximity to the national unit, they are also from time to time get assistance from a national office if there is a chopper that is available. We also have a porter in the Northern Cape, but Northern Cape is also assisted from time to time. They alternate between themselves and Free State if there is such need to avail an aircraft. Other provinces, such as Northwest, which is closer to head office, Limpopo's one, it's grounded, Chair, and when it is available, it will be allocated back to the province. So all these aircrafts, they are allocated to provinces, but the availability depends on the hours that they have. Some it's because of the service. Aircrafts take quite some time when they go for services. The other question that I want to reflect on, it's the statistics insofar as lockdown 3 is concerned. Chair, to provide the statistics that will be on, not from the start of lockdown 3, because we have had lockdown 1, we had lockdown 2, and we are currently on lockdown 3. And on all these particular interventions, we send supplementary teams from head office. So it depends on the availability of the budget as well, on the numbers that we are sending. But in the Western Cape, we have been intervening for quite some time. And from April of this year, we have realized 2,296 arrests on drugs. We have arrested 96 persons for gang-related murders. We have also arrested 60 persons for gang-related attempted murders. In relation to the seizures, we have 1,565 firearms that have been seized from the communities, with a total of 39,371 rounds of ammunition of various types. So the follow-up question was, how long will lockdown 3 be? How long are we going to continue with this? I must say we have presented to the Minister of Police and the JCPS counterparts on our intervention in the Cape Flats, and the directive, after we have presented that plan that I've already alluded to the fact that Minister was also approached by civil society groups who presented their strategy as well. What is it that they think we can collaboratively do? We have presented that plan to the JCPS ministers. The National Commissioner alluded to the fact that CARA funding, it's the money that is earmarked for this year. It was communicated that it will look at organized crime. So we have submitted a request to have CARA funding so that we can continue with our deployments. The initial plan of the deployments, General Sintumule also alluded to, this plan was for 3 months, but I think with the approval that was communicated last week, is that we are looking at least to have a 1 year. But then we're looking at sustainability of these operations to look at what the province is having and assisting them with the overtimes when they do a collapse. For Western Cape, Chairperson, over and above the specialized units that they do have the National Intervention Unit, they do have POP. I think they have 6 units of POP in the province. So we are encouraging the call up so that we don't have to spend more money on accommodation, because when we do these interventions, we get people from other stations, other provinces to come and assist. And at this point in time, we have various number of intervention operations that are running. I still have intervention in KZN in Emanguzi over and above the PKTT. We still do have intervention at Richards Bay that it's been extended with a month again now to look at some of the cases and investigations in that regard. We do have interventions in Gauteng, in Jukulane, that is Cyclone, Operation Cyclone, that we are also assisting the province in mitigating the challenges there to stabilize that area. We still continue with scaling down on Valumkoti, but the monies that we will get, we assist the provinces. The CFO have allocated that provinces need to have their own illegal mining operations so that we don't spend on accommodation, but rather to spend money in the provinces in regards to overtime and other needs. So these are over and above interventions that we are having across the country to augment the provincial capacity and for them to be able to respond. And where necessary, there will be from time to time evaluation of the stations and provinces. Chairperson will recall that we have top 30, which in this financial year we have increased the 30 to 35 because we have realized that there are stations that are fluctuating between 30 and within the high 35 high crime stations. So we are monitoring those 35 police stations from time to time. And I think it goes again with the issue of what are we doing to assist the police stations and how do we monitor them. When the posts are allocated, the DNC support services and HRM will look first at these top 35 high crime contact stations in allocating the post, and we will make sure that we allocate adequately. I think throughout this morning we had even from the labor unions the attritions that we are having in the department where people are leaving the service. So much as we want to capacitate the stations, but we also lose members, and that it makes the numbers to continuously fluctuate. National Commissioner responded on the number of satellites. I think that will be all from my side, Chair, but to conclude on the issues of the budget, I think Honorable trying to check on my notes. Yeah, on the issues of the budget, that what are we doing when the budget is this much? What I want to clarify, Chair, on the issues of the budget that is allocated to visible policing is that 40 billion of this budget goes to the police station. It's between the compensation budget. It will also include the leases, the municipal fees of all police buildings, not only where, because police buildings you will have a visible policing or uniform policing. So all the buildings, leases, the municipal services and the maintenance, it's within that budget. This also includes all the uniform specialized units, air wing, special forces that we are having in the police, the public order policing, the TRTs, the detainees, meals. That budget includes that as well. It also includes your dock units, your railway police, your 10111 centers. So when we talk about the 53% of SAPS budget, it's because it includes police station, it includes, I think visible policing is one of the biggest directorate within the policing. All uniform policing it's within the visible policy. That is where that budget is, including these interventions that I was talking, national interventions share that I was talking about, that there is money that is allocated. It sits at visible policy. So it doesn't matter who is getting deployed. If we do national interventions, as I was talking about the investigations now, that money sits within the visible policing space, and it is managed there. Chairperson, I think let me pause there, and let me also apologize for the noise that came. It is the alarm at the house. I can't do otherwise. It can't be silenced, unfortunately, because it is meant to alert if there is anything. So the message that I will get will depend on what is it, whether it's the blockage, whether it's a cut off of the alarm. If it happens again, Chairperson, I would like to apologize in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Chair. General Zulu, on detective skills.
Thank you. Thank you, General, and thank you to the Chairperson, and good afternoon. I'll be responding on the issues related to the detective training. I want to just to reflect in terms of the period from 1 April 2023 to that September 2025. In this period, we've already trained 2,772 detectives on the resolving of crime learning program, and then this learning program, it's where all the detectives, they have to undergo this particular training. So those out of those that attended the training, which is 2,772, we have 2,705 that made it, that were found competent. The others were not found competent. And then we also alluded in this training that we have indicated, which is 2,772, it excludes the specialized training, which we're also providing to the detectives, because there is an in-service training that they still have to undergo in terms of dealing with their specialized unit. So this figure excludes that type of detectives, that detective-related training. And also it includes the basic crime investigation course, which we provide to any new recruited detectives before you go to the resolving of crime, which is a major skills program for detectives. We have to go to this one. So this 2,772 excludes those figures that I'm alluding to. So, and maybe Chairperson, I also want to maybe to respond on the issue of the academies, especially when it comes to the infrastructure. This is a problem. I think it is honorable member asked about this malfunctioning of the geyser and the electrical faults. This is a problem that we are currently having based on the aging infrastructure that we are having. And there's a lot of dependency from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. As South African Police Service, we've got a certain scope that we can do within the SAPS through our day-to-day maintenance. But there's a scope that you cannot touch. Most of the scope is those aging malfunctional geysers as well as the electrical faults. So we'll depend for Department of Public Works to appoint a supplier. So where there's a problem, we have to ask to say, we can't continue. Can we then do it ourselves? They will give us the permission. Then after they've given SAPS this permission, is then we're going to utilize our budget then to buy a new geyser and get a supplier to do that. So that is what is delaying sometimes in terms of what we were experiencing on the issues of the infrastructure when it comes to cold water as well as the electrical faults. And also want to allude in terms of the quality of food. We note the problem that there was a shift that was introduced, which I think the honorable member spoke about the quality of food in the Roteplat. So after we detect that problem, we had to ask another academy, which has got chefs, to go and give the training and on-the-job training and mentor those new chefs that were of that shift. So after that, we received the feedback from the learners that the food has improved. And also, we encouraged the learners. We've got a complaint register, and the suggestion books, which they can report anytime and so that anyone who visiting the academy, be the commander, monitoring and evaluation, they are able to check and address the problem there and there. So we have encouraged them to report on those channels, but also we cautioned the commander as well as the support services and the mess commander, because some of the challenges, especially for the 4 members that did not receive the food, it was other learners taking more portions than they were supposed to. So those that were on the patrol, doing the training on patrol, they did not get enough food. So that was the reason. But after we learned that from the chairperson in that meeting, we immediately attended to this, and we also cautioned. We had a meeting with the commander in terms of compliance, because it's part of what they're supposed to do. And on the issue of the halal, the academy was buying the food. According to the learner, he said it does not trust that supplier in terms of compliance with this with the halal standard. So ever since then, we agreed with the learner. We are giving the money to the learner so that he can be able to buy to the supplier that he believes that is the right one in terms of compliance with the halal. I just wanted to, to raise these issues also as part of what we're trying to solve the problems of infrastructure and the food problems. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Chairperson. With regard to the filling of posts, we are currently in the process of filling quite a number of posts. There's quite a number of senior posts that are vacant, but also junior posts that we are filling through a promotion process. And just to reiterate, in terms of consequence management, I do have sessions with provincial commissioners, and I'm not done. I'm still busy with that, but I've seen some progress, especially in Gauteng, where they are taking actions for audit findings where commanders fail to do certain things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. I am going to ask any of the members whether there was anything that wasn't answered, and allow one follow-up each if you would like to ask another question, from where we will then move on after SAPS towards CSPS and IPID. I see the Honourable Ghana's hand is up, Honourable Skosana, Honourable Schikkerling, Honourable James, Honourable Ghana.
Thanks, Chair. The questions that maybe needed a bit just to get a sense, and I think more we'll discuss when we have the crime stats, and maybe the commissioner might very well tell us when you are going to release, because you had postponed the crime stats in the last week. I wanted to get the question. I mean, when you were answering on the last part, Commissioner, I was expecting, because earlier when I was asking the unions, and I was saying it's a question that you might want to reflect on in terms of the development of leadership. So one of the issues that the AG raised is, there is, like as you are losing the skill, there is leadership that is being lost, and what is being done I think I had used the concept of a pipeline. So that was the question that I had asked then. The last time, Commissioner, you had spoken around I had raised the issue of the government garage, the SAPS garage, and the 15%. So when you have got 44,000 vehicles, and 15% of them are not in operational, it's not a small number. We're talking about 6,000-7,000 vehicles that could be servicing that are not servicing. And I think, Commissioner, you had said that there's something that's happening in that space. Maybe I don't know whether it will be General Fani that then speaks to that. And then the final one, and you came close to answering this one, Commissioner. So the services that were to be done by the Medicare 24, so that health risk contract that was cancelled, because I presume it was a need in the police, who is currently providing those services? Or are the services that were procured no longer needed? And if they are still needed, who's delivering that service? Because I will presume that the services are still needed. So just to check who's delivering that, and I think, yeah, the other ones. I like your strategy. Trust but verify. I think you are trusted too much. What people were just giving the tenders now is to say, I trust you, but we are going to verify. Because if we don't verify, we are told that we are hands off, we are not doing our thing. So let's use it across the board. People who can give reports on paper, but let's go and verify that things have happened in the way that they have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Honourable Skusana.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we don't have time. And this thing of not having time and rushing, the last time we find ourselves in deep trouble, if you remember, when General Mkwanazi was presenting, we had to go to plenary, if you remember well. And I know that there's other two presentations, but I can tell you, Chair, that working from 9 o'clock to this time, we might find ourselves again back to where we were before, with not enough time to interrogate all the presentation well because of time. But let me say this, Chair. I guess the minister is coming on Wednesday, and I think I'll be with you, Chair, as well on that committee. So I'm going to reserve some question for Wednesday, and if the National Commissioner as well, there's interference, hopefully, because you won't come back to the ad hoc committee. If there's a problem, we must know quicker now that if there's operational issues, Chair, I guess we must detect it now to say the minister is encroaching to a national to the national community's stop. I want to say I've never heard about the issue of drones since we started, and hence I was asking about the technology and modernization of the police service. And I think General Musikili touched the issue of aircraft. And in one of the provinces of Mpumalanga, it looks like there's nothing there, but I can lease you one if you want. I can lease you one there because it looks like you don't have. And I heard that there's no need for a tender, Chair. You know, there's this issue, they call it quotations. I think I must give him a quotation after this meeting. But I must say that we need to have one as well in all the provinces. Otherwise, it will look like other provinces are preferred than the other. And the issue of quotations, I want to once again reiterate, like I said to the AG, the issue of Tembisa, Dr. Fani, has shown us flames. Let's refrain from that as much as we can. But smaller things, I understand that, you can't wait for whatever, 180 days before it expires. But there's another issue when it comes to the probit, because I understand you have introduced the probit as well. There's no total security when it comes to tenders. But indeed, it's a good thing that at least you are tightening up the screws. But there's no total security when it comes to that. I think this issue of Vusimatlala, it's an eye-opener for us all. And indeed, whatever happens, unusually, Minister, though the time has elapsed for me, I know that on your press conference, you made it very clear that it was unusual for a provincial commissioner to have raised what he has raised. But I must say that, indeed, we need men and women who are brave You know, for whatever happened, for the whole world, I think people now are learning from South Africa that if there's something wrong, we can always go back and, reinvigorate, like what he said, my colleague Ghana, the police service once again. It doesn't mean that the sun is going to come down, but indeed, we need to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully you'll still be in. Remember, we are 18. You don't know what is the president thinking. You might not be in here. We are concerned that we are paying 2 ministers in one post, and that, for me, that unqualified from AG, with that.
Thank you, Honourable.
Yeah, it's a problem. I don't know how did you get the unqualified audit. Indeed, for me, it's still questionable. Thank you. I ate your extra time. There's always extra time. So thank you.
No, I was just concerned because you didn't actually ask a question.
No, I asked the question. You didn't.
But you answered it for yourself.
No, I did not. The metrics, the other one I was making a comment because I won't have time. You said we are going to another presentation.
Yeah.
My question, they got the question, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have 3 quick questions. The first one is I understand that it's to General Zulu that they fixed the meals at Ridderplot, and we really do appreciate that. But what is happening with Philippi's kitchen? Because I understand the structural issues is not a completely a SAPS, and it's Department of Public Works, and that's a whole different issue that we will speak about. But the kitchen at Philippi hasn't been used since February. They're cooking at Bishop Lavis, and it's not because the kitchen is not operational, it's because it's filthy, it's dirty. I promise you I can see the difference between today's dirt and 6 months back's dirt and a year back's dirt. There's a very big difference. When is that kitchen going to be operational? Because people are getting sick from moving food around. That doesn't make any sense to me. Then I would like to know, I was just unsure. General Fani said that the bid evaluation committee members aren't trained properly. You said that they're not trained properly because you basically put the committee together as and when they're needed. Who appoints those members? How do you put them together? And how do you allow people that are not trained properly to oversee a process as important as sitting on a bid evaluation committee? Now I understand why I get so many complaints from people that submit tenders and bids to the SAPS only for them at number 99 to inform me that it's been cancelled. They've done all the work and submitted the paperwork. Their bids are correct. There's nothing wrong for them to have to phone the police to find out what's happening, to be told that the bid has been cancelled because there was an error from the police's side on what they required. I know why. Because you don't have people that can do the job. Why don't you put people that know what they're doing on a committee? Doesn't make sense to me at all. That really it's boggling my mind a little. And then I just want to make sure, out of the 38 aircraft we have, you're telling me today that only 12 are operational. I'd just like to clarify that, please. Thank you.
Honourable James.
Honourable Schikkerling has covered me on the bid committee. I just need clarity on one of the questions. I'm not sure if I missed this, if it was answered, the detective allowance versus the resources, tools. That is the one. And then also with regards to scanner, I also wrote a question, submitted a written question, and have also received that the one scanner that General Konaze was referring to is actually not operational. And I see here that I've received a response saying this is the amount of scanners we would need as a country, and one of the scanners, so I understand when you say that we need X amount of scanners, but the scanners that we were specifically referring to are the scanners to basically scan the containers and the trucks. And I think those are the scanners that sort of had our hair raising. Those scanners, if my memory serves me right, I think they cost close to 30 million each scanner. And we don't have any of those. What is the process in place to procure those scanners? And then, most importantly, Minister, this is a little bit, it's not really off topic. South Africans has been waiting for the country's stats for over 2 months. Continuous delays. They say a new broom sweeps clean, Minister. You have come in and now we're having the delays on stats. Why are the stats being delayed, and when can we receive, when can it be released? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. I just have one or two brief comments myself from what was said and what was asked by the members. Just in terms of the scanners, if we just look at the past year's irregular expenditure, we could buy 20 scanners with that money. It's 650 million rand. So just to tell you, it's that simple. Now, in terms of the bid committees, General Fani, telling us that they're not competent, that's why Kat Matlala got a contract with SAPS that he wasn't meant to get. And I want to look you in the eye today and say to you that that's not just incompetence, that's being complicit. It's that simple. So it could be someone else, it could be someone not in this room, but it is physically impossible for us to simply say that people being given certain contracts or bids, that it happens due to just incompetence. At that level, it's just not an excuse anymore. That contract on its own was, what, 360 million rand. That's another 10 scanners we could have bought. So that's the one thing. The second thing, where I don't buy the not being competent excuse, tenders were awarded using criteria not advertised, altered after bids, that often received. So several times they violated Treasury regulations. Now, when you do something and you're incompetent, but you have the will to still get the job done, you pull out the regulations, you read, and then you do what the regulation tells you. You don't do something else that ends up with a level of corruption that we're seeing. And I'm calling it as it is. A large amount of the procurement issues are corruption related. It's not, in Afrikaans, there's nie 'n voetfoutjie nie. These are significant issues. In terms of the Auditor General findings, they say bid evaluation committees fail to apply due diligence. There are very, very simple steps of due diligence to have identified Mr. Matlala. And I'm picking on Mr. Matlala because he's probably the one that we all know about. But I promise you there are likely many more. The other part that the Auditor General highlights, which is way beyond incompetence, is fairness, equity, transparency, competitiveness, cost effectiveness were all breached in several different findings. Incorrect analysis of root causes. Now, if we look at the increase of irregular expenditure, it's a 140% increase compared to the previous year. If it were true that many things were put in place in order to stop this, we shouldn't be seeing a 140% increase. We should have either seen some kind of a plateau or even possibly a decrease, because we halt things. And then my last comment on the same is the one thing that really bothers me from the Auditor General report was that contracts were awarded using unapproved evaluation methods. And then, as you said, bid committees lacked proper training. There's something wrong here. If Honourable Mbio or Honourable Sokopo have to go for an operation tomorrow, and I hope you don't, but now you go to a hospital and the doctor says to you, I'm so sorry, I'm going to do this operation on you, but I haven't been trained to do it. May God be with you. we've got a serious crisis. So I'm putting it to you today that we are going to zoom in on the supply chain matters. The issue regarding PPE, I mentioned it last time, from the COVID period, was presented both to Minister Mkhunu and to Minister Tele. And up until today, very little or no consequence management was done. Hundreds of millions of rands was spent there. That's back then. That's not even mentioning what's happened over the last few years. The supply chain management issue is likely, in my opinion, there's so much money there that could be used to better the circumstances that some of these members work in. Imagine if General Musikidi, between you and General Sentamune, if you're able to go to the uniform members tomorrow and you're able to go to the detectives and there are specific things you can do to immediately up the game for them, what it would do to the morale of your members. It's amazing. But we're busy with something not doing the right thing on the supply chain side. So I'm sorry for interrupting the members, but I wanted to just comment on that. General Masemola, if I may hand over to you for the final round of response before we move on to our next presentation.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We are releasing the Q1 and 2 crime stats on the 28th of November. I'm sure it will be done by then. I must also just qualify also on the statistics on women and children. My officials says that yes, it will also be finalized within these 2 months, and that is finalized moving forward. But going backwards might take a bit of a time. In other words, when you have to work on a comparison, it might take a bit of time. On SAPS garages, we have realized that looks like it's more better to in-source than to outsource. So that's why we are emphasizing on employing more of your graduates in technical, mechanics, engineers, and so on, so they can work on artisans to work on our vehicles in our own SAPS garages. Honorable Governors, through Chair, since the cancellation of the contract, there is a process that they went through to make sure that the work still go on. They went for quotations. There was the first case, there were problems where suppliers were quoting differently, and they then re-advertised the process. They are currently going to the PAC, going to sit again and finalize the process. So we'll use quotations so that service delivery can go on while they are working on the specifications as we speak, so that then we can then re-advertise the contract in a proper way and with all measures of cutting any irregularity. Honorable Skosana, the working relationship between me and the Minister, as he said, is good, it's fine. We are right. I don't think twice before I call him. Anytime I call him, anytime he calls me, we are fine. Huh? No, we are working together and we do exchange ideas. And of course, I must say, myself and him, we identified certain divisions that we definitely has to do a rework of them, so which are quite problematic. I will come up with a strategy, and we are working together, we are working fine. There is no problem, even with the DMs. General Msikili will talk on drones and aircraft. I know Mpumalanga, Honorable Skrusana, she fired the pilot. There is an aircraft, but there is no pilot. So ask her why she fired the pilot. I think that I'll give General Fani to answer most of the questions there around supply chain. What else is there? Yeah, on the matter of detectives, Honorable James, the allowance was more to motivate them. But yes, in terms of other tools of trade, we are procuring, but it might take a bit of time, but we will procure them those that aids that they need. Your cell phone, the first is cell phone, laptop, and something 3G to send the information. So that process is what we will do, but we won't take part of the allowance to buy these tools. No, we will procure for them. Yeah, I think that is basically. Let me go to General Fani and then General Security, and yeah, thanks, General Fani.
Thank you, Chair. The comments from Chair are noted and they are justified. I think let me just clarify maybe a few. I have indicated that BEC members are not trained on procurement processes. They form a bulk of the members of the BEC by virtue of them being technical experts. But there are procurement officials also that chair the BEC and provide secretarial functions. Those ones are supposed to be conversant with the procurement processes and guide the BEC with the procurement processes as the BEC goes about in the process. We also need to have a look at those. Chair, we have identified the training as well as the competency gaps, like I've indicated. We've already approached National Treasury to say they must assist us with a matrix of those competencies and training programs that we need to put in place to be able to jack up the competence of the BEC members. They've referred us to National School of Governance, of Government. We are going to engage them. I'm not sure whether they have been engaged already, but that process is ongoing. I think the CFO has also indicated, Chair, that majority of the irregular expenditure that's creeping up now, I think, or National Commissioner, I can't recall, it's contracts that were concluded previously. And when they are being evaluated, they creep up and the irregular expenditure has to be accounted for in this financial year. It's not necessarily that the irregular expenditure happened this year or last year. It happened previously, and now when evaluated, then it has to be accounted for now. But nonetheless, the irregularities did happen at that point, which then also could distort the picture to give an indication that irregularities happened now when irregularities actually happened in the past, but we are accounting for them now in this financial year. I think the others were comments, Chair. We note the comments, and I just needed to just clarify those ones. Thank you very much. Sorry, Chair. The issue of Philippi, General Stoller just whispered in my ears that we are waiting for Public Works to do the upgrades at Philippi. And that upgrade program hasn't kicked up as it should. The upgrades is mainly in the kitchen and the units that are not being used due to vandalism that happened during the COVID time. And that's where we are with regards to those two areas at the Philippi police station. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond to both Honorable Shikeling as well as Honorable Skosana. Chair, Mpumalanga does have aircraft, so is Western Cape and Mpumalanga, but they were booked in for service. Mpumalanga 1 came back and it was not satisfactory, so it was sent back. But there is a promise that before Thursday it will be back and operational. National Commissioner did indicate that there is no pilot in Mpumalanga, but it's not all is lost where there is no pilot, because we normally provide a relief pilot in areas where there is no pilot. So there will always be a plan that is put in place to avail a pilot to assist. For an example, Western Cape does not have aircraft now because it went in for service, and that member is still on duty. So if he will be required elsewhere, he will be called in to go and assist. I think we have done that many a times, especially in the Eastern Cape, where the relief pilots were deployed to go and assist in that regard. The question that I was responding to on the 12th, Honorable Shikeleng, was on specifically at any given time, should there be a need now to have all aircrafts on air? How many at a given time will be available, hence the 12? And on this 12, others are those fixed wings that are used to transport when we have a disaster area where we need to send people, where we need to send a large group of 8 or 12 members, special task forces, because there is a problem. We have done that recently in the Eastern Cape. So those are the 3 aircrafts that are big, that can take between 6 to 8 persons. But those that are operational from time to time at the police stations are the porters and the choppers that I was referring to. And in regards to the drone policing, we do have, Honorable Skosana, actually when I wrote down your question, I did write that I will talk to the issues of the drones, but I forgot. We do have, although they are not the size that we want, we have received a directive from the National Commissioner Chair to look at the type that will have a longer lifespan and that can go as high as possible and that can be deployed adequately. But we have procured 32, not 22 or 32, I'm 32. One was not operational, I think, few weeks after it was bought. So out of those 21, majority were utilized and deployed mainly during the Operation Valumkoti. They are still operational there, including in the KZN rural areas. We do make use of the drones. I think that is the only follow-up that was asked. There was another question in relation to the police station, Honorable James, that will say 100% now this police station is adequately resourced. It will depend on the resourcing, because I do have police stations here in Western Cape, Gordons Bay and Melkbos Plus. That will have more than what has been the allocated resources in terms of personnel. But at times you'll have personnel that is, Gordons Bay, for an example, it's at 105% because of the challenges, hence they were given more than what is allocated. But I will have more on personnel, then there will be an issue with vehicles. Like if you want to go there today and say it's 100% resourced, it will be 100% resourced in terms of personnel, but you'll find that there will be issues with other resources, like maybe over time it's depleted, so you can't say I'm 100% because I do have resources, physical resources, I do have adequate personnel, but there is not enough overtime money allocated. So there are different variables that you look at to say the police station is 100% resourced, and from time to time whether those resources will last and for how long. Say in a period of 12 months, will I confidently stand up and say 8 months of the 12, the police station had everything that is required before they utilize, perhaps the budget was utilized before the end of the financial year. So there will be that fluctuation of what type of resources are at the police station at any given time. Most of the high crime police stations here in Western Cape will range between 80 to 97%. I just browsed through the reports that I got that it will be between 80 and 97%. But as I was saying, there will be fluctuation on the type of resources that are there at any given time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honorable Shiglin, the issue around scanners, I did think allude to it. What I said is that at some point there was a decision taken that be the SARS, the tax department, SARS, and the BMA that will be responsible for scanners at ports of entry. And then as SAPS, we are procuring, but it's more we are procuring mobile. That will be on mobile. We'll use them on our roadblocks, not at the port of entry. Port of entry will only be those two authorities that will be responsible for procuring scanners. Of course, we'll also use them, but it will belong to them. That's how it was clarified. I think that's all the questions. Yeah. On a later note, on the aircraft pilot thing, I don't say she's wrong if she fired the pilot. She did the right thing. That one needed. Thanks,
Honorable Skosana, is it a comment or a question?
No, it's a question and a comment, Chair, because they've sent me that. I've sent you a picture earlier. I'm not sure whether you did get that picture.
No.
Now, my last parting shot, because the chair says that there's another. You know, I went to a police station, Bronco Spruit. There's a 2023 Paki standing there. For one thing, a puncher and a service. When they went to Silverton garage, they are saying to a policeman he must bring his own oil for them to service the car. And if there's a puncher, as far as Wasokulumi or Nkangala, they can't fix that tire in nearby town in Bronco Spruit. They must go to Silverton. So I'm saying we have vehicles standing because of a tire. One tire. So I'm saying we need to improve. You know, and we can't have a vehicle as a 2023 standing for that. And I would even say to if I was them, I would have bought myself, I'll fix that tire. But remember, we are not the same. So I'm saying, please allocate money to that garage, because they are saying policemen must buy oil. Oil, I'm talking about oil, a 5-liter oil to service the vehicle is really unacceptable. Thank you. You can phone the State Commissioner. You will confirm that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just two quick ones. The Commissioner has not responded to my leadership development question. I think maybe the Minister, when he wraps up, he will respond. The one question that I had forgot to ask, because we might not get an opportunity to interact with you in this way, we have the G20 in 2 weeks' time. Just give us a bit of sense that it's all hands on deck, everything that needs to happen will happen, and we won't have, officers that come in different uniforms and then they can't parade properly in front of the world, you see. So, but I know I mentioned the parade thing. Sometimes you are there and you are like, it's like people, they are meeting for the first time. It's like you call someone in the morning to say, come and do the G20, because like sometimes when I go and join the police on oversight, I realize that people are doing their own thing during the parade when there's a change of shift. It's a small thing, but it speaks to the discipline in the police. This is a great opportunity to showcase your capacity and the capacity of the state insofar as policing is concerned. It's important that the best, those ones that are not disciplined, they should not be closer to G20. The best of the best must be there in terms of discipline and so forth, just to give us a sense insofar as the G20 is concerned, because we might not get an opportunity to interact with you. So that when you come back, we can be able to say, but you said 1, 2, 3 will happen, and we watched on TV. People were going left when you said right, Commissioner. Others were going left. So thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Garner. I would like to hand over to Minister Kachalia to facilitate last response. Minister, if I may ask to also just respond to the Honourable James regarding the crime statistics release. Thank you, Minister.
You weren't going to let me off the hook, eh? Honourable Member Skosana asked some interesting questions. And I'm happy to deal with them. They are important if you so direct. But maybe you should all tune in for the ad hoc committee on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
And you will hear a response. Yeah. The issue of the crime stats. The first delay was apparently caused, because this was an explanation I was given, by the hiatus, the transition that between, the change of in the ministry. So that occurred before I was appointed. But that's whether that's an acceptable explanation or not, it's understandable. There was some disruption in the transition. But the second one did occur on my watch, the last one. We were ready. We'd invited the chairperson of the committee. We'd invited the media. My speech had been carefully drafted. We were ready to release the stats. And I was quite anxious to do so. There was a last-minute intervention at some point, because I wasn't briefed at that point by the Statistician General, that there were certain reservations he had about the way we were capturing certain information, particularly with respect to extortion and other organized crime. Since there is an expectation that the stats are objectively correct, that they are validated according to a scientific method, his request that we do not release the stats at that point had to be acceded to. It didn't sit well with me. So we have a date on the 28th of November, as the National Commission has indicated. I'm going to invite the Statistician General to be present when those stats are released. And questions can then be put to him to clarify the issues, because I didn't have a conversation with him in this regard. I want to assure you that I am committed to this process of releasing the stats. I think it provides the country with an opportunity to reflect, to assess how we're doing or not, and where the problems are. And the country has an expectation that there would be transparency in this account, in this process. So, I am committed to this process. There's always a conversation about whether it's the right thing to do, whether it should be done annually or not, and in what format. But I'm indicating on record that I think this serves the country well. Let me just say, Chairperson, in conclusion, that I think the process this is the way democratic societies solve their problems. The Auditor General's report was rigorous, it was very informative, and it raised all the right questions, and so did the committee. The senior leadership of the South African Police Service answered the questions with precision. They answered the questions with clarity and transparently. I think what you've also seen today is that we do have a leadership in the South African Police Service, whatever comes out of the Madlanga Commission and so forth, that has a high level of expertise, professionalism, and competence. You would have also noticed, I mean, it's something that I noticed, but I mean, I'm in the senior leadership, the number of competent female leaders. I don't make this observation lightly and in the spirit of political correctness, but I think maybe 2 decades ago or so, this was not possible in our society. So to me, that's progress. And I'm looking forward to working with this team. I think that they have the capabilities with the support of the legislature and the executive branch, and that's where I come in, Member Skosana. The ministry comes in to support the South African Police Service to carry out their constitutional mandate. And thank you very much to you and the committee for the way you've engaged with the Auditor General's report and with the senior leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm not sure why it is whistling at us. Thank you very much, Minister, General Masimola, to you, dear Matale, to you, and the whole rest of the team for the presentations and everything. I would like to ask if we take a break now until 6:30. There is dinner, Honorable Skosana, if that's why your hand is up, there is dinner for you.
No, Chair, if you talk dinner. But you didn't thank Dr. Petronel van Rooyen. He's here as well. I can see I thought he's a journalist, but I think I saw him somewhere. And Dr. Zulu.
Honorable Skosana, you've got such a way with words. No, on that note, everyone is welcome to also join for dinner. If you would like to, but we start at 6:30 sharp with CSPS and with IPID, and we then push through until we are finished. Thank you for everyone's patience. I know that it did take longer, but I don't want us to walk out and then some of the questions weren't answered or anything like that. We break for dinner until 6:30. Thank you. We have obviously gone over time. I think we're about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes behind schedule. But it's not a crisis. We need to do it properly. I don't think we're going to have a late night. So I'm going to hand over, we're going to hand over to Secretariat first. Then we're going to have a brief discussion, after which we will then hand over to the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID, after which we'll have the final discussion for the day. I want to remind everyone that Secretariat specifically is something that is a department that is very often undervalued. So it's very important that please give the relevant attention. A lot of people don't understand the role of Secretariat, so I can't emphasize it enough. And we need to have, I think, all hands on deck with it. So we will allow 30 to 45 minutes for the presentation for Secretariat, after which we will further engage. So, Minister, would you like me to hand over to you first, or can I hand over directly to Mr. Sabui? Secretary, more than welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and evening to yourself and honourable members, to the Minister and Deputy Minister, the Executive Director Acting of IPID, as well as National Commissioner represented by General Musikidi in absentia. Thanks, Chair. We will proceed with our presentation, Chair, but there are just few issues to highlight. Firstly, is that there were matters that I think we should talk to that were raised by, in particular, the organized labor, which may not necessarily find expression in our presentation. Firstly, the national policing policy. I think there was an error that I think we should correct, that the national policing policy has been approved by Cabinet this year, so it's now a policy of government, and we are busy with the implementation plans with the South African Police Service and the cluster as a whole. I think that's the first issue. Chair, secondly, the SAPS amendment bill has been approved by Cabinet for processing to Parliament. We're just waiting for the final certification from AGSA, so that could be forwarded to Parliament, as well under the signature of the Minister. Chair, we would have seen in the AGS report that there's quite a lot of issues, in particular an issue of the implementation of the ICPS as the new policy that has been approved as well by Cabinet. We are coordinating the implementation of that as part of the whole of government and whole of society approach in the fight against crime. And I think there's a lot of headway that we are making there, although there's quite a number of challenges in relation to coordination of the work around that, but we are dealing with those challenges, Chair. But safe to say that the Minister of Police for Civilian Secretariat in particular have obtained clean audit both on financial and have done well both on financial and non-financial performance. So therefore, in relation to the audit outcomes, I think we are fine, and we have been doing so for the past 5 years, Chair, which I think is important to maintain that as well going forward until we match the number of trophies that Sundowns has had over the past 5 years, which they are sitting at 8. So we are chasing that target of 8, Civilian Secretariat. But Chair, we will have the presentation will be led by Mr. Mashilwane, who will do the performance information, and then the CFO will then deal with the financial performance. Can I please hand over to colleagues. I hope they are doing well. They were struggling to have the presentation projected on the slide. I don't know if they're now succeeding.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mashilani.
Mr. Sabui, that was a very good way of also saving some time for them. You remind me of one of those wedding MCs that when the bride doesn't show up, you entertain the guests. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good evening, Deputy Minister, the Minister, DG, CSPS Secretariat, the Acting Director, IPID, the colleagues in the Ministry. I will be sharing with you the presentation of the Annual Report 24-25 for Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. I'm not going to dwell much in terms of the presentation outline. I think the DG has already covered that in terms of what the presentation contains. In terms of the background, we are doing this work guided by specific pieces of legislation as required, key amongst them being the PFMA, where the executive authority is expected to table an annual report 6 months after the end of a quarter, endorsed by the accounting officer. So we have since done that in September based on the communication we received from Parliament. We have also prepared this report in line with the guidelines that we get from the National Treasury that requires to disclose information around performance information, which I will just share comprehensively, predetermined objectives in line with our annual performance plan 24-25, and the governance information that we also need to share around our internal audit and audit committees, the utilization of human resources within the department, and then CFO, as the DG has indicated, will also touch on the audited financial information for the financial year in question. In terms of the strategic overview for the department, one will also remember, honorable members, that we are counting on the annual performance plan for 24-25, which was also in line with the strategic plan 2020 to 2025. So the last administration was then the final year in terms of the implementation of the strategic plan for Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. In terms of the vision, it's still a long way to go, but one day we'll get there in terms of our strategic objectives and also the initiatives that we continue to implement in the ministry and also with the relevant stakeholders within the sector. We want to see a vision where there's a transformed and accountable police service that reflects the democratic values and principle of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So that's the vision we want to see, given all the challenges that we are finding ourselves in within the South African police services. But at the heart of this, as a Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, ours is more of ensuring that we then become more efficient in terms of civilian oversight for South African police services. And we do that through community participation. We have strategic partnership with our relevant stakeholders that we enter MOU with. There are a number of engagements that we also pursue in the communities in relation to issues of crime, prevention, and violence. We also develop legislation and policies that needs to be implemented by the South African police services. So that's what we do. In terms of the enablers, as within CSPS, we are also expected to live these values as we undertake our functions. So key among them being the issue around collaboration, transparency, and accountability. So we believe that as we live these values together with our stakeholders within the ministry, we should be able to drive towards that particular vision of a transformed and accountable South African police services. Earlier on, we received a presentation from Auditor General of South Africa in terms of the audit. Our annual report has been audited for the past 5 years in terms of our strategic plans. In implementing our APPs, you will see that from the financial year 2020-21 until 2024-25, the department has been receiving a clean audit outcome in terms of our annual reports that we submit to the Auditor General of South Africa. So that's a commendable achievement that we can then, in terms of the narrative, we are not claiming this achievement alone. There have been various stakeholders and factors that influence this, the audit outcome. You will see that in terms of performance information, we started with 86% as the DG has indicated. We are, for the financial year under review, we are now sitting at 97%. So we can only attribute this to setting of targets and indicators that are conform to the SMART principle as required by the framework for strategic plans and annual performance plan for the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And over and above that, also the internal controls that are within the department, they are quite effective. So we have internal audit on board, audit and risk committee on board. The counsel that we also receive from this portfolio committee is quite contributed a lot in terms of us achieving this clean audit for the past 5 years. In terms of service delivery environment for the financial year in question, there are a number of initiatives that we have implemented in the year under review. I will not dwell much about ICBPS. DG has touched that. We continue to implement this strategy that we have elevated in the medium-term development plan. We have also conducted a number of capacity building initiatives that seeks to ensure that crime and violence within our country is then reduced. On partnerships, there are a number of MOU we entered into in terms of relevant stakeholders in the country in terms of assisting us to ensure that we also implement ICBPS and we fight crime and violence within our country. So for the financial year under review, we managed to sign MOU with Black Women Caucus and also COPTA, which will definitely assist us in terms of ensuring that our community safety structures, when they develop their IDPs, they need to ensure that issues of ICVPS find expression within those safety plans at the local level. There are also a number of anti-campaigns crimes that we also implement within the country, also in addressing issues around GBV that we are confronted with on a consistent basis. So in terms of our community safety structures, we also work with our communities, our municipalities, and also the police services in terms of ensuring that some of these structures remain more effective and efficient in terms of addressing issues of crime within the country. You will see that there were a number of assessments that were then assessed to check the functionality of this assessment. Key amongst them being, you look at Western Cape, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo, there's a report outlining the issues around the assessment of those CSF structures. But with CPF, we managed to generate 2 reports that then assess the functionality of all the CSPS in the country. One of our key programs in terms of the budget program structure of our APP is to ensure that there's a community outreach. So we do that through our public participation programs as required by GCIS. We touch base with our communities to understand issues of crime and violence within the country. Over and above that, we also partner with relevant stakeholders in government and also in the private sector to ensure that we provide feedbacks on some of the issues that the community then raise during our community engagement. You will see there, over the 3-year period, we managed to cover a number of provinces in the country in terms of our community engagements with the limited budget that we ordinarily get from the National Treasury. As part of doing this, we also try to encourage people to understand what the CSPS is all about through this engagement. At an organizational level, which is also quite a standard practice in the government, we are expected to measure some of the organizational indicators in our department. On vacancy rate, one will see that by the 1st of April, we had a total of 172 posts on our organizational structure. Of those, a total of 150 were fully filled, which in terms of vacancy rate then made us to be at 12.79% in terms of vacancy rate. We could not be able to achieve that target as required by DPSA because DPSA expects us to sit on 10% or less with regards to vacancy rate, but I'll outline why we did not achieve that in the later slides. In terms of employment equity, we are also expected to ensure that we comply with the people with disability in our staff establishment. So we are sitting at 1.37% in terms of people with disability in our staff establishment. In terms of SMS representation, demographics, SMS levels, females, they are currently sitting at 55% and males are sitting at 45%. So that's demonstrate a positive transformation around transforming female SMS members within the department. So we have complied and overachieved that target as required by DPSA. On youth, we are still also struggling to achieve that target of 30% because it's a moving target. in our staff establishment, certain people then outgrow that particular age. When they get, when they reach 36, 37, they no longer fall within that bracket of 35. And then the other issue is that people they move out of the organization due to natural attrition, so they grow. So, but it's something that we will strive to achieve over the medium term and even in the current financial year. Also on invoices, we are expected to pay valid invoices within a specific time frame. For the financial year under review, a total of more than 4,000 invoices were then paid, reflecting a payment rate of 100%. In terms of our budget program structure, we have 4 programs in the department, program 1 being administration, then the core are 4, as reflected there on the screen. In terms of performance, I'm not going to dwell much here. DG has indicated that, but safe to indicate that you will see the trend in terms of the performance for the past 5 years. We started on 86. We are now sitting at 97. So for the financial year under review, there was only one target under program 1, which is administration, which could not be achieved, which is the one on the vacancy rate. The reason why we could not achieve this particular target is because there were cost containment measures that were imposed by the Department of Public Service and Administration. So in government, ordinarily, in the previous financial year, when a post became vacant, you needed to consult 2 ministries to ensure that you get an approval. You will imagine public service is dealing with a lot of various departments in the public service, national and also provincial departments. So there were a lot of delays that we encountered in terms of achieving our vacancy rate during the financial year under review. So if it was not the case, as CSPS, we could have achieved 100% of our planned targets for the financial year 24-25. And moving into the specifics, under program 1, we had an indicator on facilitating the implementation of ICVPS. So a progress report detailing activities around the implementation of ICVPS was then produced and approved by the accounting officer. Moving to other targets under program 1, here we have vacancy rate, human capital strategy, and ICT strategy. The one target on vacancy rate was not achieved. I've already explained that in terms of the reason for deviation, but the other 2 targets were then fully achieved, which is human capital and ICT strategy. Moving to finance, we had targets of paying our creditors that we do business with, and also the budget that was allocated to us by the portfolio committee. We managed to spend 99% of that budget. So the CFO will also expand in terms of that when he shared the finances part. Moving to program 2, which is more about our strategic partnership that we entered into with various stakeholders within our sector. We had a target of signing MOU with 2 critical partners. We managed to sign those MOU, the first one being MOU with COCTA and also Black Women Caucus. We also go and measure the implementation of the MOU that we have signed with various stakeholders. So we managed to implement 2 MOUs there. The first one being MEMESA and also geopolitical. So there were reports detailing work around crime and violence prevention within our country. I have also touched on the issues around anti-crime campaigns, CSF functionality assessment, and capacity building session. You will see there in terms of our targets, we managed to achieve those targets during the reporting period. Same with the CPF. We do CPF functionality assessment over and above that as an intervention to ensure that the CSPS remain more efficient and effective. We also provide capacity building workshops on those CPF. On community outreach, we expected to do 8 and then 2 response plans. So during the reporting period, we managed to overachieve those 2 indicators under program 2. Moving to legislation and policy development, which we also rely heavily on Parliament to ensure the success of adoption of this legislation. For the financial year under review, we had a target on draft national policing policy to be approved by Cabinet. So that policy was then approved by Cabinet during the reporting period. We also had a target on the research project where we needed to assess our implementation of our CSPS recommendation over SAPS. So that report was generated and also shared with SAPS. Knowledge management strategy, and we also continue to implement this strategy in our organization. We managed to implement all our planned activities in relation to this strategy. On bills submitted to Cabinet for approval for public comments, it was about SAPS amendment bill. We managed to submit that particular bill to Cabinet during the reporting period. Moving to the program 4, which is more about civilian oversight, monitoring and evaluation, There were also a number of targets that we pursued during the reporting period. The first one being police oversight initiatives. We managed to do case docket analysis and police station oversight initiatives during the reporting period. We are also expected to review the SAPS budget and performance assessment in line with our CSPS Act, so that the report was generated and also shared with SAPS. We go and also measure the service delivery model of SAPS in terms of complaints management systems. We managed to generate 2 reports during the reporting period. What we also do over and above some of these indicators, we also monitor the implementation of IPID recommendation by SAPS. So we go and check if SAPS is really taking those recommendations from SAPS effectively in their operations. So we managed to generate those 2 reports and share them with South African Police Services. On police conduct integrity and also domestic violence and legislation and policies, during the reporting period as well, we managed to generate some of those reports that will also. So all these reports were then generated during the reporting period. And also the one on DNA board, we managed to generate 4 quarterly reports that will then detail all the activities that have to do with the National Forensic DNA Database. On the assessment of SAPS programs, we had a target of 1. During the reporting period, we managed to generate that SAPS programs. I think it was about the decentralization of fleet management and maintenance, so that the comprehensive report was generated and also shared with SAPS. On evaluation on legislation and policies, we managed to also generate the report on 10111 call center, the phase 2 of our evaluation. So that evaluation report was also then shared with SAPS for implementation of their recommendation. I think this will then be my last slide, which then will share about the issue around the vacancy rate. So what we are doing currently, since we have not met the target for the financial year 24-25, we have then since developed the roadmap to ensure that all vacant and funded posts within CSPS are then filled. I think where we are now, we are sitting at less than 10% of our directive that is required by DPSA in terms of filling of vacant posts. So going forward, we definitely believe that we should be in a better position by the end of the financial year to be able to achieve this vacancy rate that's required by DPSA. From my side, I think that will be it, DG and Chair. I'll now hand over to CFO to share overview of financial performance for the financial year under question.
Next slide. I think for me, I'll just be presenting the budget. I'll try to be as brief as possible. You'll note that the department for the period under review, we received a budget of about 155.9 million, of which we spent 155.5, which is just about 99.7%. Well to note is the fact that almost all the programs within the department spend between 99% and 100%. I think I'll move on to the next slide. What you'll note in the next slide is that the budget is severely underfunded. So let me say why am I saying that? You'll note that if you look at our economic classification, even Treasury's interventions, you'll also note that they're not actually assisting. If you note, for the compensation of employees for the period under review, which is 24-25, the department had a budget of about 122.6 million, of which we spent about 115.8, meaning that there was a savings of about 7 million. But you'll note that those savings were not something that we did. We had to plan like that because of the underfunding of the department. Let me say what. So you'll note that in the previous, you'll note that in terms of goods and services, we had a budget of about 30 million, and there you'll note that we spent about 37. So whatever savings that we generated under compensation of employees, we'll note that we had to deliberately keep posts vacant for a longer period so that we can make those savings of the 7 million so that we can be able to cover our goods and services. You'll note the period before that, the department had a budget of about 108.8 million, of which we spent about 113. There you will note that in terms of compensation of employees, we overspent in the period before, whereas in the period under review, we actually underspent. What Treasury did, they actually took our, you know that the goods and services was 39.8 million, and we spent about 32. So taking that into consideration, what then Treasury did, they moved, instead of us giving us additional fund, they moved funds from goods and services to compensation of employees. but that couldn't help us because we end up overspending on goods and services from where the money was. I think this is the picture that the department is going. We find ourselves in situations whereby we have to deliberately slow spending so that we can cover from one economic classification to another as Treasury moves the money between the two economic classifications. I think that will be my presentation because you know that the next slide is just the narrative of what I have just indicated. That will be my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. That will be the presentation. Chair, just a few issues. There are issues of irregular expenditure that have been highlighted in an AG report as well, dating from 2016, 2017, and 2018. One issue had to do with DPCI judge. I must just indicate that that process, there was a discussion between the former Chief Justice and ourselves in relation to report the matter and so forth. And that process has now gone to a point where we've even reported the matter to JSC, and we've just received a response some time back that they are looking into the matter. There were other two matters that related to a travel agency. That matter has been reported to the Hawks, and we are following the investigation in relation to that particular matter. And then the last matter was in relation to a procurement, which involved the former minister, and that matter we are now at a point where legal services have been engaged to see as to whether we cannot move towards recouping that particular money which happened around 2017 or so. And the process of condonation from National Treasury on all matters have now been processed, and we're just waiting for responses from National Treasury on all the matters. Thanks, Chair. That's our presentation.
Minister?
Thanks, Chairperson. I just have some very brief remarks. One is that I have the impression that the capacity that is available in the Civilian Secretariat has perhaps been underutilized. You've seen in a number of areas, legislative drafting, for instance, and in some critical areas that I'm interested in, community policing is another. They've been doing some important work, excuse me, and so as we think about trying to orientate SAPS over the next 2 decades or so, I think an important question with which the committee can also help us is what is the role of civilian oversight? Because in some ways the original vision for civilian oversight, the constitutional vision, at some point appeared to be abandoned because it was not working, and I think there was a tension between, on the one hand, ministers having the expectation that they could build a cooperative relationship with the department they were supposed to lead, and a civilian oversight model that appeared to put the ministry against the police. But that was a legitimate question, but the question then is whether the baby was thrown out with the bathwater, because you can see from the report that this is a viable institution, that it's well run, and that it has capabilities that I think a ministry needs in order to provide direction to the police, and it is something that I'm going to be looking at going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the team for the presentation. I must say you are to the point. You did a very good and quick job of the presentation. I'm going to give an opportunity to the members to ask questions. I actually have a comment / question to start with. And it touches on what the Minister said, and that specifically just, and it can be very brief, along with the answers to the other members, but how do we, what do you think can we do to bring that, the Ministry and Secretariat closer to each other, that it's not in isolation? Because the perception is very often that, you know, the Minister does his thing, and the Ministry, broadly speaking, you don't always get the impression that there's such a close link. And I think there's a real positive opportunity, the way that you've described it. I know D.M. Matale, the way that he's previously described it as well. I think there's an opportunity. To the members, Honourable Ghana, Honourable Schikkeling, Honourable James, Honourable Skosana. Honourable Ghana.
Thanks, Chair. And to the point that you raise, so the minister and the deputy ministers have got advisors. So the ministerial handbook says we've got advisors. But to the greater advantage of the ministry, you have the Secretariat. So over and above the advisors, your next basically is almost similar to what the presidency has. That you have this skill that if they are better utilized, then the outcomes are better. Because if you look at what the civilian secretariat has to do, they and the ministry must be like this, you know, like so before there's any, so even before or when, as you go for cabinet, as you go for imbizo, I will argue that the minister's imbizo, the civilian secretariat has to be there. You know, like it should not be that the minister goes to an imbizo and then the secretariat is not there. You know, like the two needs to be working together. And I'll focus my kind of questions, and congratulations, I should have started there. Congratulations, you've done well, and I've said that before they get to the airport. We don't have a problem with you. We spend the whole day with yourselves there. But I think one of the areas, especially in Program 4, so the numbers are correct. So the numbers you succeed. But what maybe will benefit us as a committee for when you do your quarterlies will be after you have received this budget, when you have assessed the budget and the program performance of the police, what is the opinion? What is your assessment? Because to say that you have done it, yes, you have done it, it's okay. But to enrich in a way the work that we do, and also oversight, it's what is your assessment? Because it's not just to say our target is 4 assessments. We have done the 4 assessments. But what is contained in those assessments? Because that's what will get us to the next level. And I will presume that is where, together with the ministry, you then say, all right, we think here's the challenge. This is what as you come to the portfolio, this is our report that you need to then present to the portfolio, so that the ultimate is to get South Africans safe, and we must not feel like like there's there should not be any turf war. We should be one and the same thing, and work closely, because I think that also linked to the CPF and just the general education. I raised it could have been the debate or something, but I raised it in Parliament last week. Yeah, it was to the Deputy President. One of the things that is unfortunately, I say unfortunately, is, you see, the collapse of SABC education has robbed the country greatly. Because people, part of the, let's call, vigilantism and mob justice and wanting for for instant justice. It's because people sometimes they don't understand, because we have de-invested in educating about where the police comes in. Yes, we arrest, but releasing someone on bail, for instance, doesn't mean that they are not guilty. And you cannot just pass judgment by arrest. So that level of education, as we do our imbizos, that's where I see the role that the Secretariat going forward needs to play, so that, you know, I always say, I don't celebrate an immediate arrest. Say someone is mentioned at the ad hoc committee, go and arrest. No, we can't celebrate that. I celebrate when they are convicted. That's where the celebration must happen. Not arrest today, tomorrow you are released on bail. And then you are like, all right, then what? We must start saying, all right, yes, appear in court, let's finalize the case, but the celebration is when someone is convicted. And this is where it goes into the education side of things. And it as a recommendation from me to you, to say, as we educate, people must not celebrate a quick arrest today, and then tomorrow the person is released. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Then hand over to Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to ask, what tools do you use for oversight? When you conduct oversight, I see that you've reached your target. You've conducted 2 oversights. I want to understand what tools do you use, and I want to understand the cost involved of these oversights. As things stand, community engagements, I think that should be your key focus, right, as the Civilian Secretariat. How many have you had? And also, what is the cost implications when it comes to community engagement? I'm asking this, Chair caught me off guard with my questions, because I'm sitting here and I'm trying to understand. As a Member of Parliament, I have conducted probably over 10 oversights within the period of 4 weeks. You have a budget of 150 million, and you have conducted 2 oversights. I'm trying to make sense of it. The last time we came and we spoke and we said that the Civilian Secretariat, you mentioned Civilian Secretariat to the public. It's unknown, it's anonymous to South Africans. No one knows the Secretariat. I almost feel as if there's absolutely, Minister, no use for the Secretariat. We can much rather use this money to pump up and divert it, and this is not an attack on the members, to SAPS. This is not the first time we get these presentations, and if I listen to the numbers within a space of a year, 2 and 5 and 3, is it acceptable when you are serving a country? When I listen to your assessments, what have you assessed? What are the outcomes? Why is it that your presence is not being felt in communities? What are you doing in terms of marketing the Secretariat? So I think I'm still a little bit in shock when it comes to your numbers and your oversight. And I look at the budget allocation, and I look at your staff complement that you have, and here you are telling us today that we must be okay with 2 oversights. You are based in Pretoria. If only you covered that Pretoria and Johannesburg area, that doesn't involve costs or any sleepovers or anything, that would actually show will from the Secretariat. But right now, as things stand, this is another Secretariat that needs to be disbanded immediately, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. I then go to Honourable Shikelin.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable James has covered me to a certain extent, and Honourable Ghana. So I'll just go to the others. Part of what you said is you do oversight to make sure and you check whether the SAPS is implementing IPID's recommendations. I would like to know if they are doing it. Are they implementing the IPID recommendations? And then to come in with Honourable James's, truthfully, I mean, if it wasn't for being here, I wouldn't know about the Civilian Secretariat either, because it's not something that is, I almost want to say, advertised. People aren't educated about it. So how do you go about educating and conscientizing people and advertising that you're having public participation and in BZOs and things? Because I've never seen it advertised anyway. So I just would like to know how you do that. We do have 9 provinces. I see that you do quite extensive work. I think it was the Western Cape and Gauteng. But the smaller provinces, you largely do maybe 2 or 3. To me, that's not enough. I understand the bigger provinces need more, but it feels to me like you're not covering the whole spectrum of the country. And I can promise you, if you go to of the smaller provinces, they also won't know that you exist. So I think you need to make people more aware. I think there needs to be a definite awareness of what you do, especially with the fact that you're receiving a large amount of money. I am concerned. I saw that you recorded an advance to CETA of 662,000 Rand for antivirus software for 3 years. I'm always concerned when we do prepayments to people. I mean, I don't know why we advance payment to CETA, but this doesn't explain the upsurge in computer expenditure. So can you just tell us why there's such a big increase? And then you did speak about handing over something to the Hawks. I just want to know, is this part of the investigation into the almost 1.1 million rands irregular expenditure linked to the DPCI judge? Because there's it's 1.089 million. I just want to know if that's linked to that. And yeah, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Then I go to Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I've got mixed feelings, because when you speak about the civilian secretariat, which we have in this country, Minister, I'm one of the founding members. I was young during those years. I'm just making a comment first. During the 1990 negotiation, I was still with you during those years. And, when we started this civilian secretariat, in the department we were 5. In Mpumalanga we were 5. The minister, the PA, the secretary, the driver, and myself. Today is among the biggest department in Mpumalanga. My only worry, Chair, is that the department is still underfunded. And the biggest issue which I have as well, of what I've seen, I heard Honorable Kahana say that when there is Imbizo, but Imbizo was boycotted by other ministers. We were told other ministers and ministers of the DA is wasteful expenditure and that. They politicized that. I think you remember, Honorable Member, there was one in Bloemfontein. It was boycotted. And in KZN, if I remember, I might be wrong in the one, but it was boycotted. And I think government need to rethink and perhaps strengthen the civilian secretariat for one particular reasons as well. As you know that during those years we used to, we had a problem. There was resistance of the so-called, in the farms, so-called commandos. But we had a vibrant MEC, Steve Mabona. We used to go and when they lock the case in the farms, we will unlock it with a firearm. We'll shoot that lock there. And we'll have access because they were denying our people to bury their own in those farms. Now, my plea is that the budget, Minister, please, the budget as well, and as our members here, I'm going to lobby as well here, that their budget be increased. Because when you look at the police community forum, there's a lot of issues. In fact, is when you go back 10 years, say 10 to 15 years ago, it used to be very, very, very effective. Now we are using security companies. And security companies are armed, some of them are armed even better than our South African police service, which is a cause for concern. And I think we must revisit that, Chair, the issue of security companies having so many firearms, rifles, displaying them like, there's no tomorrow. And we are losing some of our members in the South African police service, those who are highly trained, because they offer them better salaries. Now, we have to regulate that as well, and perhaps have a strict conditions, because we can't have so many security companies helping our police, but they are more armed than the police. We want a friendly relationship between the police and the society itself. And the civilian secretariat can play a big role in that. I know that they are being undermined, hence the budget, when you see the budget. And I think for us to build social cohesion, we need the civilian secretariat. I know that we have IPID, but indeed, we need a civilian secretariat to make sure that whatever is happening in the police service, the mandate of the civilian secretariat is carried out. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. Honourable Kruger.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Also allow me to welcome the presentation from the Civilian Secretariat. I need to ask a few questions regarding the presentation. What were the main objectives of the Civilian Secretariat for the police service during the 24-25 financial year? How did the President's State of the Nation address impact the focus and the priorities of the Civilian Secretariat for police service? What measures did the Civilian Secretariat for police service take to enhance the implementation of the oversight recommendations? Then I also wanted to check, the department should elaborate on the outcome of the assessments of the Community Safety Forum and the Community Policing Forums. It is noted that one SMS member did not sign a performance agreement. The department should clarify this non-compliance and indicate the remedial steps taken. The department should explain the nature of the MOU with the Cooperative Governance in Traditional Affairs and how this may assist with the implementation of the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. The department should indicate what steps will be taken to address the vacancies and turnover rates of the department. And the last question, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, the persons with disability comprise at 1.33% of staff, which is below the DPSA 2% benchmark. The department should elaborate on how the MIU with the South African Disability Alliance is translating into the recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kruger. Mr. Segui, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Just to start from Honourable Kruger, we are discussing with the Department of Women and People with Disability in terms of targeted recruitment around issues of people with disability. And in 2023-24, we were complying, and through, because the movement of people in terms of recruitment, it's not static. So that's where the problem is, and we had said probably we need that database so that we could do targeted recruitment in relation to people with disability. The nature of our recommendations is that they are just recommendations, and I think that is the sad part about it. We have, however, identified that probably one of the issues we needed to deal with is the amendment of Civilian Secretariat Act, so that we could make recommendations have some form of a binding effect. But I must mention, Chair, that the relationship between the South African Police Service and the Civilian Secretariat has improved drastically, to such a point that we have now developed a body of recommendations we have been making for over the past 3 years. And that recommendations are implemented through the forum which we have established between ourselves and the South African Police Service. And we are leading that committee. It sits on quarterly basis to monitor. And very significant now, the recommendations through the directive of the National Commissioner have now been cascaded up to a district commissioner's level in terms of the implementation of the recommendations. So that relationship have now improved, and we are looking at that. We will want to enhance this forum to include IPID, because part of the recommendations are from IPID, and IPID does not sit in that forum. And by direction of the minister, the current minister, we've been instructed to include IPID so that they are also part of that forum, which sit quarterly. We sit quarterly in the consultative forum with IPID separately, without SAPS as well. So we want to include that. It becomes a complete implementation, a complete forum within the ministry for the implementation of those recommendations. And the reason why we think we must tamper with the Civilian Secretariat Act is that this relationship must not be dependent on who is the secretary and who is the National Commissioner at the time. It must be a structured relationship which finds effect in the legislation because of the binding. And that will also improve in terms of what the minister will then, if the minister have accepted those recommendations and the minister says these are the recommendations which must be implemented, it will give the South African Police Service no choice but to implement or to provide reasons why implementation should not happen. And we think it will then enhance the relationship which will exist. The President, through the MTDP, has elevated the implementation of the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy as part of the pillar in the MTDP itself, and has given that responsibility in the cluster, JCPS cluster, to Civilian Secretariat to implement coordination of the implementation of the ICVPS. It's quite a mammoth task because you need the entire government to be part and parcel of that particular task. I must mention at this point, we really have struggles in relation of getting other departments to come to the party. We have established the National Working Committee, which involves other departments in that National Working Committee, but we still have other departments that are not a part and parcel. And this has become a standing item both at JCPS, FOSAD, and ultimately Cabinet, so that we could report. And those departments that are not forming part, they will be part of the report that we are giving even tomorrow to JCPS. Yes, those that there was one employee who did not sign a performance agreement, and that employee has been disciplined given the final written warning. So that matter is being taken care of. The 1.1 million, yes, there are two matters which are with the DPCI judge. With the DPCI, one is the matter of the judge, but the second one is about 2 million which was spent in some reed dance procurement that happened in 2017 and so forth. And we've just taken a decision that we need to start processes of recovering that money. And we have then said the DPSI must tell us whether they are prosecuting, but we are also have instructed Advocate Kritzinger can speak on that case here, to say that we need to see whether is it still a recoverable amount, because it's a matter that happened in 2017, so you might have prescription matters kicking in terms of pursuing that due to lapse of time, but we think prosecution, if necessary, the DPCI must proceed with that. And Honorable Skosana, you are correct. Definitely, we are underfunded, and you could see that even when we're supposed to fill certain vacancies on time and so forth, we try and delay that so that we could generate some savings and do certain things. And one issue we want to fund is the automation of complaints management system, and that's very important. We have had a discussion even with the chair of the portfolio committee in relation to how do we manage complaints that are now bombarding even members of this house, in terms of how do we then process that complaints, because we deal with service delivery complaint. So we must move away even from our own manual way of doing things and automate this so that there could be proper management of complaints that we receive, especially because IPID, at a great extent, they start phasing out common assault complaints and other things that they needed to deal with, and they will then be channeled to ourselves. We have footprint in all provinces, and that's correct. But the problem is that the provinces are not the same. And there is quite a huge neglect of civilian secretariat in provinces in particular. We have established our national forum, which we are sitting with all provinces, and we're trying to standardize in even the structures in various provinces and the budgets that must exist in various provinces, because we feel that better utilization of provincial secretariat will make us have a greater impact if we collaborate and work well with provinces. That includes even the establishment of the communication forum. We have established the communication forum, and it's having its second sitting to try and we are looking at the communication plan for the next 5 years, and which will include all other provinces as well. I've spoken to the issues around the recommendations. I'll ask Ramaru to speak on issues that Honorable James have raised. The issues around education, I think they are noted. I think we should be able to invest more on education. But to state that wherever there is a ministerial imbizo, we are definitely there, and the current ministers have made sure that civilian secretariat are in the forefront of all the ministerial imbizo. We are even present in all platforms of social media currently, which is something that has not been there before. And even myself, I roam around the country trying to ensure that the work of civilian secretariat take place. We participate in the review of the Criminal Procedure Act. Although it's a legislation that sits with the Department of Justice, but we are part of it. And amongst the bigger issues that are for review is the whole regime of bail. And I think it's a matter which I think has bothered the cluster for quite some time, and we're looking at that. So that work is at an advanced stage. And I think the Department of Justice will brief those responsible or those that should be briefed on that in terms of the progress. I must admit, Chair, in terms of our targets, numbers and so forth, that's one matter that worries, or that worried me as well. And I've said we may be under planning in relation to community imbizo, because when we look at what we have in our APP vis-a-vis the actual imbizo that have been conducted, they don't tally. For instance, in the past financial year, there are 22 imbizos that we have had in the last financial year. But when we come to our APP and there's that under planning. I think those are the few issues that I've raised. I've asked Mr. Amaro to speak to our CFO as well as Advocate Finger and to comment if there's any. Mr. Amaro.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister and colleagues. Maybe to deal with issues that Honorable James have raised in terms of the police oversight initiatives, maybe I need to indicate that the work that we do in Program 4 is project-based. So if I use that example of the first one, police oversight initiatives, we had two projects that we focused on in the past financial year. The first one was custody management, where we were looking at how, what do we call them, is it the cells and sub-cells are managed throughout the country. So that was the first project that we did. So as much as the target is 2, so that 2 stands for 2 projects. The first project was custody management. The second project was docket analysis. So if I zoom into the custody management, so we visited 374 police stations where we were assessing what is really happening in those police stations. And in terms of docket analysis, we visited 10 police stations where we assessed 163 dockets. So the focus in terms of docket analysis was on dockets that have been closed or withdrawn, either as unfounded or just withdrawn. And we were looking at the murder cases, we were looking at GBV-related cases. So where we do this analysis. So when we report, we will have one comprehensive report, but that report will be covering all the police stations that we have visited. So in terms of the tools that we use, as I've indicated, it's project-based, so we will develop even questionnaires that we will use to collect data. And in instances where we work with provinces, we will even call provinces where we train them now in terms of implementation of those questionnaires. And we will still, as the national office, go to different provinces. So as the Secretary has indicated, provinces have got different capacities. So in some provinces, you find that we do maybe even more than half of what will have been sampled, because we will do as a sample. But every 5 years, we cover all the police stations in terms of a census. So that is what is happening. If I give another example in terms of the DVA, as an example, where we talk about assessments on implementation of DVA. So we are required by law to report in Parliament twice in a year in terms of DVA. So what we do is, in the first semester, we will visit a certain number of police stations and generate one comprehensive report. In the past financial year, for the first semester report, we had visited 243 police stations. And in the second semester, we had visited 397. So all in all, we visited 640 police stations just for DVA. So it means for each and every project, so there will be a number of police stations that we visit, which is information that we're able to even put in a table and maybe indicate to Parliament that this is how we visited the police station. If I give another example where we talk about assessments on implementation of legislation and policies for SAPS. In this past financial year or the year under review, we were looking at the DNA Act, how is it being implemented, and the second project we were looking at the detective policy to check the effectiveness of the policy. So we will visit so many police stations, but have one report for that project. So I think that's what I can indicate. In terms of the cost, program 4, I won't have the exact amount, but for goods and services for program 4, which is where we do all this work, I think it was plus minus 5 million rands, the goods and services, which is what we use to do all these projects. And that limits the scope in terms of the number of police stations that we can visit, because when we visit, it's across the country. So it means we need to be traveling, we need to be training even provinces, and that 5 million supports all this work that we do. Thanks.
Yes, CFO. Thank you. Advocate Kritsma.
Thanks, DG. Afternoon, Chairperson, Honourable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, Acting Head of IPID and General and other colleagues. Yes, just to supplement what the Director General had said is our role in this would be to obtain all relevant documentation in relation to the recovery, in relation to the case that was mentioned, to ensure that an adequate record and evidence is available to be able to take a final decision by the relevant authority whether we're going to recover the money or not. And then also is obviously to assess the matter in terms of prescription law to see whether all the elements of the prescription law can be applied in this matter. And then we also need to liaise with the Office of the State Attorney and Counsel in this matter going forward. That's my input, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think we would have covered most of the questions. If there's one outstanding, we can deal with.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Schikkerling, you raised your hand again.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to say that it's kind of refreshing that somebody comes to sit in front of you as a department and you can hear that you're all incredibly capable and professional. So from my side, thank you very much, because I think if you impart some of your knowledge into the other departments, you could maybe assist them a bit more, but really it is refreshing. I just want to know that I asked a question about, does SAPS implement the IPID recommendations? And I know you said it's only recommendations, but when you do your oversight, do you find that they actually do implement these recommendations, or are they lacking in the implementation? Thank you.
Thanks. They do. They do. But the biggest challenge that we have observed, and I think IPID will talk much about that, is in terms of now the sanctions. Because more often than not, we've realized that the sanction doesn't necessarily match with the wrong that was done. So I think if we can improve in that area, that's where we can see better results. Thanks.
Honourable Jane.
I think I just want to say thank you for explaining. I think the manner in which you had your numbers on the presentation wasn't clear. You must remember South Africans are looking at these presentations. And when we see two without you explaining those are two projects, not two oversight, it doesn't make sense and it doesn't add up with the budget. So when you took the time to clarify, it kind of, I could start seeing, okay, this is why there's 150 million. But just looking at that presentation the way it was, it was a bit worrying. But thank you so much for the clarity. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Chairperson. I just want to make some observations. When Member James asked her questions, I thought I needed a different kind of response, but I do think that the issues have been substantially clarified. But since I think we are having to look forward about the role of the Civilian Secretariat, I do want to explain that taking up with what Member Kusana was pointing to. The reason that a civilian oversight model was adopted 30 years ago was that we had a model of policing, apart from the apartheid problem, but it was a model of policing which was very much linked with the old order and with a certain understanding of policing and the role of police in a society and a democracy and so forth. And the feeling was that you're going to need a civilian oversight body to ensure that SAPS underwent a transition from a highly militarized police force to a service that served the public, that was consistent with democratic values, and so that was the thinking. And as he indicated, there were certain dynamics in our society, suspicion about the role of the police, racial divisions, and so forth, not all of which have been overcome. So the idea was we need a new model of policing. Now the question, 30 years later, before the Portfolios Committee, is what's your role? And my take on it is that there was a problem with the way we thought about civilian oversight, and maybe it's not the same model that we have in mind now, because we're 30 years in a democracy, and maybe we can think about the relationship of the society to the police in a different way. Which is not to say that the problems that we were trying to deal with were only problems in the past. I think police services can have this problem, and sometimes there are legitimate questions about the role of force in our society, including force exercised by the police. Then I think we threw the baby out of the bathwater and said, I think the police ministers were uncomfortable with a model which said, we're going to watch, we're going to monitor you, we're the watchdog, we're going to watch what the police are doing. And what that did is it placed the minister in an adversarial relationship with the department. And ministers were not comfortable with that. Then they threw the baby out of the bathwater, and what did we get? We got, maybe that's why we got the blurring of roles. Police ministers, with all due respect to my colleagues, confusing the role of the minister and the national commissioner maybe. So now you have a minister who's a police officer, in effect. That model has also gotten us where we are. So I think that going forward, we need to think about the role of this body. And its role is not apart from the ministry. They're not supposed to be on social media. I don't think their role is to advertise their existence. Their role, I think, is to support the ministry in providing guidance to the police and exercising oversight of the police. Those capabilities, you're quite right, they do have. So I think we need to rethink what they're supposed to be doing. And that means a different relationship with the ministry. So I see them as a resource that will strengthen the ministry's ability to provide in a way that's appropriate to the exercise of executive authority, policy direction. And perhaps if we're monitoring, then we can say to the police after, but are you achieving the objectives we set and so forth. The role that they've played on community policing, I think members are absolutely right. 30 years later, that model has to be re-examined. It worked very well, this community policing forums, the community safety forums, and so forth. but somehow we've lost direction, and I think that we need to put effort back into rethinking how community policing should work today, because I think that the police have also lost perhaps confidence or in that model, which is because it wasn't working. So there's no community policing really going on anymore. It's not part of our thinking about fighting crime. And I think that should change again. We need to make that a pillar of any new strategy that emerges. The role that the Civilian Secretariat is playing in developing and implementing this ICVPS, it's the Integrated Crime and Prevention Strategy. They've played a critical role, so they have the capabilities. Now, what is that strategy? And here I want to request the committee to also rethink the oversight model, because you've all said that policing alone is not the answer. Now this is a whole government approach to crime prevention. But the other departments are not on board, and I think it's a challenge because departments are set up in silos, so are the portfolio committees. So the question, how we ensure that this strategy from an oversight point of view, how does Parliament ensure that this strategy, all the departments are held account for implementing this strategy. And if you exercise oversight in that way, then the departments will respond. At the moment, they're incentivized to continue to act independently, and that's why this strategy is not working. But my point is, the Civilian Secretariat developed this strategy. Oversight, I asked the Deputy Minister because I wasn't exactly sure myself. And so Member James's question was absolutely appropriate. How does oversight actually work now? Because that was the original model. It was supposed to be about oversight. And what I now understand from the response is that these oversight projects are used by the ministry in their engagement with the SAPS leadership. But there's a lot of potential there because I don't think the Civilian Secretariat is really assessing performance on an ongoing basis against performance indicators and so forth. And they should be able to collect data, do the analysis, so that the minister, whoever that might be, is in a position to assess policing, crime prevention, and outcomes, on an ongoing basis. The issue that I suppose we'll talk to when IPID reports is an important question, so I won't deal with that matter fully, but it's this question of how the police deal with the IPID recommendations, and there is a disjuncture there. They are running parallel processes, and the disciplinary process in SAPS sometimes, they don't simply implement the IPID recommendations. That's the problem. Final point is about the regulation of the private security industry. Now, the committee took a decision not to hear SIRA today. I understand your decision, and I respect your decision, but the issue that Member Skosana is raising does worry me about the exponential growth of the private security industry. To some extent, it has grown because of weaknesses in the public policing. So they're filling the gap because it's a market response to, and we've seen this in a number of fields. And now, as you say, I think there are more numbers in the private sector, more warm bodies and more guns. But at the moment, in the situation that we now have, I think we'll get better outcomes if we have cooperative relationships as much as possible with private companies, but we have to deal with the issues of regulation that you are raising because I think the imbalance is also unhealthy. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think it's a major mind shift in terms of Secretariat that's very refreshing to hear. So thank you for your input on that. I'm going to then hand over to the team from IPID, and I want to with that thank the team from the Secretariat. And you're also more than welcome to stay. You can follow the example of General Musekiri if you like. Her enthusiasm is contagious. So, but then we can hand over to the team from IPID for our final presentation of the day. Fantastic. So I'm going to hand over. Minister DM, would you like to say something before IPID? Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Would you like to say something before IPID kicks off? Okay. So I'm going to hand straight over to the IPID team then, and then we will engage in questions afterwards. Okay. Go for it.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, committee members, Minister, DM, DG, General Msiki, as well as colleagues. Chairperson, our presentation will be in two compartments. That is financial report as well as performance report for the year under review. Before I hand over to the CFO, Mr. Patrick Sitsedi, who will deal with financial reporting, and Meli Tlape, who will deal with performance. I just want to highlight key consideration for the year under review. And they sum up the entire presentation in terms of how we are progressing in maximizing value on the resources at our disposal. And such talk mainly on the issue of governance in the main. And of course, there is a clear record that we have sustained clean audit. And that is for 3 years in succession. So we are dealing with issue of governance head on, and we are succeeding in that regard. There is also an issue which was topical when we were here previously, and that is whether there is an impact in our work, and we can demonstrate it through criminal convictions, which have moved from 43 to 76. And to have a highlight on that, we have 22 criminal conviction on murder, as well as 11 on rape by police officials. And there are 2 on corruption. But one also need to indicate that there are 39 matters on the roll in relation to corruption, and also 2 or 3 matters in relation to murder. And these are matters which are ready for prosecution. And also we have 106 rape matters, and that is where we are demonstrating an impact in terms of our work. There is also a question around a backlog. Yes, we have to acknowledge, it was indicated earlier on that there is still work which need to be done. But we can also demonstrate that when you compare the year 23, 24 with 24, 25, there is an increase in completion. So as much as there is still a challenge, we are making a meaningful contribution, and we can say without any shadow of doubt that we are turning things around. It will take time, but the direction is the good one. I will hand over to the CFO, who will deal with expenditure report, and he will then hand over to Meli Tlape, who will deal with performance. Over to yourself, through you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Bila. Good evening, Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. Allow me to say all protocol are observed. The first slide on my presentation, Chairperson, talks to the legislative requirements, what we have used in order to prepare the financial statements. The first one was the PFMA. Second one, Departmental Financial Reporting Framework. compliance and reporting framework, as well as the modified cash standards. These are the legislative framework which were used during the compilation of the financial statement. Next slide, Chair, we are demonstrating how the budget was allocated for the period under review. We had 4 programs, which are administration, investigation and information management, legal and investigation advisory service, as well as compliance monitoring and stakeholder management. Chair, you'll observe that from the allocation of 370 million in the financial year under review, we were able to surrender only 151,000 rand, which then clearly means all programs were able to spend 100%, except program 3, which is legal and investigation advisory services. That spent 96% of its budget allocation, mainly due to delay in filling some of the vacancies. Next slide, Chair, talks to the departmental receipts. Chair and honorable members, you will know that IPID is rendering free government services. We are not charging on services that we rendered. However, there are transactions such as disposal of our capital assets, where we disposed the old and damaged vehicles, as well as where there are debts, particularly from the staff. And those are the areas where we collect revenue from. Next slide talks to the environment. Chair, as you are also aware that we are a department that is under-resourced, so we keep on roping Peter to pay Paul. So during the course of the financial year, we'll keep on monitoring our budget so that we are able to prioritize key areas within the particularly core functions. So the following environments were implemented in line with Section 43 of the PFMA, mainly to address the possible overspending within program, particularly program 2. This environment was done within the 8% threshold as required by the PFMA. Next slide is the summary of the revenue rollover. Chair, for the period under review, we did not apply any revenue, as our budget was spent 100%. In terms of unauthorized expenditure, Chair, for the same period under review, we did not incur any unauthorized expenditure. However, Chair, I need to indicate to the House that there is an amount of about 400,000 that has been sitting in our books, the expenditure that was incurred in the 2 financial year, 25-26, as well as 28-29. We appeared before SCOPA to present the case and ask for authorization of that transaction. And National Treasury is currently following it up with the SCOPA so that we can clear this balance from our books. In terms of the irregular expenditure, Chair, there was an amount of 17,000 rand that was identified during the audit, mainly due to non-compliance with the provincial procurement regulations. And the action is currently in progress to see what happened and how do we improve control deficiencies. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, we managed our register and we made sure that whenever there is any amount of fruitless is incurred from